Yicheng never thought that one day she would transmigrate into a dog blood novel and become the villainous female supporting character who existed solely to sabotage the relationship between the male and female leads. According to the plot, she had to constantly torment the female lead, Shi, and seduce the male lead, Qi Wenyao, ultimately ending up being ruthlessly abandoned. But wait, she's a modern woman who would want to play the villain. The best solution is to divorce the male lead immediately and stay far away from him. But for some reason, every time she mentioned divorce, Qi Wenyao clung to her even more. Not only that, but he could also hear her thoughts. Qi Wenyao said coldly, "You say you love me with your mouth, but in your heart, you're cursing me every second." Yicheng could only hold her head and groan, worried every day that she would be struck by lightning for her lies. Could she escape the predetermined plot, or would she eventually fall into a romantic trap with this sharp-tongued male lead? On the film set, under a clear blue sky and a gentle breeze, a crisp slap suddenly rang out, revealing a beautiful young woman with a swollen cheek. Then a radiant girl spoke coldly. The angle wasn't right just now. Let's do it again. The director immediately yelled, "Cut." Everyone immediately crowded around, concerned about the girl who had just been slapped. It turned out her name was Shi. The director was also yelling, telling the makeup artist to quickly fix her makeup. The crew members all surrounded Shi, asking, "Shi, are you okay?" At this moment, Yicheng's assistant trotted over, holding a small fan to cool her down, and whispered, "Yicheng, do you have a grudge against Shi?" Yicheng calmly took a sip from her cup. "No, I don't." The assistant became even more puzzled, fanning her while continuing to ask, "Then why are you always targeting her? There are so many people on set. If this gets filmed, it won't be good for your image." Yicheng twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a straw still in her mouth, and said casually, "Because she's the female lead. Targeting her is my mission." Just then, a voice rang out in Yicheng's mind. "System notification, warning, warning, host please comply with the agreement. Watch your words and actions." 3 days ago, Yicheng was still playing a game. After painstakingly clearing a level, she stretched and yawned. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed from the computer screen. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, peeking through squinted eyes. A voice echoed in her mind, and words appeared on the screen. "System notification. Welcome to the world of the novel. I am your system, and we will create a beautiful world together." System notification. Your current identity is Yicheng, the supporting female character in the novel. Please carefully read the script and complete the tasks. Yicheng jumped up in anger, shaking her fist at the system panel and cursing. Having to complete the entire plot to return to the real world was too inhumane. Yicheng collapsed back into her chair, still holding her cup, pondering her identity in the novel. Yicheng, a rich heiress, Qi Wenyao's childhood friend, and a not-so-famous actress. Her main job every day was to target the female lead, Shi, and also to bring the male and female leads together. Yicheng sighed. Life was too difficult. She picked up her phone, wanted to play games to relax. She was just about to play some games when her assistant hurried over and called Yicheng. Yicheng was still playing on her phone, glancing at her assistant indifferently. But as soon as she heard that CEO Qi had arrived, she instantly jumped up from her chair, straightened her clothes, and immediately went into work mode. She ran towards Qi Wenyao with a beaming smile, pretending to greet him enthusiastically. "Qi Wenyao, are you here to see me?" Qi Wenyao said coldly, "No." This man was the male lead, Qi Wenyao, of this dog blood novel. Yicheng bit her lip, her face full of disappointment, and awkwardly smoothed her hair. Qi Wenyao said indifferently, "Yicheng, stop messing around." His gaze swept past the pure young woman behind Yicheng. She turned slightly, her demeanor gentle and touching, like a white lotus. That was Shi, the female lead of this novel. Notijin Qi Wenyao stering intently at Qi. Yicheng acted coquettishly. Brother Qi Wenyao, but Qi Wenyao ignored her completely, walking away coldly with his hands in his pockets. Yicheng froze, and to salvage the situation, she lifted her skirt and chased after him. "Brother Qi Wenyao, where are you going?" Just then, Yicheng accidentally tripped, thinking to herself, this wasn't in the script, but since she was going to fall, she might as well take someone down with her. She lunged desperately towards Qi Wenyao, grabbing his belt tightly. Bang. They both fell to the ground, and as if that weren't enough, an iron rod fell down, landing right on top of them. Yicheng gripped Qi Wenyao's shoulders, her face contorted in pain. "System," she asked, "how many points do I lose for getting hurt?" The system's response response was cold. Host, this is not within the novel settings. This is your own problem. Please refrain from speaking nonsense. Yi Chung, furious, glared at Qi Wenyao, her face burning. Nonsense. Don't try to shift the blame. Yi Chung screamed internally at the system. Just then, Qi Wenyao seemed to have actually heard her inner thoughts. His eyes and mouth widened in surprise. What is she saying? Suddenly remembering the man beside her, Yi Chung, noticing Qi Wenyao's gaze, instantly switched back to her sweet persona. Brother Wenyao, she asked, are you alright? I'm hurt. It really hurts. The crew rushed over, and her assistant quickly helped Yi Chung up, asking with concern, Sister Yi Chung, are you okay? Are you alright? Yi Chung clutched her head, feigning pain. I'm a little dizzy, she moaned. My body really hurts. Leaning against Qi Wenyao, she cried out her mind, I'm dying of pain. Take me to the hospital. Qi Wenyao, hearing her inner voice, panicked again. Still leaning against Qi Wenyao, Yi Chung took the opportunity to hug him, surreptitiously running her hands over him. Oh my God, she marveled internally, this physique is amazing. Unfortunately, he wasn't the one hearing her thoughts. Qi Wenyao frowned, thinking, is this woman sick? Yi Chung, meanwhile, nuzzled against his firm chest, a look of bliss on her face. Qi Wenyao simply frowned and shoved her away, like discarding trash. Yi Chung was dumbfounded. Then, Yi, pure as a white lotus, approached and asked with concern, Senior Sister Yi Chung, are you alright? Yi Chung completely ignored Qi, leaving head hanging. Instead, she clung to Qi Wenyao, whining and acting coquettishly. Wenyao, she whimpered, I'm so hurt. Qi Wenyao ignored her completely, instead taking Yi's hand. He spoke to Yi gently. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Qi Wenyao's tenderness towards Yi nearly made Yi Cheng's jaw drop. He then shook off Yi Cheng's hand, his voice cold. If you're injured, go see a doctor. His attitude was a complete 180 from how he treated Yi. Yi, let's go, Qi Wenyao said, pulling her away. Yi Cheng's face was a mixture of grievance and annoyance, while internally, she cursed Qi Wenyao's entire family. Is this even human? Qi Wenyao, hearing her thoughts again, felt a chill run down his spine. She hadn't said anything aloud, so what was going on? Yi, however, didn't follow him. Instead, she said awkwardly, Mr. Qi, I'm sorry, I still have work. Yi turned and left. Yi Chung, standing behind her, softly called out Wenyao. She watched Qi Wenyao leave, feigning heartbreak, while internally cursing him out. Officer, I don't even want you. Qi Wenyao, hearing her thoughts, stopped in his tracks. He turned around in astonishment, looking at Yi Chung. She still wore that same fake, ingratiating expression, sweetly calling out Wenyao. But this time, he could hear her thoughts. Is he sick? Why does he keep staring at me? Qi Wenyao turned and left again. Yi Chung flipped her hair, triumphantly, thinking, this dog of a man must be mesmerized by my beauty. Yi Chung turned and walked away. Qi Wenyao, bewildered by suddenly hearing her thoughts, wondered, is she the crazy one, or am I losing my mind? After the break, filming resumed. Another crisp slap rang out. Yi Chung slapped Yi across the face, the force so strong that her own palm stung. Yi clutched her face, her fists clenched, watching Yi Cheng's triumphant expression. The crew members behind the camera sighed inwardly. Yi Chung went too far this time, but the director was in a difficult position. He couldn't afford to offend Qi Wenyao, nor could he offend the powerful figure backing Yi Chung. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Qi Wenyao immediately had someone bring an ice pack. He personally went over and handed the ice pack to Yi, asking gently, Yi, are you alright? Yi Chung, however, forced her way between them, asking sweetly, Wenyao, how was my acting just now? Yi Chung continued to put on an act, while thinking, come on, scold me harshly, then take your little darling to the hospital, explain everything clearly, and get married soon. Qi Wenyao looked at Yi Chung, his expression complex, and said nothing. Qi Wenyao's reaction almost broke Yi Cheng's composure. She was practically jumping up and down in her mind. Why aren't you saying anything? I just hit your woman, and you're not even angry. Are you even a man? Suddenly, Qi Wenyao yelled, shut up. Qi Wenyao turned and left. Yi Chung stood there, dumbfounded, her mind filled with question marks. What's with that attitude? Then, the system alerted her. Host, the script has deviated. Perhaps that's exactly why the script went completely off track, entirely different from what Yi Chung had envisioned. In her imagination, When Qi Wenyao saw her bullying Shi, he would be furious, scold her harshly, become Shi's support, and make Shi feel protected. Afterward, they would open up to each other, and their feelings would deepen. But things didn't go as she wished. The system's red alert blared. Plot error reported. Report failed. The host is acting on her own accord, arbitrarily modifying the relationship line. Hearing the system's warning, Yi Cheng felt a wave of despair and fought back tears as she thought carefully. Just then, her assistant stepped forward to comfort her. Sister Yi Cheng, don't be sad. Qi Wenyao will notice you one day. Yi Cheng turned to look at her assistant and asked blankly, do I look sad? The assistant affirmed, you look super sad. Then, the system interjected. The host is acting on her own accord, arbitrarily modifying the relationship line. This made Yi Cheng completely lose her patience. She grabbed her hair and shouted, how can you do this to me? I'm so pitiful and innocent. A luxurious Mercedes stopped by the roadside. Inside the car, the assistant sat in the driver's seat and glanced at Yi Cheng in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Yi Cheng stared blankly out the window. The assistant thought to herself, injured, coupled with Qi Wenyao's attitude, Sister Yi Cheng didn't even lose her temper. This isn't like her. Yin Xin sat in the car, resting her chin on her hand, looking out the window, thinking, in this world, places without the male and female leads are like dead zones. She recalled Yi Cheng's past. In this novel, Yi Cheng had been spoiled since childhood, smart, beautiful, and good at everything. Even before her parents passed away 5 years ago, her grandfather doted on her even more. Under the setting sun, Yi Cheng looked even more beautiful in the car. She really couldn't understand why a beautiful supporting actress had to become a vicious tool. She got out of the car and walked to the Chung family's gate, wondering with confusion, how could such a cliched yet real world exist? She pushed open the door and walked into the house, sighing, I've lived peacefully for 20 years, and I'm pretty good at games. Why do I have to do such bad things? Just then, the system's voice sounded again. The host must complete the mission to return to the real world. Yi Cheng froze upon hearing this. She looked at the luxurious yet empty and silent living room, then at her grandfather sitting down and the butler standing beside him. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked out a cry, Grandpa. Wanting to return to the real world, she could only switch to acting mode and play this role flawlessly. Seeing her crying, Grandpa immediately stood up and asked, Chung, what's wrong? Yi Cheng seized the opportunity and complained to her grandfather, Grandpa, look, I was so badly injured on set today, and he didn't even show any concern. He even scolded me in front of so many people just because of an actress. He also said that if I get close to Shi again, he won't be polite to me. Hearing this, Grandpa was heartbroken and quickly comforted her. Chung, don't worry. Grandpa will definitely stand up for you. After saying that, Grandpa went to the side to make a phone call. Yi Cheng hugged a pillow, silently recalling the plot of the novel. According to the script, Grandpa Chung would send someone to bribe Shi's greedy mother, hindering Shi's career. Eventually, Shi couldn't bear it and would run away from home. Wouldn't this be Qi Wenyao's chance to help her? The call ended, and Grandpa Chung slammed the phone down on the table. Then he sat down next to Yi Cheng and said, that boy is getting more and more unruly. How can he treat you like that in public? Hearing this, Yi Cheng's tears welled up again, and she said word cheap, Ly. Actually, I can't blame Wenyao Gu entirely. It's mainly because Shi is always clinging to Wenyao Gu, seducing him. At this point, Yi Cheng couldn't help but criticize herself inwardly for being such a green tea. She cried aggrievedly, tears streaming down her delicate cheeks. If it weren't for her, Wenyao Gu wouldn't treat me like this. Grandpa narrowed his eyes. He turned to instruct the butler, go and investigate that Shi, warn her to restrain herself. The butler respectfully agreed. Grandpa continued to comfort his beloved granddaughter. Seeing her crying like this, he said, Wenyao will be here in a moment. I'll have him apologize to you in person. Hearing this, Yi Cheng choked up and couldn't speak, only stammering in response. Just then, Qi Wenyao arrived at the door and took off his sunglasses. He politely greeted Grandpa Chung. Seeing Qi Wenyao arrive, Yi Cheng immediately rushed over and wrapped her arms around his, acting coquettishly, Wenyao Gu. Seeing this scene, Grandpa Chung seriously reminded his beloved granddaughter, Yi Cheng, don't be silly. Wen Yao is here. I have something to discuss with him. Yi Cheng continued to hold onto Wen Yao's arm and sat down opposite Grandpa Cheng. At this moment, Grandpa Cheng seriously asked, "When are you and Yi Cheng getting engaged?" Hearing this, Yi Cheng glanced smugly at Xinu's darkening face, thinking, "Come on, just tell him to his face that you actually love Yi, that you won't break off the engagement with me, whether it's in the past, present, or future. That way I can completely give up on Qi Wenyao." Qi Wenyao, hearing her inner thoughts, muttered to himself, "What's wrong with this woman?" But considering the relationship between the two families, he still carefully declined Grandpa Cheng's request, saying, "Yi Cheng is still young. Her career is just starting. Getting engaged now might affect her." Hearing this, Grandpa Cheng flew into a rage, slamming the table and standing up abruptly. He roared, "Wenyao, do you think I'm senile? This child has suffered so much because she likes you. Today you must make it clear to me. Either get engaged to Yi Cheng, or the Cheng and Qi families will sever all ties." At this point, Yi Cheng immediately switched to her gentle and considerate two-faced mode, stepping forward to persuade, "Grandpa, what are you saying? How can you force him like this? Wenyao is right. Getting engaged now really isn't good for my career." After speaking, she turned and took Qi Wenyao's hand, saying sweetly, "Wenyao, Grandpa had some wine tonight. His words don't count. I bought you a gift when I was abroad last time. Come upstairs with me to get it." Seeing her like this, Grandpa Cheng could only helplessly call out, "Yi Cheng." On the surface, Yi Cheng appeared considerate and docile, but in her heart, she was cursing Qi Wenyao nonstop. "You dog, you're coming upstairs with me, just because I said so. Do you really like Yi or not? Just shake me off already. Are your lips just for decoration? Say something." Qi Wenyao, listening to Yi Cheng's constant cursing in her mind, frowned, his face full of impatience. He gritted his teeth and called out in a low voice, "Yi Cheng," inwardly cursing this two-faced woman. Then he grabbed Yi Cheng's arm. Qi Wenyao said gently to Grandpa Cheng, "Grandpa, let's choose an auspicious date for the engagement. Yi Cheng and I will discuss the date." After finishing, Qi Wenyao turned to Yi Cheng with a playful look to ask for her opinion, but Yi Cheng was stunned when she heard what he said to Grandpa Cheng. Even so, she still had to put on a gentle and considerate appearance, immediately snuggling into Qi Wenyao's arms, indicating that she would listen to him. Qi Wenyao also said he would choose a good date for Yi Cheng to decide on the engagement date. Qi Wenyao's attitude made Yi Cheng so angry she almost ground her teeth to dust, ranting in her heart, "Qi Wenyao, are you even human?" Under the warm golden light, Yi Cheng took out a luxurious dark green velvet gift box from a drawer. Inside was a watch worth over 100 million, which Yi Cheng had specially chosen for Wenyao. "Wenyao, I picked this watch out for a long time. Do you like it?" She sweetly handed the gift to Qi Wenyao while cursing inwardly. "Just say you don't like it. I really don't want to give you an $80,000 watch." Qi Wenyao was taken aback when he heard her inner thoughts. Then he deliberately teased her, taking the watch and examining it carefully, saying, "It's nice." Yi Cheng was startled by Qi Wenyao's reaction. Seeing Qi Wenyao's unusual attitude, Yi Cheng wondered, why is he even praising it? Could it be that Grandpa's two threats really scared him? "Qi Wenyao, are you okay?" Yi Cheng's thoughts made Qi Wenyao's face darken even more. He simply sat down in her room, wanting to see how long she could keep up the act. Yi Cheng's eyes widened. Why is he sitting down? Isn't he leaving? Does he want to celebrate the new year in my room? "Wenyao, I'll have the servants tidy up the living room. You can stay there tonight." Yi Cheng said sweetly to Qi Wenyao, hinting that he should get out of her room. But Qi Wenyao saw through her thoughts and ignored Yi Cheng's arrangement, saying directly, "No need. I'll stay here." Qi Wenyao's words almost broke Yi Cheng's composure. She cursed inwardly. "This dog, he says he likes Yi, but isn't he actually coveting my beauty?" Qi Wenyao, hearing Yi Cheng cursing him in her mind, clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. "Does she think I'm someone who'll eat just anything? Just grab whatever's available when I'm hungry?" Qi Wenyao got up and walked toward the door. Yi Cheng quickly followed, asking solicitously, "Wenyao, are you leaving? I'll see you out." Saying that, Yi Cheng grinned at Qi Wenyao like a cat that stole a fish, waving him goodbye. As soon as Qi Wenyao left, Yi Cheng slammed the door shut, irritably asking the system, "Is there a scene in the script where I get engaged to Qi Wenyao? If the plot goes wrong, how can I go home?" The system's mechanical voice sounded. "Retrieving script, please wait." Yi Cheng recalled the plot panicking. According to the script, Chi Wenyao is always cold to me. No matter what I do, it will only make him hate me more. But thinking about Chi Wenyao's behavior tonight, completely different from the plot, she completely panicked, wanting to get engaged to her, liking the watch she gave him, even saying he wanted to stay with her. These actions were completely different from the original plot. If this continues, won't Yi Chung die in the novel? Just then, the system's mechanical voice rang out again. Search successful. Now playing Chapter 254. Chi Wenyao and Chung Yiqing's forced engagement. Chapter 268. Sure, Yi heartbroken upon hearing the engagement news. Chapter 279. Sure, Yi and Chi Wenyao resolve their misunderstanding. Engagement canceled. Chapter 97. The Chung family takes action against Sure Yi. After reviewing the original plot replayed by the system, Yiqing fell into deep thought. As expected, there was no engagement at all in the original plot today. The forced engagement was still further down the line. At this moment, the system issued a red alert. Warning, warning, plot deviation. Host, please correct the script as soon as possible and resume normal progress. Hearing this, Yiqing roared irritably, "Duh, I know that." Realizing the plot had deviated, Yiqing blankly asked the system what would happen if she failed the mission, and what happened to the last person who failed. The system replied in its monotonous voice, "Mission failure may result in the host being trapped in the novel world, unable to leave. The host is the first. There is no precedent." Hearing this, Yiqing completely broke down, frantically yelling at the system, "Isn't this just treating me like a guinea pig? I quit." But the system's answer left her in utter despair, unable to quit. Please complete the mission seriously. The original character's personality is arrogant, willful, and conceited. The host persona has already collapsed. Hearing this, Yiqing felt like her soul was leaving her body. She sighed powerlessly at the system. "So the problem is that I'm not arrogant enough." She sighed again, thinking that from tomorrow onwards, she must become even more arrogant. She stood quietly in the luxurious, yet empty and unfamiliar room. She lay down on the bed, hugging her phone, preparing to play games to relieve the stress of life. But the system wouldn't let her have her way. The mechanical voice rang out again. "Host, for the sake of your complexion, it's time to sleep now." This made Yiqing both angry and anxious. She yelled, "Shut up. For a girl as addicted to social media as me, I've already sacrificed so much for you guys." The entire luxurious villa fell silent in the night, with only the light in Yiqing's room still on. Chi Wenyao stood at the Chung family's gate, looking up at Yiqing's room, thinking what I heard was Yiqing's true feelings. At this moment, he finally understood that Yiqing didn't like him at all. Her previous behavior was all an act, but he didn't understand her purpose in doing so. He put his hands in his pockets in confusion, turned and left, thinking as he walked, what about Sure Yi? Why does Chung Yiqing think I like her and want us to be together? Early in the morning, in the Chung family's magnificent villa, Yiqing's assistant bounced in bright and early, wanting to wake Yiqing, who was still sound asleep in bed, to prepare for the new day's work. Yiqing heard someone calling her, rolled over, and mumbled drowsily, "I know, I'm getting up." But the system's mechanical voice rang out again, ordering Yiqing to maintain the original character's personality. This startled her awake. Yiqing was utterly exasperated. Having to act the moment she opened her eyes was truly unbearable. To maintain the original character's aura, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at the poor assistant, yelling at her to get out. Jiangya, the assistant, was startled and quickly backed out of the room, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Finally, with some peace and quiet, Yiqing rubbed her temples, her head pounding. She had played games until dawn last night, and only slept for an hour. She felt like she was about to die. Thinking about her excessive behavior just now, she muttered to herself, "Jiangyu is still new. Life isn't easy for her." At this moment, the system started nagging her about maintaining her persona again. Yiqing rolled over impatiently. "I'm not filming today. Shut up. Time always flies when you're asleep." Yiqing slept straight through from morning till night, finally waking up and rushing to the set. Wearing sunglasses and fashionable clothes, Yiqing stepped out of the car. Her assistant was already waving from afar and ran over to greet her. "Sister Yiqing, you're here." She asked in a cool and aloof tone, "Am I acting with Li Ge tonight?" The system's annoying voice rang out in Yiqing's mind again. "Host, your target is Chi Wenyao, but because you heard you were acting with Li Ge, you actually came to the set so early. This is a serious deviation from the persona." You are coveting his body. Iching completely ignored the system's complaints, handed her bag to her assistant, and went to get her makeup done as usual. Despite her outward indifference, Iching was actually thrilled inside. She could finally see Li Ge. While waiting for her scene, Chung Iching, the veteran gamer, pulled out her phone and started playing again. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. "Host, you've been playing games all day. This doesn't match the original owner's personality." She had no interest in these activities. Chung Iching simply rolled her eyes and retorted nonchalantly, "She didn't like it, but I do. I'm capable, brave, and talented. Who wouldn't want to be me?" She even bragged to the system about trending online for her in-game spending, immensely proud of the achievement. Chung Iching's actions left the system speechless, declaring her the most difficult host to manage. Chung Iching raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you have other hosts?" Seeing her about to continue gaming, the system surrendered. I have nothing more to say." The system sighed. Just then, the male actor Chung Iching was supposed to act with today arrived. It was Li Ge. This young man was not only talented, but his blonde hair was particularly eye-catching. He was respectfully called teacher despite his young age, a testament to his skill and charisma. Seeing Li Ge walk in, Chung Iching, immersed in her game, abruptly looked up. Her inner fangirl exploded, eyes sparkling. "Wow, he's even more handsome in person." She immediately stood up and greeted Li Ge, taking the opportunity to carefully study his features. His long eyelashes made her want to swing from them. The system, fearing she would ruin the original owner's image, reminded her to maintain her character. Li Ge politely returned her greeting, his beauty making Chung Iching's heart flutter. Meanwhile, she inwardly cursed the system for not understanding the joy of being in the presence of one's idol. "Cut!" the director shouted, ending Chung Iching and Li Ji's scene. The two had great chemistry, their acting styles harmonious, earning them considerable praise. The director was satisfied with Chung Iching's performance, feeling that although her character was a bit willful, her acting was impeccable, and her emotional scenes with Li Ge were very moving. At this time, Chi Wenyao was also watching Chung Iching film, thinking to himself, "I originally came to the set to find her. Why do I keep staring at her?" Seeing Chung Iching chatting and laughing with Li Ge, Chi Wenyao felt a pang of jealousy, feeling that the way Chung Iching looked at him wasn't unique. Seeing her looking at another man with such sweet eyes, he gritted his teeth. Full of fan enthusiasm, Chung Iching asked expectantly, "How was my performance just now? Did I live up to my fangirl expectations?" Li Ge praised her in a textbook manner. "Very good. Let's have more opportunities to collaborate." Just then, the male lead also arrived at the scene. Witnessing this interaction, it was like catching them red-handed. Chung Iching, oblivious, was still basking in the joy of being praised by her idol, her girlish heart overflowing. "My idol praised me. I'm so happy." Suddenly, the system's cold voice cut through, ruthlessly interrupting her brief happiness. "Host, Chi Wenyao has arrived." She awkwardly turned her head, just in time to make eye contact with Chi Wenyao. Chi Wenyao's face was dark, having witnessed the entire scene. No one asked him, but he spoke up on his own. "I'm here to find Shi." She immediately put on a pitiful expression and replied, "Wenyao, I don't know where Shi is." But in her heart, she was screaming. She ran away from home after being threatened by her father, and now she's penniless, hiding in an internet cafe called Friends. Go find her there. "What are you doing on set? Ruining my moment." She had no idea what she had done to offend him. Chi Wenyao suddenly grabbed her hand, his neck veins bulging with anger, and yelled, "Chung Iching, you vicious woman." She continued to perfectly play her role. "Wenyao, I really didn't." But inside, Chung Iching was fuming, cursing, "What's wrong with this mad dog? Why is he suddenly going crazy? You're hurting me." Like in a cheesy drama, Chi Wenyao, as the male lead, began to declare his unwavering stance. "I will never like you. Never. Do you think I'll care about you just because you play these tricks?" At this moment, the female supporting character could only helplessly repeat the cliched line, "Wenyao, I really didn't." Iching wasn't this type of supporting character, but Chung Iching's acting was so convincing that no one could tell she was inwardly ranting. Who's playing tricks? "I don't care about you." Li Ge is way more handsome. For some reason, he became even angrier. He snorted, flung her hand away, and left. This sudden action completely deviated from the script, leaving her momentarily stunned. Chung Iching watched his retreating figure, anxiously asking the system, what was that about? She thought carefully, as if studying a script. Chi Wenyao looking for Shi, isn't that? Still confused, she pressed, And I remember the climax of this scene is after he finds Sure E, right? A mechanical voice replied, "Searching, please wait." Soon, the system responded, "Search complete. The script has deviated. Please correct it immediately, host." With the confirmation, she grew even more bewildered. She couldn't understand why he had suddenly flown into such a rage. His expression had been so strange. Suddenly, Young E stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you want to talk to the director and let you rest for a bit?" He had noticed her spacing out for a while. She waved her hand awkwardly, feigning nonchalance. "No, I'm fine." Seeing her face grow increasingly red, the system offered a well-meaning reminder. "Host, the script has deviated. Please correct it immediately." Exasperated, she snapped, "Shut up." Scene changed to an internet cafe. Chi Wenyao scanned the crowd, finally spotting Sure Yi's small figure. Sure E huddled in a dark corner, shivering. He softly called out, "Sure E," gently patting the girl's shoulder as it trembled slightly from the cold. "It's you," she exclaimed, turning around in surprise. Seeing the small, vulnerable girl before him, he suddenly swept her up into a princess carry. "I'll take you away from here." A flicker of emotion ignited in her eyes. She leaned against him, feeling a sense of security she'd never known before. After his heroic rescue, he muttered under his breath, "This is all Chung Yiching's fault." Meanwhile, Chung Yiching was lying comfortably on her bed, watching the plot, which had completely veered off script. Sure, he had fought with her family, had nowhere to go, and had been found by Chi Wenyao at the internet cafe. Sure, he finally dropped her tough facade in front of him. Logically, in this situation, Chi Wenyao would take her back to his private villa and let her stay temporarily. The system interjected. Hearing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the script had gone a bit sideways, at least Sure E and Chi Wenyao were together now. The system urged, "Host, you have a task tomorrow. Elder Chi will arrange for you and Chi Wenyao to attend a banquet together. You're already a pro at this kind of plot." She interrupted impatiently, I know. Let me play a few games to celebrate the plot getting back on track." The next day, everyone on set arrived particularly early. "That's a wrap for today," the director praised. Yiching and Li Jiyi's scene was a one-take wonder. "Everyone did a great job. Keep up the good work." She waved goodbye. "I have something to do tonight, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Liga said. Just those few words made her heart race. She thought he was really handsome. Watching the two of them together, the system couldn't tear its metaphorical eyes away. "Host, please be mindful of your attitude," she argued. "The script wants me to be the villain and do bad things, but I can't even chase after my idol. Don't you think he's handsome?" The mechanical voice was short and firm, completely ignoring her coquettishness. "Host," Yiching had to concede. Fine, I know. Back home," she shouted. "Sure E." "She, what is it?" Sure E asked, puzzled. She immediately switched to her arrogant rich girl persona, ordering from on high, "Go change your clothes. Come out with me. You have half an hour." Sure E refused. "Yiching, I don't want to go." She instantly switched to vicious older sister mode, coldly stating, "Am I asking for your opinion?" Yiching's face darkened. She stepped closer to Sure E, threatening, "Either come with me or pack your things and get out." "You think I won't dare?" Just then, Jiangyu suddenly entered and asked, "Yiching, why do you insist on taking her?" With her arms crossed, she said self-righteously, "I'm going to a banquet. Can I take a bag carrier?" Yiching kept her eyes glued to her wristwatch. She glanced out the window and saw Sure E running desperately towards the house. "She's here," she thought. She turned and urged the driver, "Drive." The driver said worriedly, "But Miss Sure E hasn't gotten in the car yet." Yiching immediately launched into her performance, saying irritably, "Just drive." She watched in the rearview mirror as Sure E continued to chase the car. Sure E, still not understanding what was happening, waved and shouted, "Yiching, I haven't gotten in yet." But no matter how she waved, the car sped away, leaving her panting by the roadside. Just then, Sure Yi's phone received a new message. She quickly took it out and saw it was from Yiching. "You're late. Get there yourself. Room 1408, Beijing Hotel. You have half an hour. Don't be late." A notification popped up on her phone. Beijing Hotel is 17 kilometers away. Estimated travel time is 45 minutes. Traffic is congested. Taxi fare is approximately 78 yuan. Looking at the considerable distance, she said sadly, "So far. How is that even possible?" Scene changed to a luxuriously appointed hotel room. Chung Yiching looked at her phone and asked the system, Do you think sure E will be so angry she won't come? The system immediately reported according to the script, if she's supposed to come, she'll come. Host, haven't you read the novel? She sipped her tea, scrolling through the comments. Do you think I'd read that kind of trashy novel? Besides, aren't you here? Someone commented, sure Ye's mother is such a leech. She just had a falling out with her mother, and now she doesn't even have money for a taxi. Another person said, and the road is so far, with traffic jams, it's impossible to be on time. If I were the female lead, I wouldn't bother going. Another comment read, the author writing the villain doing these things makes no sense. The system reminded her, host, please stop rebelling and complete the task according to the script. She gripped her phone in her hand. Frustrated, she thought, if it weren't for wanting to go home, I wouldn't be doing this stupid stuff. The scene cut to a tall building. Sure E exhaustedly pedaled her bike, rushing towards the agreed location, thinking, almost there. Suddenly, a new message popped up. The location has been temporarily changed to the Jiangshi Hotel. It's nearby. Go straight there. She was annoyed by the message, muttering to herself, having to go in the opposite direction. Why should I suffer like this? Chung Yiqing noticed something at the entrance. Sure E, drenched in sweat and panting, rushed through the door. Chung Yiqing turned her head in surprise, looking outside. She immediately switched to a harsh tone. Even though it's so close, you're only arriving now. I am starving. Go buy me a cake. Inwardly, she thought, the female lead is so pathetic, ha ha ha. Sure E angrily shouted, Senior, what happened to my sister? Chung Yiqing frowned and retorted, sure E, what's with your attitude? Chung Yiqing became increasingly angry and slammed her phone on the table. She stood up and started a long lecture. Tonight, I'm going to an engagement party, and the attendees are all important figures and famous directors. Chung Yiqing is giving you the opportunity to be her assistant, and you're still not satisfied. What? You're not happy about it? After finishing, she felt a little regretful. She thought, did I say too much just now? Sure E, holding back tears, softly agreed, okay. Watching her leave, Chung Yiqing thought bitterly, I'm the second female lead. My ending definitely won't be good. She muttered to herself, that cake shop is 8 kilometers round trip. Sensing her emotions, the system comforted her. Host, don't worry. You can return to the real world once you complete the task. After an unknown amount of time, Sure E finally returned and handed the cake to Chung Yiqing. Senior, the cake you wanted. Chung Yiqing didn't even look at it and started eating with relish. Taking a bite, she frowned and said with disdain, too sweet. But in her heart, she thought, so delicious, I want another piece. Sure E quickly explained, Senior, this is from your favorite shop. Chung Yiqing said arrogantly, throw it away. But inwardly, she thought, system, this cake smells so good, it's a pity to waste food. But the system coldly reminded, the script requires it, host. She retorted irritably, can you shut up, please? 3 hours later, inside the luxurious hotel, Qi Wenyao sent a message, I've arrived. Chung Yiqing immediately replied, coming soon. Someone called out, Wenyao. He paused, looking towards a voice. Chung Yiqing appeared, with exquisite makeup and an elegant dress, stunningly beautiful. She slowly descended the stairs. She smugly fantasized, humph, stupid man, I know you're obsessed with my beauty. Seeing him drape his coat over her, the guests behind them began to whisper. Someone said, what's the relationship between CEO Qi and that woman? Another said, I saw her at the Xinyu Entertainment event last time. She's a small-time actress. Someone else laughed. Haha, CEO Qi is actually dating a C-list actress. Chung Yiqing finished the red wine in her hand with a look of weariness, looking down at the crowd below, a sneer playing on her lips. It's my turn to take the stage again. Qi Wenyao's gaze followed her, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over him. The beautiful Chung Yiqing strode towards the waiting Qi Wenyao. She cheerfully ran over and took his arm, acting coquettishly. Brother Wenyao, why are you so slow? I've been waiting for ages. Qi Wenyao coldly shook her off, his gaze turning to Sure E, and asked, why is she here too? She immediately switched to drama queen mode, putting on an innocent face. I heard that everyone attending the engagement party tonight is from high society, and there are also many famous directors and actors, so she insisted on coming along. Sure Yi's eyes immediately filled with grievance. Hearing this, Sure E angrily shouted, yes, I just wanted to come, so what? Is that not allowed? Qi Wenyao sincerely advised, this place isn't suitable for you, don't come. But these words only agitated Sure E further, and she questioned, why isn't it suitable for me? They're all high society people. Can't I try to reach higher? Chung Yiqing stood between the two of them, listening to their argument, and scolded, "Qi Wenyao, do you even know how to talk? You idiot." She stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and reminded him, "Wenyao, go. Let's get in the car, we're going to be late." Then she deliberately instructed Shi, "You sit in the back." Shi turned to leave, not forgetting to retort to Qi Wenyao, "I'm leaving with Xuejia. You can't control me." CEO Qi scene change on the way to the engagement party. The atmosphere in the car was incredibly tense. Chung Yiqing glanced at him, muttering to herself, "What's with this atmosphere? Just kiss her already. Why so secretive?" Sure, he probably already knows what he's thinking. She admired herself in the makeup mirror. "I'm so beautiful. What am I going to do with all this beauty?" He scratched his head awkwardly, glanced at her, and mumbled, "Be quiet." She thought angrily, "Am I an eyesore? If you don't want to look, then don't. Why stare at me?" On the surface, Chung Yiqing maintained a gentle demeanor, taking his hand and soothing him. "Wenyao ge, don't be angry." Sure, he sat in the back, watching their affectionate display, and a surge of jealousy welled up inside her. Her hands clenched tightly on her knees, gritting her teeth to endure it. Arriving in front of the building where the event was being held, Chung Yiqing called out sweetly, "Wenyao ge, help me down." As he helped her out of the car, she thought, could this guy actually like me? She looked back at the two behind her and muttered under her breath, "Although my charm is irresistible, his favorite person is still Shi. How could he possibly two-time her? What a scumbag." Qi Wenyao overheard her muttering and was instantly enraged. He turned around and demanded, "Chung Yiqing, are you crazy?" She was bewildered and stammered, "Wenyao, guai." Chung Yiqing immediately called out to the system in her mind, "System, come out." Wasn't he supposed to be from a prestigious family with a good upbringing? How can he curse? The system prompted, "Searching, please wait. The male lead's image is correct. Please correct yourself, host." Seeing that the system was useless, she muttered angrily, "What good are you?" Chung Yiqing looked at Shi and asked the system again, "System, what's that?" Who is she talking to? The banquet hall was luxuriously decorated, with fruits and pastries neatly arranged on the banquet tables. Shi walked in and sat in an inconspicuous corner, watching the high society people constantly exchanging greetings and conversations. She looked like a deflated balloon, unable to blend into the crowd. Suddenly, a waiter came over with a tray of drinks and asked, "Miss, would you like one?" Shi quickly waved her hand in refusal. "Over here." Chung Yiqing socialized while feeling irritated. "Why are we not done greeting people yet? I am starving." Shi is about to leave. Why isn't that idiot chasing after her? What is he thinking? Someone came up to greet her. "Oh, Chung Yiqing, you're getting more and more beautiful." Someone asked Qi Wenyao what he had been busy with lately. Suddenly, a scream rang out, attracting the attention of everyone at the wedding banquet. At that moment, someone splashed a glass of red wine on Shi, the crimson liquid staining her white dress. The crowd gathered around, murmuring, "Who is this? I've never seen her before. Where did this weirdo come from? How did she get in?" Shi's face flushed red. Before she could recover, someone asked, "Miss, may I see your invitation?" The person added, "Excuse me, miss, but if you don't have an invitation, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave." Qi Wenyao saw from afar and shouted, "She's my guest. Nobody touch her." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took off his jacket and carefully draped it over her, asking what happened. He was so considerate. Shi's cheeks flushed, and the people around them began to whisper. Someone said, "What's going on between CEO Qi and that girl?" Another said, "I saw her at Shangyu Entertainment last time. She's a small-time actress, right?" Someone else clicked their tongue disdainfully. TSK. CEO Qi is flirting with another new starlet. Chung Yiqing stood to the side, holding a wine glass. She walked over happily. "It's my turn to perform." Chung Yiqing placed her wine glass on the table. She asked the system, "I think I could actually go into the entertainment industry after leaving the novel world." The system replied, "As long as you complete your tasks diligently, you definitely can." Hearing the answer she wanted, she was satisfied and immediately went into performance mode, walking towards the two and calling out, "Wenyao ge Shi." Chung Yiqing's face darkened, her voice laced with jealousy. "What are you two doing?" Chung Yiqing thought to herself, Hey, you're pulling the wrong person. Shi is still back there." She blurted out impatiently, "Don't fall for this old woman. Do you hear me? Don't." Qi Wenyao paused. Qi Wenyao lowered his head slightly, turned his face to the side, and flung her hand away as if she were a hot potato. Chung Yiqing said sadly, "Wenyao, tell me clearly, do you like Shi? Then what about me? What am I to you?" But in her heart, she was cheering him on. "Don't be shy. If you have the guts, Just admit you like Shuri. If you dare to say it, I'll respect you as a man. Cheng Yiqing feigned an exaggerated complaint. Wen Yao, I know you don't like Shuri, right? If you did, you would have admitted it yourself, right? She thought, this coward will definitely never admit it. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Qi Wenyao standing there dumbfounded. Cheng Yiqing walked toward Shuri and said, Shuri, I'll take you to change your clothes. Shuri retorted angrily, Humph, how can that guy be the male lead? Just because of that face. Cheng Yiqing didn't waste any words and directly pulled her hand towards the door, leaving Qi Wenyao standing there, watching them leave, stunned, until he heard the door slam shut with a bang. Cheng Yiqing took Shuri into the room and pressed her down on the sofa. She immediately switched into acting mode and asked impatiently, Shuri, don't you think you're very smug and happy? Shuri Isavik Ly, Senior, I didn't. Cheng Yiqing thought, am I being too harsh on her? But she still started to question her. Don't you understand why you're here today? I think a fly like you is even worse than the waiters here. You're not worthy of Wenyao at all. Cheng Yiqing anxiously asked the system in her heart. Are these words too much? Shuri explained, Senior, I have nothing to do with Taizong. She added, I also know my limits and won't take what doesn't belong to me. Cheng Yiqing cried out internally. She looks really sad. The system responded calmly. Host, the script requires it. Shuri came out in a gorgeous dress, and Cheng Yiqing exclaimed, so beautiful. But she pretended to be indifferent and turned her face away, saying, such an expensive dress is wasted on you. Cheng Yiqing watched Shuri walk towards the door, thinking, hurry up and show your CEO aura. Shuri gently brushed the hair away from her forehead. He stared at her intently, and the two just looked at each other. Shuri blushed for being stared at. Cheng Yiqing silently encouraged her in her heart. Come on, hug her, kiss her forcefully, take her away, quickly confess, and comfort her wounded heart. Qi Wenyao closed his eyes and suddenly understood her intentions. He thought, is this the kind of person I am in her eyes? But Cheng Yiqing continued to play the role of the vicious female supporting character, stepping forward to reprimand Shuri. Didn't you say you wouldn't seduce Wenyao? Don't you feel ashamed? She put on a pitiful puppy dog look and said to Qi Wenyao, didn't you see? She's deliberately seducing you. She's after your money and power. She doesn't really like you. But in her heart, she was thinking, why aren't you reacting at all? I'm insulting your white moonlight right in front of you. Are you deaf? Shuri hurriedly interjected, Senior, really no, I didn't. I'll move out of Mr. Chi's house immediately and won't bother you anymore. Cheng Yiqing asked back what? You live at Wenyao's house. In her heart, she was already roaring. At this point, are you deaf, you dog of a man? Qi Wenyao frowned at her, a hint of impatience in his tone. Cheng Yiqing, aren't you tired? Cheng Yiqing was confused. Tired? What does he mean? Of course, I'm tired. But she still acted coquettishly. Wenyao, I won't allow you to be with her. Get her out of here immediately, or I'll tell Grandma. Qi Wenyao grabbed Shuri's hand and took her away, leaving Cheng Yiqing stomping her feet in anger. Let's go. Watching them leave, Cheng Yiqing muttered, System, shouldn't this be the scene where Qi Wenyao sees through my little act and gets angry at me? All of this made her head spin, and she could only sit there in a daze. System prompt. Updating and checking. Please wait. The male lead's character settings are abnormal, and the script has deviated. Please correct it in time. Cheng Yiqing couldn't help but complain. Every time I call the system, don't you have any shame? Scene change. Cheng Yiqing's room. She paced back and forth in her room, her expression downcast, thinking, since I took on this task, has there been a single time it went according to the script? Cheng Yiqing fell face first onto the bed, completely discouraged. System prompt. Minor error detected, but it does not affect progress. She grumbled dejectedly. Yeah, right, like I believe you. Then she ordered, check task completion progress. Cheng Yiqing thought, when I first arrived, the progress was 33%. The main characters already had a good impression of each other. I thought it would go smoothly, and I could slowly string them along. Now I just hope it doesn't. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she cried out, what? At the same time, the system announced progress 20%. Tears were almost falling from her eyes. Impossible. I worked so hard, how did it regress? Cheng Yiqing stared at the system panel, hands covering her face, feeling utterly helpless as she knew the progress was still 0. Cheng Yiqing lay exhausted on the bed, listening to the system suggestions. System prompt. Host, do you want to play a game? A flicker of hope flashed in her eyes. Didn't you say you reported to headquarters last time? What happened after that? System reply. Due to certain reasons, we are temporarily unable to contact headquarters. The system's voice sounded again. Host, don't be too discouraged. The worst-case scenario is just living Chung Yiqing's life. Her family background is so good, you won't suffer. She replied flatly. Thank for the comfort. Chung Yiqing suddenly sat up, pulled herself together, and started typing rapidly on the computer keyboard. The system continued to prompt. The big boss is showing off her skills again. Nothing to say, the big boss is awesome. Chung Yiqing thought smugly. I've only been here for a little over 10 days, and I've already built a team and achieved results. I'm so amazing. Suddenly, a new message popped up on the computer screen. Notification. Boss, I pulled a newbie queue in. He sent a friend request. So, as Chung Yiqing happily played the game, a teammate suddenly said, You're so abnormal, I suspect you're cheating. Chung Yiqing retorted mercilessly, Noob alert. I've saved you 3 times already. If you can't play, stay out of the way and don't hold us back. Teammate Q was choked by her words and couldn't speak. Chung Yiqing just smiled faintly. Although I'm a newbie, my skills. Leaving the other person with a confused look. She then carefully set up her gun, looking for the best shooting spot. Her teammate spoke again. Newbie, why aren't you talking? She stared curiously at the new little brother on the screen. Insheng quickly said into the headset, All right, I'm logging off. Good night, chick. The scene switched to the Chi family residence. Chung Yiqing, dressed appropriately, entered with a gift. Grandma Chi, I brought you some oatmeal. Grandma Chi sat leisurely on the sofa, holding a teacup, and said with a smile, You came so early and even brought a gift. You're so polite with me. I won't let you in next time if you do this again. She handed the gift basket to the maid. Grandma Chi, this is just to show that I care about you. Grandma Chi said happily, Good girl, so sweet. Then she asked, Have you lost weight? Hearing this, Chung Yiqing's expression changed slightly. Grandma Chi comforted her. What's wrong? Did Wen Yao make you angry? Tell Grandma. Grandma will help you get even. Chung Yiqing immediately switched to her little actress mode and began to complain. Wen Yao, he brought that clingy woman home. She pretended to be pitiful, crying as she spoke. A man and a woman alone together. And that sure is not a simple woman. Sure enough, this trick worked. Grandma Chi immediately became agitated and anxiously asked, Really? I'll have someone call Wen Yao back and let him explain himself. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chi Wen Yao had returned. Grandma Chi stood up angrily and shouted, Come here. Grandma Chi pointed at him and questioned him. You brought a woman home. Chi Wen Yao glanced at her. Chung Yiqing gloated inwardly. Why are you looking at me? I did tell on you. What can you do to me? He calmly replied, Yes. But in his heart, he thought, You crazy woman. Grandma Chi was furious after hearing this and scolded. Chi Wen Yao, you're outrageous. How can you bring a woman home so casually? Chung Yiqing secretly rejoiced. Yes, Grandma Chi is scolding him. No progress after dating for so long. How useless. At this moment, Chi Wen Yao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He finally couldn't hold back and glared at her angrily. Chung Yiqing. Seeing the two arguing, Grandma Chi quickly stepped in to mediate. You still want to blame Yiqing. You should have kicked that Shuri out. Chi Wen Yao replied, Grandma, I'll handle it myself. Grandma Chi's tone suddenly changed, and she ordered, From now on, Chung Yiqing will live at your house. Chung Yiqing's heart blossomed with joy. Haha, I haven't seen him for 2 days. He obeyed his grandmother's arrangement. Okay, then move in. Chung Yiqing felt a bit bitter, saying you like me, but having someone else in your heart, how hypocritical. She pretended to hold his arm. Really? My dear Wen Yao, I knew you had me in your heart. Inwardly, she complained. Shouldn't he strongly object and then reluctantly agree only after being threatened by Grandma Chi? On the surface, she smiled happily, but inside she thought, if you don't like me, why pretend to be aloof and force yourself? Without thinking much, Chung Yiqing suddenly kissed him. Chi Wen Yao's eyes widened in shock after being kissed by her. His face flushed red, his heart raced, and he couldn't help but touch the spot where he was kissed, muttering softly, It seems not so bad. She faked a smile, then broke down crying, saying she finally saw reality. I've given so much. I originally wanted to save my first kiss for Lingya, but I didn't expect to give it to this jerk. Chi Wen Yao heard all her thoughts, his face instantly paling, realizing that kissing him was one thing, but her heart still belonged to someone else. He pulled her hand to leave, saying, Grandma, it's getting late. I'll take her home now. Chung Yiqing thought, Ouch, that hurts. You're hurting Grandma's hand. He heard her thoughts and quickly loosened his grip. Chi Wen Yao looked at her, thinking, Why should I listen to her? I could easily crush a fake person like her. He turned around and said unhappily, "You're moving to my house. Quickly, it's getting late." In Chung Yiqing's luxurious villa, the system prompted. Host Chung Yiqing is very happy to learn that she can move to Qi Wenyao's house and is moving at the fastest speed. Please follow the script and act quickly. She sat leisurely playing games and talked back. "I'm not in the mood today. I'll move tomorrow." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chung Yiqing looked towards the sound. "Yiqing, are you asleep?" She announced in the system, "I'll be offline for a bit." Opening the door, she saw her grandfather. He asked worriedly, "Yiqing, did you and Wenyao have a fight?" She calmly replied, "Grandpa, why would you ask that?" He patted her head affectionately and said, "About moving to the Qi family residence. Even if you didn't say anything, I could guess. Wenyao is probably 80% unwilling. Did something happen between you two?" He continued, "Don't worry, Grandpa will stand up for you. As long as you like it, Grandpa will fulfill your wishes." Chung Yiqing wrapped her arm around his and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, I just want to stay home for one more day. It's not that he won't let me go." She added, "Don't worry, I won't let myself be wronged." Grandpa understood her meaning with relief and said, "You've grown up and have your own ideas. I won't interfere. But remember one thing, no matter when you're wronged, Grandpa will always be there for you." The two chatted for a while longer. Chung Yiqing said good night to her grandfather. "Grandpa, good night." She looked at the message on the computer screen. 23:59, a player went AFK, -1 point. Her teammates, who were playing the game with her, asked curiously, "Boss, didn't you say you want to rank up?" Various accusations kept appearing. "She just went AFK and abandoned us." Chung Yiqing didn't argue with them. It was just a game after all. She turned off the computer and got up to leave. She walked over and lay down on the soft bed, muttering to herself, "Maybe staying here isn't so bad." Chung Yiqing looked sadly out the window, her eyes full of worry, and said, "After all, in the real world, besides games, I have nothing." Chung Yiqing dressed up carefully and started to follow the novel's plot. She also bossily directed the servants, "Move all of those to Wenyao's house." She asked the assistant behind her, "Does Sure E have any scenes today?" Jianya looked at the schedule on her phone and replied, "Yes." Chung Yiqing hadn't forgotten about the handsome guys and asked again, "What about Li Yi?" The assistant replied, "Li Yi does too." The assistant added, "But Yiqing, the paparazzi took pictures of you two having dinner together last time. The company barely managed to suppress it. You should still be careful." Chung Yiqing pulled down her sunglasses and glanced at her assistant, saying, "You dare tell me what to do." The assistant quickly waved her hands in fright. "Yiqing, that's not what I meant." Chung Yiqing said, "Then shut up." The scene cut to the film set. Chung Yiqing looked at her assistant and thought, "Look how scared the little girl is. But I still have to continue playing this villainous supporting female character." She immediately turned around and coldly ordered, "I want coffee. Go buy 2 cups, 1 for me. Remember to charge it to the company." Hian Diafros, awkwardly agreeing. "Ah, okay." The people on set were very enthusiastic when they saw her arrive. Someone shouted, "Sister Yiqing." Others greeted her, "Hello, Sister Yiqing." She responded with a simple, Chung Yiqing saw Sure E sitting in a chair reading the script from afar. She looked at Sure E and thought, "I haven't seen her since the engagement party." Chung Yiqing planned as she walked. "According to the plot, I have a scene with her today. I have to push Sure E down and let Xiao Yunyao see it." Suddenly, someone called her name. Chung Yiqing's face lit up when she saw the handsome man approaching. She turned around and greeted, "Li Yi, you're here too." Chung Yiqing's cheeks flushed, unable to hide her infatuation. She thought happily, great. Li Yi seemed to see her expression and teased, "What, missed me?" She was stunned by his words. He left her, saying, "I'll go put on my makeup." Chung Yiqing's mind was full of fantasies, cupping her face and reveling in the joy of being pursued. She thought blissfully, "Li Yi is flirting with me." The system prompted, "Host, please continue to complete the task." She said impatiently, "I know. Stop rushing me. I'm working on it." Chung Yiqing hesitated, thinking, what if Li Yi sees me bullying someone? She stamped her foot hard, then switched to performance mode. Arms crossed, she struck a senior's pose and said to Sure E, "You have the nerve to show your face on set." Sure E asked, looking bewildered and pitiful, "Senior, what did I do wrong?" Chung Yiqing aggressively took a step forward, grabbed Sure Yi's collar, and demanded, "I'm asking you, how did you come out of Wenyao's place?" She yelled at Sure Yi's face, "You haven't left yet. Have you forgotten what you promised me that day? I'll remind you again today. Stop dreaming of climbing the social ladder. You're not worthy of Wenyao." Chung Yiqing was about to continue when a hand suddenly stopped her. All right, just cooperate. Sure enough, just like in a novel, Qi Wenyao appeared in time and grabbed Cheng Yiqing's hand to stop her. The atmosphere between the three instantly became incredibly tense. He roared, "Are you crazy?" Then he pushed her away without mercy. Ouch! Cheng Yiqing cursed inwardly. This jerk, using so much force, is he trying to kill me? Then this perfect gentleman asked Sure Yi with concern, "Sure Yi, are you all right?" Unbelievable. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, as if he had seen something disgusting. At that moment, Li Yi appeared out of nowhere, gently supporting Cheng Yiqing. "Be careful," he said. His handsome face was close to hers, full of concern. "Are you okay?" Her face flushed, and her eyes sparkled as she replied, "I'm fine." Cheng Yiqing rejoiced inwardly, thinking, even if you're handsome, I'm not your fan anymore, you jerk. Sure Yi stood up and clung to Qi Wenyao, pretending to be weak and helpless. Sure Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between the two. Suddenly remembering her lines, she continued acting, shamelessly grabbing Qi Wenyao's arm and coquettishly saying, "Wenyao, she's using you. She doesn't love you at all." Sure Yi quickly explained, "Brother Qi, I didn't use you and I didn't cause any trouble for Senior." Qi Wenyao watched their drama unfold with a helpless expression. He flung Cheng Yiqing's hand away and said coldly, "Get lost." Seeing this, Li Yi stepped in front of Cheng Yiqing. "Brother Qi, aren't you going too far?" The two glared at each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, the scene a complete mess. Seeing that the two big shots were about to fight, the director hurried over to mediate. "Everyone's watching. It won't look good if this is filmed. Calm down." Qi Wenyao threw down a line. "Who do you think you are, telling me what to do?" He then turned and left. Cheng Yiqing pretended to call out regretfully, "Wenyao." Sure Yi glanced at them, a triumphant look on her face. Her eyes turned dangerous as she stared at Cheng Yiqing. Cheng Yiqing's heart panicked. Shouldn't she be playing the innocent little white flower? What was with that look just now? Cheng Yiqing's face twisted in anger. She quickly called out to the system, anxiously waiting and urging, "What's going on? Explain yourself right now." She slapped the wall beside her, finally losing control and waving her arms like a madwoman. Consumed by rage, she demanded of the system, "Is the female lead going to turn evil now?" The system replied, "No." Just then, the director rushed over and shouted, "Actors Li Yi and Cheng Yiqing, prepare for the next scene. Quickly, quickly." The two quickly got into character, working together seamlessly, as if they were a match made in heaven. No one could say how long they gazed at each other. Cheng Yiqing's face filled with excitement. Suddenly, the sound of the clapperboard rang out. Cut! As soon as the director called cut, Li Yi walked away coldly without saying a word. Cheng Yiqing finally realized, "It's over. I disappointed my idol. Was it because of Qi Wenyao? What should I do?" A new idea popped into her head. "I'll just switch my bias then. Quickly find a new idol. No heartbreak, just happy fangirling." The scene changed to a white car driving down the road. Cheng Yiqing watched a video, excitedly shouting, "Wow, wow, wow, Brother Cohen is so handsome." She squealed excitedly as she watched her new idol's performance. Her assistant reminded her, "Sister Cheng, we've arrived at Mr. Sher's house." The car stopped, and Jianya asked from inside, "Sister Cheng, do you and Mr. Sher need my help today?" Cheng Yiqing waved her hand. "No, you can go back." She stood at the door for a long time, then said coldly, "System, what comes next is what I least want to do." The system gently reminded her, "Host, this is your mission." Cheng Yiqing retorted impatiently, "Mission my foot." She walked along the path, thinking, Cheng Yiqing's reputation is already ruined anyway, so a little more fuel to the fire won't matter. She stood silently in front of the door. She stared blankly for a moment, then frantically entered the password. But oh dear, not a single attempt was correct. The access control system repeatedly announced, incorrect password, making her face flush crimson with embarrassment. She stared at the keypad for a good while, her expression vacant. Cheng Yiqing fumed, muttering to herself that Qi Wenyao had actually changed the password. Giving up on the keypad, she started banging on the door, making a racket. Cheng Yiqing yelled like a madwoman, "Qi Wenyao, open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Don't pretend to be dead in there. I know you're in there." she yelled while pounding. You have the guts to change the password, but not the guts to open the door. How typical of you. The commotion was so loud that the security guard came over and called out, Miss Chung. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the atmosphere instantly quieted. A hand reached out from inside, yanked Chung Iching into the house, and the door slammed shut with a bang. With her arms crossed, she questioned him angrily. You couldn't stand it anymore, so you dragged me in. Qi Wenyao said coldly, your things are upstairs. Pack them and leave. Instead of leaving, Chung Iching sat down on the sofa arrogantly, ordering him around like a queen. Zhang Shun, give me a honey lemon tea, add some. The system suddenly reminded her. The original host likes Qi Wenyao. Acting like this will ruin the character setting. You can't treat him like this. Qi Wenyao asked her, not even bothering to pretend now. Chung Iching wondered, pretend what? Why is he saying this? Did I mess up the plot again? She pitifully tugged at his arm, pleading, are you getting impatient? Don't make me leave, okay? Chung Iching thought to herself, how can this queen lower her head? Just you wait, I'll get you back when I have a chance. He heard her clearly, his face instantly darkening as he coldly shook off her hand. He went upstairs without a care, not giving her a chance to explain. Chung Iching consoled herself. This must be his way of indirectly letting me stay. The scene changed to a dining table laden with dishes. Shi Yi and Xiao Yunyao sat silently at the dining table, neither speaking, the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Chung Iching, in black high heels, descended the stairs gracefully, her long hair swaying with each step. Shi Yi, seeing her, waved excitedly, calling out, Senior. Chung Iching muttered to herself, am I seeing things? How can Shi Yi be so good at pretending? He heard her muttering and looked at her quizzically, thinking, pretend. What does she mean? Chung Iching looked at Shi Yi, her face full of exhaustion. Aren't you afraid of being discovered and affecting your career by staying here all day? Can't you find a place or simply don't want to? Suddenly, her tone shifted to a saccharine sweetness. These meatballs look so delicious. Shi Yi was instantly stunned. Seeing the delicious food on the table, Chung Iching was almost moved to tears. Wow, shrimp delicious. And my favorite tender beef. Shi Yi glanced at Qi Wenyao and was shocked to find him looking equally excited. Shi Yi started to put on a show, pretending to be wronged and pitiful. Senior, I'm not. Chung Iching had no patience to listen to her explanation, coldly interrupting, you're not. Then it's just perfect. Find a place and move out tomorrow. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qi Wenyao slammed the table. Enough, let's eat. Chung Iching immediately complied. Okay, Brother Wenyao. But Chung Iching was full of doubts. That's it. Why isn't he mad at me? Shouldn't he be furious according to the plot? Then the system prompted again. Host, the plot has deviated again. Chung Iching could only lower her head and eat, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Seeing her eat so heartily, Qi Wenyao's mood unconsciously improved. Soon, Chung Iching finished eating and put down her chopsticks. After the table was cleared, she rubbed her belly, a look of satisfaction on her face. This guy's cooking is actually pretty good. Qi Wenyao immediately asked, are you full? She happily replied, Seeing Qi Wenyao's concern for Chung Iching, Shi Yi's face immediately darkened. Her hand, still trembling slightly, froze mid-air. Suddenly, Shi Yi stood up and said, Brother Qi, Senior, let me clear the table. Chung Iching's disdain grew, and she scoffed with her arms crossed. You lowly thing, you think you can seduce Brother Wenyao? Not a chance. Qi Wenyao didn't say much, just stood up and said, you don't have to clear the dishes, Zhang Shun will do it. She was filled with confusion. That's it. Should I be clinging to Qi Wenyao's leg, begging him to scold me? Just as he was about to go upstairs, he paused, turned around, and coldly warned her, Chung Iching, I'm warning you, Shi Yi is here because I allow her to be here. If you don't like it, you can leave, but making her leave is impossible. And asking me to scold you, I've never heard of such a request. Actually, I've been wondering why she insists on pushing me and Shi Yi together. Time passed quickly, and it was already late. Iching stood at the door, her face displeased. Annie Zheng, Qi Wenyao asked you to prepare some late-night snacks for Shi Yi. Annie Zheng was a little surprised and double-checked. It was Mr. Qi's order. She immediately agreed. As soon as Annie Zheng agreed, Iching turned and left. Okay, Annie Zheng. Time flew by. Half an hour later, Iching hid in her room, peeking through the crack in the door. Sure enough, Auntie Zheng, as instructed, delivered the food to Shi. Shi asked happily, "Did Mr. Qi send this?" Auntie Zheng immediately replied, "Yes." Shi happily took the dessert from Auntie Zheng. Seeing this scene, Iching felt her plan had succeeded and thought to herself, "Great." Then she said triumphantly, "System, check the progress." The system interface popped up, displaying the progress bar. Iching exclaimed confidently, using Qi Wenyao's name to prepare a late-night snack for Shi. "This trick is perfect." The system seemed to agree and immediately replied, "Indeed." Following that, the system displayed, "Mission progress 18%. And again, mission progress 18%. At this moment, Iching felt like the sky was falling, a huge weight pressing on her heart. She muttered in disbelief, "This broken system, definitely nothing happened." "Yes." The system replied with certainty, "System self-check, no errors." Then it continued to display the favorability ratings. Qi Wenyao's favorability towards Shi, 11%. Shi's favorability towards Qi Wenyao, 80%. Iching was completely in despair, her heart heavy. How could this be? She thought. The novel clearly stated that Qi Wenyao was supposed to be the first love, but now his favorability towards her had hit a new low. At this moment, the chart was almost a straight line. The system also displayed the plummeting curve of Qi Wenyao's favorability towards Shi, shocking her. The male lead's favorability curve towards the female lead. This was a bolt from the blue for her. Iching trembled all over, her heart sinking. "My empire is collapsing." The next morning, she went downstairs in a daze. Quite a few people had already gathered in the living room. As soon as Qi Wenyao saw Iching, he asked with concern, "Did you sleep well last night? If you're feeling unwell anywhere, remember to tell Auntie Zheng." Iching, still not fully awake, pretended to act coquettishly. "Wenyao, you're so good to me. I knew it. You actually like me." Inwardly, she prayed silently, "Why is he being so nice to me? I'm doomed, doomed, doomed." This is bad. As soon as Iching sat down, Jiangya handed her phone. She immediately asked, "Jiangya, what's on the schedule today?" Jiangya's expression tightened upon hearing her words, her voice hesitant. "Sister Iching, you should take a look at Weibo first. There's some not-so-good trending searches." Cheng Iching exploded as soon as she opened her phone. Weibo's trending searches were all about her. Cheng Iching slaps Shi. Cheng Iching begs Gao Shi and Wen Yao. Cheng Iching deceives big brands. Cheng Iching maliciously seeks attention, Shi and Qi Wenyao's love. Jiangya tried to comfort her. "Sister Iching, don't hold it in." Cheng Iching furiously threw her phone on the ground. The next second, she completely lost control, rushing towards Shi and tightly gripping her neck. "Was it you?" she hissed through gritted teeth. "It must be you. The video only makes me look bad." Qi Wenyao immediately stepped forward to stop her. Cheng Iching let go. Cheng Iching, heartbroken, cried to Qi Wenyao, "Wenyao, I'm already like this, and you're still protecting her." Seeing this scene, Xiu Yunyao felt somewhat helpless, thinking to herself, where's her inner monologue? That tightly clenched hand also loosened. Is she really this upset? He cleared his throat and said, "I'll handle this matter and give you an explanation." On the surface, Iching appeared extremely wronged, but in reality, she was thinking, I've already put on such a convincing performance. Even choked Shi. Why didn't he hold Shi's waist? Qi Wenyao, hearing these words, was stunned for a moment, almost bursting out laughing. At this time, Shi, not to be outdone, spoke up, "Senior, I understand." She walked up to Qi Wenyao and said, "Mr. Qi, thank you for taking me in these past few days, but it's better if I leave." She didn't give anyone a chance to speak, turning to leave. For Iching, this was good news. In her heart, she was secretly anticipating, the crucial moment is here. Everyone don't just stand there, hurry up and chase after her, pull her back. A passionate kiss, beg her to stay. Xiu Yunyao walked over and firmly grasped Shi's hand, pulling her back. "Stay. Don't worry. I'll handle the rest." At this point, he was exhausted, still not understanding what she was doing. He sighed inwardly, cursing under his breath. Crazy woman. Cheng Iching just put on that pitiful act again, asking Qi Wenyao what he even liked about her. Qi Wenyao's face immediately hardened at the question. Like her. He cursed inwardly, what nonsense. What has Cheng Iching been feeding you? I don't like Shi at all, not even a little. Shi felt like a third wheel, so she stood up and turned, as if to leave. But Qi Wenyao reached out and grabbed her arm. stopping her. Staying here will only cause conflict between you and Shi. I better go upstairs. Chung Yiqing, witnessing this, anxiously asked the system, "System, is she really leaving? Will she leave?" The system quickly replied, "According to the plot, she definitely will. Didn't you read the entire novel? Recall the details." The system reminded Yiqing to remember all the plot points. "Didn't you give me a golden finger so I'd never forget?" On the other side, Qi Wenyao was still holding Shi Yi's hand, frowning at Yiqing, making her feel guilty and cover her face. "Stop muttering. Qi Wenyao is looking at me." Chung Yiqing deliberately tugged at Qi Wenyao, saying, "Wenyao, sure, you said she wants to leave. Just let her go." Qi Wenyao looked at Yiqing blankly, confused. Did she want Shi to leave or stay? After speaking, Yiqing remembered the plot again, worried that if Qi Wenyao didn't keep Shi here, the story would deviate. Qi Wenyao closed his eyes, pondering. Qi Wenyao suddenly let go of Shi Yi's hand and looked at her. "Since you've chosen to leave, I won't stop you." Tears welled up in Shi Yi's eyes, and she choked out. "All right then." Shi Yi ran out, her mind racing. "He defended me against those accusations. What does that mean? Doesn't he like me? Then why did he let me go?" Chung Yiqing watched, feeling a pang of sympathy for the female lead's fate. She's so pitiful. Never trust men, especially the male lead. Seeing Qi Wenyao's furious expression, Chung Yiqing unconsciously took a few steps back, fear gripping her heart. What's wrong with him? He looks scary. She blurted out, "I know, Wenyao, you definitely like me the most." Qi Wenyao turned around, his voice filled with anger. "That's right." Chung Yiqing froze, as if petrified, a single thought echoing in her mind. Qi Wenyao said he loves me. Qi Wenyao said he loves me. Just then, the system reminded her, "Host, wake up. The male lead can't love you. The plot dictates that he loves the female lead." The system's reminder snapped her back to reality. She walked up to Qi Wenyao and asked, "Wenyao, you said you love me. Is it true?" Qi Wenyao coldly turned and left, leaving behind a single sentence. "Just kidding." Yiqing watched his retreating figure, silently asking the system, "System, am I really the only one with this God's eye view in this world?" The system immediately replied, "Of course, the male lead's data is completely normal. Please don't overthink it, host." Chung Yiqing sat on the sofa, sighing, "But every time Qi Wenyao stares at me, I feel like something's off." The scene shifted to Qi Wenyao's study, where he was intently focused on a stack of documents on his desk. He clutched the medical report tightly, thinking to himself, Chung Yiqing's condition, the doctor's diagnosis, is a mental illness. I know her situation very well. There's no basis for any mental problems. He put the documents back on the desk, continuing to ponder. If others were to discover the strange things happening around Chung Yiqing, they would likely want to investigate the root cause. The next morning, Jianya sat in the passenger seat, turning back to Chung Yiqing. "Sister Chung, someone posted a video on Weibo, and the company is urgently trying to contact them. Don't worry." Chung Yiqing angrily threw the tablet at Jianya, startling her and making her face pale. She crossed her arms, her voice dripping with haughty annoyance. "What's going on? Investigate this thoroughly. I want them to pay the price." But inwardly, she thought, this is too dangerous. In the original story, Jianya's face was injured because of this incident, leaving a scar. Jianya's face was filled with resentment. Yiqing, however, was unconcerned, thinking, beating around the bush, is the system truly incapable of letting me be reborn? She reached out to open the car door. Before getting out of the car, Yiqing added, "This has nothing to do with you. I didn't ask you to go. Just do your own job well." As soon as she stepped out, an egg splattered against her forehead. Yiqing was stunned, her eyes wide with shock and bewilderment. Then, various objects were hurled at her. The crowd pointed and yelled at Yiqing. "Hit her. Doesn't she like hitting people? Let her have a taste of it." "Sisters, hit her face, ruin her face so she can't act with our Appa anymore." Jianya quickly pulled Chung Yiqing back into the car, but the crowd continued to throw things at them. "Sister Chung, get in the car." The moment Jianya got into the car, she slammed the door shut and let out a long sigh of relief. Yiqing stared angrily out the window. What age was this? People were still throwing rotten eggs. The crowd blocked the car, yelling, "Surround her car. Don't let her leave." Ignoring their shouts, Yiqing angrily yelled, "Drive." The driver in the front, looking a bit scared, said, "Miss Yiqing, they've surrounded the car." But Yiqing was firm. "I said drive, so drive." Seeing her determination, the driver didn't say another word and slammed on the accelerator, startling the people blocking the way. Just like that, they charged through the crowd. Meanwhile, Yiqing was already calling the police. Hello, I'm at 332 Xinjiang Road, Pingyang District. 7 girls are attacking me. Please send someone over quickly. After confirming the information, I Ching added, yes, that's right, please hurry. After reporting the incident, she immediately hung up and turned to comfort Jiangya beside her, patting her shoulder gently. I'm sorry you got dragged into this. I won't let these people off easily. The scene shifted to I Ching's room. Having finished her shower, I Ching was drying her hair while listening to her agent's report. Those girls have been taken to the police station. Their families don't agree to the 3-day detention. This has already hit the trending topics. A lot of people are watching. After all, you're a public figure. Let's not blow this up, okay? I Ching remained resolute. No, I'm willing to bear the consequences. Go and file a report. I want to pursue criminal charges against them. Her agent was exasperated. Madam, please don't do this. This will. I Ching impatiently interrupted. If you can't do it, I'll get a new agent tomorrow. It didn't take long for the afternoon's incident to ferment online. The hashtag quickly climbed to the top of the trending topics. Actress Chung I Ching pelted with rotten eggs. Countless comments flooded the comment section. Everyone said that with her personality, getting egged was only a matter of time. Which celebrity acted like this? I know LJ's fans. How could someone like Chung I Ching act with him? Let's organize and retaliate against her. I Ching lay in bed, carefully reading the comments, feeling a deep unease. She thought, I thought I could handle being hated. It's just Chung I Ching's persona. But now I am Chung I Ching, and Chung I Ching is me. The harassment didn't subside. Instead, it escalated. The girls were only 14 or 15 years old, and their parents were making a huge fuss, even threatening suicide. But Chung I Ching still refused to back down. Is Chung I Ching even human? They're just children. How about you do this? Negative hashtags about her multiplied and soared. 1. Chung I Ching sends elementary school students to detention. 2. Chung I Ching, the Wicked Witch. 3. Parents driven to suicide. 4. Actress Chung I Ching pelted with rotten eggs. Chung I Ching, when will you die? I Ching, trembling with rage as she read the vicious comments, thought furiously, why are they cursing me? Why are they allowed to curse me like this? The system, sensing her anger, immediately issued a warning. Warning. Host, please retract your dangerous thoughts. You cannot act against the character's persona. I Ching couldn't hold back any longer and roared, shut up. I haven't had a single normal day since I got here. What's so wrong with clearing my name? Is it more serious than the male lead not loving the female lead? Just then, I Ching's phone vibrated. It was a call from Chi Wenyao. Surprised, she thought, why would he be calling? Chi Wenyao was still at the company. He had just seen the news online and quickly called to ask, hey, are you okay? Yvink, repliet koldi. I'm fine. He gently comforted her. I'll handle this. I Ching said awkwardly, someone's already handling it. After that, both of them fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly turning heavy. Chung I Ching also quieted down, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, seeing no response from him, she hung up. Even after the call ended, Chi Wenyao was still worried and instructed his secretary, look into the family backgrounds of those girls. Keep following up on this. He wondered, puzzled, the old Chung I Ching would have cried and made a fuss over a little grievance. Now, with such a big incident, she's just defending her interests, not backing down, not panicking. Chi Wenyao looked at her statements on his phone screen, a question mark forming in his mind. She wasn't the same Chung I Ching anymore. Time passed quickly. Early the next morning, Jiangya, worried, arrived at I Ching's house. But I Ching was happily playing games with her teammates. Nice one, chicken. She quickly replied using her Q account. I have a name. The other person immediately shot back. Chicken suits your temperament. Q was a little disgruntled. I'm not a noob. The other person retorted just as haughtily. Tell me that when you win. After the game, she turned to Jiangya beside her and asked, does the crew have any scenes for me today? Jiangya immediately waved her hand and urged, Sister I Ching, I've already asked for leave for you from the crew. Don't. I Ching suddenly became serious and said to Jiangya, if you've asked for leave, it means I have scenes, so of course I have to go. What am I hiding from? After saying that, she sent a message to the teammate, named question something came up, I'm leaving first. As soon as the other person saw the message, they sighed inwardly. This useless chicken sure runs fast. After turning off her phone, she angrily shouted at Jiangya, wait for me. You're making me so mad. On the other side, her teammate smiled, thinking that person's face looked familiar. The scene changed. Chaos reigned, the crowd was dense, and a woman crying her eyes out was yelling at reporters, "My child is only 14. Chung Yiqing is trying to force our whole family into a desperate situation." At this moment, a black car sped past, and the reporters, like paparazzi, frantically took pictures. Click, click. A girl's eyes widened as she turned and shouted, "Yiqing is here." The reporters immediately swarmed forward. As soon as Chung Yiqing got out of the car, she was surrounded, questions coming one after another. "Yiqing, how are you feeling coming to the set now? It's been 2 days. What do you think about the Ling Jie incident? Is there some kind of grudge? Everyone online is cursing you, saying you'll die a horrible death." Enough is enough. But she was professional. She had her bodyguards block the reporters and said coldly, "I'm not accepting any interviews today. Please disperse." After saying that, she walked away coolly. Jianya hurried to catch up, her face full of worry. "Yiqing, are you okay?" She didn't even turn her head, only saying faintly, "I'm fine." Ling Jie stumbled over to explain, Yiqing, are you okay? It's all my fault. I wanted to issue a statement to clear your name, but my manager wouldn't let me. They even confiscated my phone and cut off all contact. She remained calm and pointed to the side. "No need to explain, I understand. I'm going to do my makeup." After saying that, she turned and left. Ling Jie wanted to grab her, but Zheng Zimin, Linga's manager, grabbed her leg. "Come with me." Linga's eyes were filled with disappointment as she watched Yiqing leave helplessly, and then she turned and left as well. The background music swelled. In the makeup room, the morning light was warm. She sat in front of the mirror, making a phone call. The person on the other end reported the investigation results. "Miss Yiqing, I've found out everything. The girl's information has been sent to your email. This matter is definitely related to Linga's side." She sighed. "Okay, I understand." Jianya eavesdropped from the side and said angrily, "Yiqing, it must be Zheng Zimin." Jianya grew angrier as she spoke. Zheng Zimin is a lunatic. To stand up for their own artist, they don't care about right or wrong. They'll do anything for their benefit. She didn't notice that Yi had fallen asleep on the sofa. Yi was sleeping soundly, using her arm as a pillow, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. Chung Yiqing tapped on her phone, reminding her, "Be careful what you say. Don't speak without evidence." Jianya opened the email and said worriedly, "Take a look first." Chung Yiqing looked at the phone screen, a surprised expression appearing on her face as she saw a group of high school girls bullying another girl. She thought to herself, these girls who caused trouble before, it turns out they have a history of school violence. Chung Yiqing's face darkened, and she instructed Jianya, call my manager and tell him to come over later. At this moment, a gentle knock came from a door. Seeing the man walk in, Chung Yiqing immediately put on a sweet smile. "Wen Yao, you're here." Inwardly, she thought, wait, this is the scene where Wen Yao sees Yi suffering, feels heartbroken, and his emotions are about to explode. Haha. Wen Yao didn't say a word. He walked over, took her hand, and ordered directly, "Come with me." She pretended to be afraid, her face darkening like the bottom of a pot, and Shiseke Tadasho shouted, "What do you want?" "I won't go." He just stood there calmly and asked, "Haven't you heard anything about the recent online Yulun against you?" Meanwhile, inside the car, Wen Yao said seriously, "Regarding the school bullying incident, I've already had someone post it online. The PR accounts are ready. You'll see it trending within 10 minutes. But Chung Yiqing was only focused on the information in her hand, thinking, "Thank you, but I already knew. I was going to do this anyway. I just want to know if the people attacking me are connected to Ling Jie." She put on a cute expression and asked, "Wen Yao, thank you. Do you know who is targeting me behind the scenes?" In her heart, she wondered, could be Ling Ga seeing her constantly asking about this. He wondered, is she this concerned about Ling Jie? The scene shifts to the recording studio. Everyone is busy preparing and chatting, except for Chung Yiqing, who is leisurely playing with her phone with her legs crossed. She picks up her water bottle, browsing the trending topics. Sunday bro exposed for bullying at #1 high school. Chung Yiqing unjustly scolded, "Are these people even human? If it were my kid, I'd have broken their legs. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Chung Yiqing?" Chung Yiqing unjustly attacked. My 3 comments were deleted. Jianya runs over with a big smile and grabs her hand. "Cici Chung, We've basically won this battle. Isn't battle a bit of an exaggeration? She says, looking at her phone. Suddenly, a commotion catches her attention. Ling Jie, looking somewhat guilty, unexpectedly hands his phone to her and says, "Yiqing, I posted on Weibo." Chung Yiqing's expression remains calm. She looks at Ling Jie and asks, "Your manager Yang wrote that for you, right?" She thinks coldly to herself. The wording is carefully chosen, sacrificing a few people for his own benefit, not offending fans while gaining sympathy. If played well, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Clever. Ling Jie stammers defensively. "Yiqing, these are my true feelings." He points confidently at himself and says, "We've supported each other for so long. You know what kind of person I am. After the company meeting decided I could speak out, the first thing I did was announce that I would protect you. We're both in the entertainment industry, controlled by the company. You can definitely clarify everything." She finally waves him off. "I can explain myself. I need to look at the script now. Don't disturb me." Jiangya, standing beside her, asks curiously, "Sister Yiqing, have you forgiven him?" She replies coldly, "It's not about forgiveness." Then calmly looks at the script. "Selfish friends are just unsuitable. That's all. Let's leave it at that." After getting into the car, Chung Yiqing acts coquettishly. Wenyao, I filmed all day. I'm so tired." Then she asks solicitously, "How was your work today? Did you miss me? I've been thinking about you all day." But in her heart, she curses. Chi Wenyao's stupid face is around all day. Who would miss him? She leans back against the seat tiredly, looking out the window, thinking about the plot. Right, according to the plot, I should run into Shi. She's probably being chased by a few men, and then Wenyao plays the hero and saves her, bringing her home. Just as she thinks this, she sees Shi. She shouts excitedly, "There she is. There she is." Looking through the car window at the girl getting closer and closer, she emphasizes word by word, "She's here." Shi's figure quickly passes by the window. Chung Yiqing turns around in surprise, thinking frantically in the car, "What's going on? Hey, look at Shi." Seeing him sitting there like a log, she anxiously grabs his hand and says, "Wenyao, stop the car." She screams desperately in her mind, "Hurry back. Something bad will happen if we don't bring Shi home." At her urgent request, the car screeches to a halt by the side of the road. She then pulls him out of the car and runs. He cries out internally, "Something really happened to Shi. She set it all up for me to be the hero and save the damsel. Is she crazy?" She pulls him into an alley where Shi is being harassed by a group of thugs. Then she pushes him forward, boldly hiding to the side, and shouts, "What are you doing?" successfully attracting the thug's attention. Shi is terrified and yells, "Mr. Chi, these thugs are dangerous." The thugs approach menacingly, threatening, trying to play the hero. "Don't blame us for being rude." He's about to turn around and scold her. "Hey," before he can finish, the coward Chung Yiqing has already slipped away. He only sees her making a fighting gesture at him and sighs helplessly. 20 minutes later, accompanied by the sounds of punches and kicks, the police finally arrive and take all the thugs away. Shi rushes over and asks with concern, "Mr. Chi, are you okay?" But Chi Wenyao just grimaces and walks away coldly. Watching him walk towards her, she covers her mouth anxiously and thinks, "This damn dog of a man, usually so aloof, looks quite handsome with bandages. What's going on? He's not going to ask me to compensate him, is he?" Staring at the injured man in front of her, she wonders, was my acting not good enough? Was I not concerned enough? At this moment, his face darkens, and he raises his hand as if to hit her. She closes her eyes tightly in fear, looking pitiful. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happens. She slowly opens her eyes. It turns out he just placed his hand on the wall behind her, the atmosphere suddenly becoming ambiguous. Her eyes light up, and she thinks to herself, flirting, "How naughty." Seeing this, he thinks smugly, "Is she complimenting me?" Suddenly, Shi runs over and shouts, "Mr. Chi." Then she pushes Chi Wenyao aside. Then she started brainwashing herself. Chi Wenyao should be with Shi. They're a match made in heaven. What am I doing here? A completely bewildered Chi Wenyao thought, why does she keep trying to set me up with Shi? He ignored her and instead questioned, "How did you know about this alley?" Shi, with a pitiful look, said in one breath, "Mr. Chi, my mother took all my money. I can't afford a real hotel, so I had to find a 50 yuan hostel." She glanced meaningfully at Chung Yiqing as she spoke. "I don't know why they were following me. I was already being very careful." Hearing this, Chung Yiqing felt a wave of unease and shock. She thought, is she trying to frame me? Is she really that innocent? She looked sadly at the person beside her, thinking, it was me who dragged Chi Wenyao into this alley. It's normal for Shi to suspect me with that expression. But Qi Wenyao defended her. That kind of place, it's really easy to be targeted by perverts. Hearing this, Cheng Yiqing was instantly thrilled. Qi Wenyao, you're amazing. But before she could be happy, the system suddenly prompted, warning, warning, plot deviation. Please correct as soon as possible, host. She panicked, realizing something was wrong. Qi Wenyao was supposed to be suspicious of me, but he's clearing my name. If this continues, well sure, he still be able to return to the Qi family smoothly. Hearing her inner thoughts, he frowned, wondering curiously, I didn't suspect her. Is that wrong? Sure, E, as always, schemingly added, Mr. Qi, it must be. But he interrupted without hesitation. Don't go to places like that again. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my house. Hearing this, Cheng Yiqing breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally did something right. Soon everyone went home. Lying on the sofa, Cheng Yiqing tapped on her iPad and muttered, no, this is definitely wrong. Sure, he was just recounting what happened. Qi Wenyao was the one who should have suspected me. How did it become sure he throwing dirt on me today? The system then popped up to comfort her. Host, please don't overthink it. All settings are normal. She glanced at the useless system and retorted, shut up, show me the task progress. Seeing the pitiful progress bar at only 20%, she sighed, well, it's better than nothing. She checked the protagonist's favorability ratings again. Qi Wenyao's favorability towards Sure Yi was 10%, and Sure Yi's favorability towards Qi Wenyao was 90%. She glared at the computer angrily. The male lead doesn't like the female lead at all. How is this plot going to progress? Forget it. It's ruined. I'm going to play games. As soon as her character logged in, her younger brother, who always played games with her, was ready. Someone on the other side asked, want to play a few rounds? She clicked the green invite to team button. Cheng Yiqing's movements were skillful, her mouse clicking nonstop. Meanwhile, Qi Wenyao was also playing games on his computer. The next day, by the pool on set, Cheng Yiqing's voice rang out, using such despicable means. Don't you find it disgusting? Sure, Yi retorted, despicable or not, it's still better than you. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped and stumbled into the pool. Cheng Yiqing was about to continue her lines, but Sure, Yi feigned a cough. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly someone shouted, cut. She turned around impatiently and asked, who is it? From afar, Meng Jiao walked over aggressively. Meng Jiao, the second male lead in the story. Seeing him, she thought suspiciously, ugh, the tool man is here to stir up trouble again. He considerately took off his jacket and draped it over Shuri. Looking at him, she remembered that Meng Jiao was the founder of Time magazine, a golden bachelor, and had recently reconnected with his childhood sweetheart, Shuri. Meng Jiao questioned emotionally. The slap could have been fake. Why did you hit her for real? Who arranged this? The director was frightened and quickly explained, it was our oversight. The script for this scene will be redesigned. There will be no more real hitting. The director wondered, wasn't it Mr. Meng who approached us and said the crew needed investment? Then he said to Yiqing as if giving an order, this scene has been changed. There will be no more hitting. Don't let anyone use this as an opportunity for personal revenge. Hearing this, she immediately retorted, what do you mean by that? She sneered inwardly. As expected, the setting is correct. Sure Yi's die-hard fan. Whenever anything related to her happens, his IQ and EQ drop to 0. She turned to Sure Yi with a hint of sarcasm. Sure Yi, you've hooked up with another man so quickly. Hearing this, he stepped forward and shouted, don't think I won't hit a woman. The scheming female lead, Sure Yi, put on a pitiful act, grabbing Meng Jiao's hand and softly calling, honey, I'm a little unwell. Can you take me to the hospital? He immediately agreed, picking her up in a princess carry and walking away. Jianya came over with a suspicious look and whispered to Cheng Yiqing, Sister Yiqing, there's definitely something going on between those two. She nodded in agreement, but inwardly she was thinking, sure, Yi likes Qi Wenyao, but she's also using the brother card to keep Meng Jiao around. What kind of green tea plot is this? This novel is such trash. Jianya was also quick-witted and asked an interesting question. I really admire Sure Yi. How come so many people like her? CEO Sure also likes her. Who do you think Sure Yi actually likes? Cheng Yiqing just glanced at her coldly without answering. Jianya thought she was upset and called out worriedly, Sister Yiqing. The system reminded the host to pay attention to her image. After hearing the warning, she sneered inwardly. Isn't my character supposed to be obsessed with Qi Wenyao? What's wrong with being angry? She suddenly turned around and said, let's go to the Hilton Hotel. Jianya, surprised, could only stammer out from behind. Ah, okay. The Hilton Hotel lobby was the epitome of luxury and brilliance. Dressed in a bright red evening gown, she walked in, her mind a jumble. At the banquet, Meng Jiao was going to use Shi Yi to invite Qi Wenyao, a declaration of ownership. The human tool wasn't invited due to scheduling conflicts, but she came anyway, and she also had a mock Shi Yi in front of Meng Jiao. Seriously, am I going to get beaten up? As if to comfort her, the system affirmed, "Host, please rest assured, everyone is civilized and won't do that kind of thing." Her slender fingers unlocked the door, and she thought happily, "All right, I'll trust you one more time." She entered the banquet hall with a noble and elegant demeanor. Meng Jiao turned around and saw her. "Why are you here?" he asked. She politely took off her glasses and replied, "Mr. Meng, the apartment Shi Yi is staying in is in Wenyao's and my new home. If you want to thank him, Wenyao, how can you leave me out?" Qi Wenyao retorted with a dark expression, "That apartment has nothing to do with you. I invited Shi Yi to stay there. You just shamelessly followed her in." As soon as he finished speaking, he broke out in a sweat, thinking, "I didn't mean to say that. How did it just come out of my mouth?" She immediately moved closer to him with a wronged expression and whispered, "Wenyao, how can you say that to me?" Meng Jiao, upon hearing this, said happily, "So you're the shameless one. I see. How ridiculous." But Qi Wenyao suddenly stood up for her. "You can't say that." She was startled and took a step back. Watching the two confront each other angrily, she panicked. What's going on? Are the male lead and the second male lead fighting? Shi Yi, with an understanding look, grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, stop arguing. Senior sister is also a guest." She immediately switched to vicious female supporting character mode and strutted over to scold. "Shi Yi, you're still acting so high and mighty. Were you putting on this white lotus act when you seduced Wenyao?" At this moment, Meng Jiao rushed up and slapped her hard. The sound was so loud that even the people in front of the screen could hear it. She covered her face and cried, "You dare hit me." Inwardly, she roared and cursed. "System, didn't you say you wouldn't harm my body?" While she was still questioning why, Qi Wenyao had already punched Meng Jiao in the face, sending him reeling. The system only mechanically warned. "The script has deviated significantly. Host, please correct it immediately." She wailed internally. "How am I supposed to fix this? Should I rush up and get beaten too?" Meanwhile, Shi Yi was desperately trying to stop them. "CEO Shi, please stop fighting." She was panting, while those two fools were still rolling around on the floor, fighting fiercely. As they were grappling, Shi Yi suddenly fainted, falling straight to the ground, motionless like a posed mannequin. Meng Jiao panicked and rushed over to pick her up, shouting, "Shi Yi." Seeing this, I Ching immediately grabbed Qi Wenyao's arm and pleaded, "Wenyao, stop fighting." Qi Wenyao actually stopped, making her think in surprise, "Wow, are my words that effective?" But soon she felt like she had been hit on the head, holding her head in frustration. "That's not right. He should be worried about Shi Yi." Everyone rushed to the hospital together. Shi Yi turned to Qi Wenyao with concern and asked, "CEO Qi, are your injuries all right?" Then her gaze fell on I Ching's hand, which was still tightly gripping Qi Wenyao's arm. Clinging to him like an octopus, I Ching, always sharp-tongued, immediately sneered, holding on to Meng Jiao on one hand, while staring longingly at Wenyao with the other. "Shi Yi, you've got some nerve." Meng Jiao exploded upon hearing this, yelling, I Ching, shut up." His voice was so loud that half the hospital waiting room could hear him. Everyone around gasped and started whispering, I Ching, is that the celebrity? Where? Isn't she right there?" She inwardly cursed, "Meng Jiao, why are you shouting so loud?" Once everyone confirmed it was her, they immediately swarmed around her, screaming, I Ching, I love you. Can I get your autograph? Is the person next to you also a celebrity?" She quickly tried to remedy the situation. "Everyone, I'm sorry, I can sign autographs and take pictures, but can you please keep your voices down? This is a hospital." Turning to the nurse, she said with a gentle and apologetic smile, "I'm so sorry to bother you, but is there a private room I could use? I'll sign the documents in there and leave quickly to minimize any disruption." In the private room, he watched her happily interact with her fans, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking, this is the real her, gentle, radiant, intelligent, and kind. As she happily stretched, the system suddenly alerted her. "Host, your actions are suppressing the female lead, which will cause the plot to deviate." Looking at the group of happy fans in front of her, she retorted, "Everyone likes me, and I'm fulfilling their wishes. What's wrong with that?" The system immediately responded, "They don't like you, they liked Chung Yiqing. She coldly brushed it off. No one liked the original Chung Yiqing. They liked the current Chung Yiqing, which is me. Qi Wenyao grabbed her hand in confusion, his mind flashing with various thoughts and curiosities. The original Chung Yiqing, the current Chung Yiqing. Who is the real Chung Yiqing? Yiqing furrowed her brows in distress, saying, "You're hurting me." Qi Wenyao was startled and slowly loosened his grip. He quickly changed the subject awkwardly. "Sorry, I just saw a few white hairs on your head." Unexpectedly, he pulled them out, making Yiqing cry out in pain. She fumed inwardly. This damn man is crazy. That was black hair, black hair. Qi Wenyao held the strands of hair, not daring to look at her. "Oh, sorry, I was mistaken." He stuffed the hair into his pocket, thinking, "I can't ask. She won't tell the truth, and I can't let her know I can hear her thoughts." That night, Qi Wenyao sat alone in his study, looking over a test report. Looking at the results, he was puzzled. Chung Yiqing wasn't switched at birth, but what she said that day. Recalling her words, he fell into deep thought. Was I overthinking it? We grew up together, and I never liked her. It's like I never really looked at her. He quickly put down the report. He firmly denied himself. No, something must be different. The next day, netizens were heatedly commenting on yesterday's video under the hashtag 2 men fight over 1 woman hashtag, and the most shameless female, star Chung Yiqing. Some comments read, "Can't Chung Yiqing see how much CEO she hates her? She's still clinging to him. So shameless." Another said, "So Chung Yiqing really chased after CEO, she, and got rejected. And one is the founder of a fashion magazine. The other is the CEO of an entertainment company. Sure, he must have saved the galaxy in her past life." Someone else commented, "Chung Yiqing isn't that kind of person. This video is clearly edited." And someone is trying to whitewash Chung Yiqing. Yiqing sat scrolling through her phone when someone stood next to her. Her assistant suddenly asked, "Sister Yiqing, aren't you angry? If someone scolded me, I would be furious." She said haughtily, "That fake woman doesn't deserve my Wenyao. Wenyao and I have a marriage agreement. Sure, E is the third wheel." Just then, she noticed someone approaching. It was Sure E. Yiqing immediately stood up and cursed, "You bitch. It was you. You must have done this." Qi Wenyao appeared, stopping her. "What are you doing?" Yiqing looked at him in disbelief. "She's done this to me, and you're still protecting her." She angrily sukayed his hand. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried loudly, "I hate you, Wenyao. I hate you." With that, she sobbed and ran away, leaving him standing there dumbfounded. Qi Wenyao found himself unable to move, as if frozen in place, until Sure, he called out to him, and he finally turned around. "Mr. Qi," she called weakly, her body swaying. A voice immediately urged in his ear, "Hold her, hold her, hold her." Qi Wenyao involuntarily rushed over and supported Sure E. Even the staff came over to advise, "Mr. Qi, you should take Sure E to the hospital quickly." But then he pushed Sure E away and said coldly to the staff, "You take her to the hospital." His mind was filled with inexplicable confusion. What was that voice? Why is it trying to tie me and Sure E together? Qi Wenyao left as if fleeing, muttering under his breath, "I don't want this." At the bar, the waiter smiled as he handed Yiqing a drink, but thought to himself, "She's drinking so much, can she really handle it?" After he finished his work, he closed the door and left. Then Yiqing started wailing, hugging the bottle and drinking desperately, crying and shouting, "All this alcohol, I have to finish it all." The system reminded her, "Host, you have to follow the script." She threatened pathetically, "Hey, if I drink all this and forget the mission, you're responsible." Outside, it was completely dark, with only a few dim streetlights. She drove while anxiously calling someone. Not home, not answering the phone. Where did Chung Yiqing go? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Yiqing. He'd barely said hello when Yiqing cried out, "Jianya, come quickly. I'm at Noble Bar. I feel terrible. Ugh, I think I'm going to throw up." Qi Wenyao slammed on the accelerator and sped towards the bar. Yiqing's vision was already blurring. "Jianya, why aren't you here yet? I feel awful," she complained. Qi Wenyao rushed anxiously into the bar. Chung Yiqing. He rushed to her side and helped her up, not forgetting to ask, "Who let you drink?" Yiqing was so drunk, she didn't even recognize him. "Jianya, you got here so fast." Stumbling, she started singing, "Jianya, let's go back to the Qi family villa. I want to see Wenyao, I want to see him." Suddenly, a jacket was draped over her head. Qi Wenyao, still slightly stunned, supported her as he cautioned, "You're a big star. If word gets out that you were drunk in a bar, you'll get scolded again. They quickly reached the parking lot. Once in the car, Iching ripped off the jacket and glared at Qi Wenyao. Looking at her flushed face, he suddenly thought, this woman is so stupid, yet kind of cute. She suddenly turned to look at him, startling him. The atmosphere became awkward. Iching lunged forward and grabbed his arm. I like handsome guys, Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. I like pretty faces. As long as you're good looking, I like you. Qi Wenyao's face darkened. He flung her hand away and snapped, get away from me. Late at night, Qi Wenyao brought Iching home and carried her to bed. Her face still flushed, Iching continued to shout, more drinks, more drinks. He frowned and stopped her, murmuring, you can't handle any more. Just then, she started to sob, whimpering, Wenyao. She sat up abruptly and grabbed his hand. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? He was surprised to find that she recognized him. Burying her face in her hands, Iching cried, you're the one I love most. Even if you turned to ashes, I'd still recognize you. How can I not know you? Qi Wenyao remained cold. She clutched his hand again. Wenyao, I was really wrong. Please don't be so cold to me. Okay. He couldn't tell if she was genuinely drunk or pretending as she pouted and tried to kiss him. Qi Wenyao's expression suddenly softened. He lowered his head, and their lips met. He stood there, not pulling away. Iching's eyes widened as if she'd suddenly sobered up. What's going on? Shouldn't he be avoiding me? In the middle of the kiss, she screamed internally, my first kiss, which I've guarded for over 20 years, is gone. After Qi Wenyao left, she yelled, System, stop playing dead, come out. The system responded mechanically, impossible. The male lead is programmed to love the female lead. Even if the sky falls, he won't love you. The system disappeared nonchalantly. Host, please do not doubt the ironclad rules of the novel world. Iching called out helplessly, hey, hey. Morning light streamed through the window, warming the room. Iching sat up, rubbing her head and frowning. So does Qi Wenyao like me or not? She yelled, System, stop playing dead, come out. The system reminded her coldly, impossible. The male lead is programmed to love the female lead. He won't fall for you. Host, please do not doubt the airtight nature of the novel world. It then shut down with a beep, leaving her stomping her feet in frustration. Hey, hey, bored. She thought, forget it, I'll play games. She picked up her phone and messaged her gaming buddy. Are you there? I almost died yesterday, sis. The guy's really. The other person was confused. Died. Yeah, drank too much. Don't be like me, bro. Never drink. You're more likely to get bitten by a dog when you're drunk. After she sent the message, the other person immediately went offline. Iching tossed her phone aside irritably. Why does everything feel so off when I wake up? At the Qi family villa, Qi Wenyao frowned. Why is she here? Sure, he looked at him blankly, her expression innocent. The two stared at each other. Qi Wenyao stood up to leave, but she grabbed his arm. Wenyao, do you really not like me? He replied coldly, I don't. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling them both. It was Shi Yi's mother. Shi Yi exclaimed in surprise, Mom. Why are you here? Shi Jixiang's face was grim. The villa, the luxury car, is it all just play money to you? Shi Yi quickly pulled her aside. Mom, let's talk outside. Her mother pointed at Qi Wenyao and demanded loudly, Mr. Qi, is that right? You're the chairman supporting Shi Yi. Qi Wenyao said unhappily, this is my house. Please leave. Elsewhere, the system alerted, Host, wake up, Shi Jixiang is here. Iching was still groggy. Shi Yi's mother's shouting woke her up. Mr. Qi, if you like Shi Yi, then we're family. By the time Iching came downstairs, Shi Yi's mother was already talking money with Qi Wenyao. Your brother was scammed by a classmate. That family wants 1 million yuan. If we don't pay, they'll sue. Qi panichkit. Mom, stop it. I'll give you the money. Okay. Wenyao, I'm sorry. I'll take my mom and leave. Qi Wenyao coldly instructed the housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, call the police if she doesn't leave. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Iching crossed her arms, a look of disgust on her face. She thought, there's no need to be polite to this scum. Her inner voice screamed, Mr. Qi, Daddy Qi, please let her go. Shi Yi is almost in tears. What should I do? How will the plot develop? Qi Wenyao instinctively took out his phone. He suddenly asked, do you accept transfers? Shi Yi was still pleading. Wenyao, please, don't call the police. I'll take my mother and leave. Shi Jixiang rushed forward. Come on. His expression darkened, and he directly transferred the money to her. The phone notification popped up. XX received 1 million yuan. Qi Wenyao turned to Iching, his face full of confusion. Why am I protecting her like this? He wondered, is it just because I don't want to see her upset? Am I crazy? Shi Yi was ecstatic. Wenyao, thank you. She thought, filled with happiness, he did this for me. Shi Jixiang turned and scolded I Ching. What business is it of yours that I found a rich son-in-law? If it weren't for you interfering, they would have been married already. What's it to you? Qi Wenyao immediately picked up his phone. Security, someone has trespassed into my home. Shi Jixiang shrieked, I'm his mother-in-law. How dare you treat me like this? He glared at her coldly, his face full of disdain. You, his mother-in-law. Shi Jixiang trembled with anger. Shi Yi's face also darkened. She was trembling with fear. This is wrong, this is wrong. He should like me, invite me to live in his house, take care of me. Unable to bear the blow, Shi Yi fainted again, collapsing motionless in front of everyone. Shi Jixiang panicked and burst into tears, holding Shi Yi. But in the end, she was forcibly dragged away by security, unable to break free no matter how hard she struggled. Meanwhile, paramedics carried Shi Yi onto an ambulance. Exhausted, I Ching said to Qi Wenyao, Brother Wenyao, I'll go to the recording studio first. But in her mind, she was ranting 100 ways to protect the female lead, my foot. She's lying there perfectly fine, alive and kicking, and Qi Wenyao didn't even bat an eye. At the recording studio, I Ching asked the system to check Qi Wenyao's favorability rating. Just after Shi Yi's incident, the system popped up Qi Wenyao's favorability, 6. Shi Yi's favorability, 100. I Ching face-bombed, utterly speechless. The male lead's favorability towards the female lead is actually lower than when they first met. She was puzzled. Why is the male lead score so low? Suddenly, a man appeared, startling her. Whoa, who's this? It turned out to be Li Jie, handing her a bottle of water. You seem a little unhappy today. What's wrong? Tell me, maybe I can help. I Ching coldly refused the water and retorted, Li Jie, I don't like being played with, understand. He stammered. I Ching, I didn't mean to use you, She pointed to Zhang Jiming, standing nearby. He told you to come, didn't he? You know what he's trying to do, right? She stared at him. Go back and tell your manager that if he tries anything funny again, I'll make sure he regrets it. Don't come crying to me later. Li Jie looked wronged. I Ching, I already told him that. Then I'll be going. She turned and left. I Ching thought to herself, I thought he was quite cute at first, even more gentle, soft, and polite than on TV. I Ching recalled the first time she met Li Jie and the gentle smile he gave her. A flicker of loneliness flashed in I Ching's eyes. She could feel him being pulled by invisible strings, the other end held by someone else. The real Li Jie was perhaps just timid, only able to be someone else's puppet. She blurted out, stopping him in his tracks, Is this kind of life really what you want? Li Jie brushed past her. One of them looked back at him, while the other introduced herself to I Ching. Sister I Ching, this is the agent the company has assigned to you. The girl with a high ponytail introduced herself. Hello, I'm Ruan Farron. Yvink replied, Ruan Farron. She remembered the information about this person. Ruan Farron was very popular in school, but she settled down after graduation. She had a conflict with a director and disappeared, and now she's back as a top agent. Characters who barely appeared in the original story are popping up now. I wonder if there will be a new plot. As she was thinking, a staff member ran over to inform her, I Ching, I'm sorry, Li Di has something to attend to, so neither of you can film today. She gossiped with her assistant. What happened? Li Jie and his manager had a huge argument, and then he just left. What were they arguing about? I Ching wondered, Li Jie and Zhang Jiming arguing. Could it be because of what I said earlier? Impossible. Jiang Yi chimed in. Li Jie's manager is a real piece of work. Controlling, ruthless. Li Jie clearly has talent, but he's been held back all these years. His luck is terrible. You have to be careful. Stay away from Li Jie. Yi Hink nodded obediently. Understood. Ruan Farron handed her a stack of documents, explaining, I've already discussed some livestream program options with you, haven't I? Your image has changed a lot recently, so you need to seize the opportunity to make more appearances and maintain your popularity. The documents listed programs like Wilderness Survival, Youth Power, Sing On, Go Go Go, and Escape Room. I Ching's mind began to wander, imagining how miserable it would be to live in the wilderness. Lost in thought, she wondered, could a wild child like me actually survive in nature? Then she thought worriedly, I like singing, but going on stage without any training would just make people want to log off from Earth. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Excitedly, she said, Sister Farron, let's join. I am an actor. I have acting skills. This is definitely the first step to fame. Ruan Farron nodded. I think it's very suitable for you too. Inwardly, she thought, I've heard that I Ching's EQ and morals are a mess, but her acting is pretty good. Suit me just fine. That evening, I Ching received a text message in the car. I Ching, I'm in the Howding Club. Can you come pick me up? I Ching frowned, thinking, I didn't expect him to message me again. I'm in room 1587 at the Howding Club. More messages arrived. Zhang Zimin is watching me. I can't leave. Help me. She was instantly shocked, anger flashing in her eyes. She tried to call, but the automated message said, "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Yiqing looked up anxiously and decided, Uncle Wong, to the Howding Club. In a blink of an eye, the car stopped at the entrance of the Howding Club, wearing a mask and a hat. Yiqing instructed Uncle Wong, "Stop here. I'm afraid of being recognized if we get too close. Wait for me at the back entrance, okay?" A security guard stopped her. "Miss, please show your membership card." She retorted, "What are the requirements for becoming a member?" The security guard respectfully replied, "A 10 million deposit is required." She cursed inwardly, damn it. Yiqing decisively pulled out a black card. "Sign me up." At this moment, Qi Wenyao suddenly appeared. "Use mine. This place is my family's business." She was taken aback. He saw through her thoughts. So this guy owns the club. 10 million just to become a member. What a ripoff. Suddenly remembering the matter at hand, she quickly composed herself and turned to him. "Oh, right?" She suddenly became alert. "Brother Wenyao, I'm going to be late. I'll go in first." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed inside. Qi Wenyao instructed the security guard, "Have someone follow her. Give her whatever she wants." The security guard replied, "Understood." A scolding voice came from outside room 1587. "Who let you in? Where are the staff? How can they let just anyone in here? What are you doing?" Yiqing placed something on the table. "This is a voice recorder." She pointed her brooch. "This is a camera." She addressed the group of people and the artist being forced to drink. "That's right. Guess how many recording and filming devices I have on me." Yiqing pointed at Li Jie and then looked at the man forcing him to drink, saying with disgust, "Mr. Wu, you're the main character. Don't block the camera. I'm here for one thing only. I'm taking him with me." Zhang Zimin immediately cursed from the side. "Li Jie, what are you still standing there for? Get out." He exhaled a puff of smoke. "You need to understand," he warned, "if this gets out, Li Jie won't have a peaceful life anymore." Ying similet faintly. Of course. Then she turned and left. Li Jie stood frozen in place. She actually came. Why? He recalled winning the Olympic championship as a teenager, and his father specially coming back from out of town to congratulate him. That scene was deeply etched in his mind. But because of a car accident, his father died on the spot, and his mother became a vegetable. The image of his mother relying on a respirator to stay alive was still vivid in his mind. Even if he spent all his family's savings, his mother wouldn't be able to say a word, and he couldn't let her go. He could only be manipulated. As long as there was money, he would do whatever Zhang Zimin asked him to do. Earlier, he sat in the club staring at his phone, struggling internally. Tonight was special to him. He thought that if she was willing to come and save him, he could immediately choose a different path. He watched her leave, tears welling up in his eyes, wanting to cry. Then Li Jie stood beside Yiqing's car and said, "Thank you." Yiqing thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to have such a past." She gave a playful smile and rubbed her nose. "If you really want to thank me, remember to pay me back for the brooch. It cost a few thousand." Li Jie then realized there was no recording. "You tricked them." Ying laughed. "They're probably cursing me right now." Inwardly, she scoffed, "But compared to cursing me, Zhang Zimin has nothing good planned for him." He suddenly sighed, a look of resignation on his face, as if he had made up his mind. "I'll terminate my contract with him." Yiqing thanked him and encouraged him. Good luck. Returning to her luxurious villa, Yiqing was bombarded with questions as soon as she entered. "Where have you been?" She looked at Qi Wenyao, sitting on the sofa, surprised. "Is this guy here to question me?" She thought, "Where I go is none of his business." She carefully picked up her bag, preparing to slip away, when suddenly a hand blocked her path. Qi Wenyao pressed her against the wall and asked, "Where did you go with Li Yaij?" All right, the show began. The host picked up the microphone and said, "Welcome to I Am an Actor. We will be scoring the actors based on their performances." All the contestants stood listening, serious and confident. Then she said, "Based on your scores, you will enter the hall, choose your roles and partners, and rehearse for 3 days. Choosing the right role is crucial, so choose carefully." After the announcement, everyone looked exhausted and began to think seriously. The scene changed to the actors' lounge. Yiqing was there, this beautiful girl with long, wavy black hair, holding the contract for I Am an Actor in her hand. Jiangya, beside her, was scrolling through her phone with a disgruntled expression. Noticing Jiangya still holding the contract, Yiqing asked her what was wrong. Jianya abruptly turned around, shoving her phone in I Ching's face with agitated emotion. I'm fighting back for my idol, she exclaimed. The comments that angered Jianya read. Li Jie accuses New High Entertainment of exploitation. Li Jie terminates contract. Li Jie is ungrateful. Yin Xian anxiously explained, everyone online is saying Li Jie is crazy for fame, that he's been especially harsh towards Zhang Ziming. They're all worried he'll do something foolish. Then she added, but Li Jie is much stronger than they think. I Ching nodded in agreement and handed the contract to Jianya. Sister Wan Farron only dared to let me sign this kind of one-episode guarantee variety show contract. Until now, Jianya stammered. Sister Wan Farron said, even one episode is an opportunity. But in her heart, she thought. I Ching was sweating inwardly, incredibly nervous. How could she, so proud, be content with just being a background character? Suddenly, I Ching clenched the contract, crumpling a corner. I Ching calmly stood up, one hand resting on the table. She thought, for a C-list actress who offended the show's director, signing a one-episode contract isn't surprising. I Ching thought angrily, what competition? It's all decided by the director and the investors. I Ching gazed resolutely at the door. Unless I'm powerful enough, I can only follow the market rules and be eliminated by the script. So why can't I be the one to break the rules? The scene cut to the stage. I Ching drew a card from the judges, and the host announced, I Ching, please receive your role. She looked at the card. My sister is a madwoman. Sure, Ju lost her parents at 14, is mentally unstable, has gray hair and a wrinkled face with a gloomy expression. A hopeless minor character in the script. Time shifted to the afternoon. I Ching, with a high ponytail and simple clothes, walked into the rehearsal room holding the script. Hello. She walked in and saw a young man with a half ponytail sitting on a bench, looking at her through his laptop. The young man was also startled by her. Seeing her, the young man immediately stood up and quickly stepped forward to shake her hand. Hello, I'm Wu Cheng. I Ching politely replied, Chung I Ching. Then she asked him if he had read the script. Wu Cheng dramatically held his head and sighed. I chose the wrong role. I originally wanted to choose Sherbin. He held up his character card. My sister is a madwoman's younger brother. Shi Shang, 30 years old, takes care of his mentally unstable sister and seeks justice for his nephew. He suffered a lot, looks older than his actual age, and has a scruffy and thin appearance. A minor character in the script. He sighed. I Ching boldly encouraged him. You chose the role yourself. Don't regret it. Let's hurry up and rehearse. But in her heart, she was screaming, my final partner is completely inexperienced, and choosing the wrong role is so stupid. 2 hours passed quickly as they rehearsed together diligently. I Ching constantly guided him to focus, patiently instructing him. When he became discouraged because the role wasn't suitable, she encouraged him. 2 hours and 3 minutes flew by. Wu Cheng bowed respectfully and said, Sister I Ching, could you please go over the lines with me one more time? I don't want to trouble you. She smiled gently. As long as you can play the role well, it's no trouble. That night, under a starry sky, she walked into the house. Upon entering, she saw Qi Wenyao sitting quietly in a chair. She quickly put down her bag and ran over. Seeing her, Qi Wenyao asked indifferently, You're back late. She sat beside him, leaning in close to explain, Were you waiting for me? I was rehearsing today. It won't happen again. Oh, her little drama queen act is back online. She complained inwardly. Why is this dog of a man waiting for me? I Ching affectionately wrapped her arm around Qi Wenyao's. He responded, If you need anything with this program, come to me anytime. He mused to himself. I heard she only signed a short-term contract. She happily agreed, okay? He frowned slightly, suspicious of her behavior. Why hasn't she come to me for help? He shook off her hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. Then, with concern, he said, Get some rest. Your dark circles are practically touching your chin. Curled up alone, she texted, Been a little busy lately. The reply came, Girl, I'm dead tired. Insheng's friend replied with concern, Don't push yourself too hard if you're tired. Your family isn't short on money. They can help you. Xian quickly responded, Little brother, you don't understand. Some things you have to earn yourself. If others help, it doesn't have the same meaning. He questioned, Is it really that different? Completely different. The person she was chatting with had Wen Yao's gaming avatar. Reading the messages, his sharp brows furrowed slightly. So she doesn't want my help. She wants to win on her own. He looked around the room and sighed softly. Just then, his assistant, Qi Zhong, called. Mr. Qi, I've sent you the information on Chung I Ching's partner. Sitting on the bed, he casually replied, "Got it. And don't rush my artist contract with the TV station." The assistant asked hesitantly, "Did something happen?" He said coldly, "Don't ask anything else." The assistant stammered, "Okay." He looked down at his phone. The assistant had sent a file. "This is Chung Iching's partner on the show." The profile picture showed a handsome, sunny boy with a half ponytail, light brown hair and eyes, and earrings in both ears. His name was Wu Shuang, born September 28, 2001, blood type, weight 60 kilograms, occupation, singer and actor. He remembered Iching watching a video a few days ago, and the male lead in the video was this type, staring at his phone screen, his handsome face creased with a frown. He thought, she likes this type of man. What kind of taste is this? At that moment, Chung Iching sneezed several times in a row. Backstage, Iching was puzzled. Why did he suddenly say he didn't want to play an unattractive character? Wu Shuang explained awkwardly, "Sister Iching, you know I'm an idol, right? My fans won't be happy if I look too scruffy." She was a little angry. "We've been rehearsing for 3 days, and you're only realizing now that you're playing a scruffy middle-aged man." He pleaded pathetically, "No, I just think we could discuss it." Iching said directly, "I'll give you 2 choices." He was stunned. She stated clearly, 1, you wear the makeup and go on stage. 2, you don't perform. Wu Shuang watched her walk away with worry, thinking coldly, an idol joining this kind of show. Is he kidding? He wasted 3 days of my rehearsal time. I even thought he was a decent guy. He grabbed her hand. "I'll do it. I'll go put on the makeup now." Outside, the previous group was being critiqued. "I don't know what kind of attitude you came here with." The speaker was the famous director, Director Wong, 53 years old. He commented coldly, "But you basically can't act." The audience erupted in murmurs. Director Wong is so harsh. Has he ever praised anyone? Director Wong is the gold standard in the industry. Forget variety shows. I've never seen him particularly praise even seasoned actors. The stage curtain closed, and the host announced, "Next up are Chung Iching and Wu Shuang, performing My Sister is Crazy," playing the roles of the sister, Shi Shuyan, and the brother, Shi Sun, respectively. The audience held their breath. The scene opened with Iching as Shi Shuyan, sitting on a bed, clutching a doll, murmuring, "Huing, Mommy's precious. Where are you? Where's Mommy?" Her thin face and vacant, crazed eyes perfectly portrayed a bereaved mother. She began rocking the doll, immersed in her performance. In the silent room, the judges watched the stage intently. Shi Shuyan frantically grabbed Shi Sen's hand and screamed. Huiying was killed. "She's dead. I want revenge for my child." Shi Sun tried to calm her down in a panic. "Don't be like this. Calm down." Tears streamed down his face as he cried hoarsely, "Don't you think I want revenge? For over a decade, every single day, I've wanted justice for Huiying. Every single day, I've lived with grief and rage. Every single day, I haven't been able to let go of my sister, who understood nothing." Shi Shuyan's eyes gradually dimmed, all hope seemingly lost, and her gaze softened. Chung Iching's performance in this segment was exceptional. She asked blankly, "Have you seen Huiying? Where is she?" Shi Sun cried out in despair, "Sister." With this cry, the performance ended and the curtain closed. Applause thundered. Iching softly comforted Wu Shuang, who was still immersed in his role. "It's over. You did great." Suddenly, a burst of applause from the side of the stage caught her attention. The usually critical director Wong praised her lavishly. "Fantastic. So realistic. Just now, I didn't see her acting at all. She was Xu Yin, that heartbroken, crazed mother. Right now, she's the best actress, not just one of the best." She was stunned and delighted by this praise. "I've seen your profile. You're only 25, right? Such remarkable talent. Your performance is naturally fluid. You definitely have the potential to win Best Actress." Chung Iching quickly bowed to Director Wong to express her gratitude, her heart pounding with excitement. Success. Director Wong even said he'd add her on WeChat backstage later. Then the host announced, "Next, please invite all the groups to come on stage. The directors will vote to select the best group to advance to Group A. The unselected groups will automatically be downgraded to Group C and face elimination." It's truly cruel. At this moment, 2 of the 3 judges chose Song Ye's group. The host was momentarily stunned, stammering, "Please, directors, cast your S cards for your favorite contestant. Directors, please make your choice." 2 judges raised Song Ye's group card, while only Director Wong raised Chung Iching's. The audience immediately erupted in a cacophony of discussion. How could this be? I don't accept this result. There must be something fishy going on. There's definitely a problem. The female judge beside them explained. Let me explain my reasoning. Cheng Yiqing's group's acting was actually quite good, and they got into their roles well, but the acting skills of the two actors were too disparate, resulting in an overall performance that lacked harmony. She criticized, in some places, Cheng Yiqing's performance seemed a bit detached from reality, so the overall effect wasn't as good as Song Ye's group. Wu Shuang said frantically, Yiqing Jie, it's all my fault. Cheng Yiqing comforted her. Nonsense, we performed well. She thought optimistically. Even if we're eliminated, it's worth it to have gained Director Wang's recognition. The host announced, congratulations to Song Ye's group for winning. According to the rules, Cheng Yiqing's group will remain in Group C. Suddenly, Director Wang raised his card again and said, Cheng Yiqing is S rank. What? As Cheng Yiqing left, fans swarmed her, shouting her name. Yiqing Jie, you're amazing. I almost cried watching you. You're even more beautiful in person than on TV. I'm going to post about this on my WeChat moments. Cheng Yiqing thought happily, these are all people who like me. This step was definitely the right move. She waved and smiled. Thank you for your support. Suddenly, the system popped up again, startling her. The plot has started. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The plot has started. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Ugh, here we go again. She was urged by the system to leave quickly. I know. Don't I have a scene with my superpower mom tonight? I'm on my way to the villa, aren't I? She suddenly thought, right, sure, E has been eliminated. What about the rest of the plot? Mini scene, 3 a.m., a hotel. Cheng Yiqing lies exhausted on the bed, still managing to groan. I'm so tired, she muttered to herself. It's worth it to be able to perform good work. Lost in thought, she reached over plugging her phone, missing several missed calls from Qi Wenyao. Unable to get through, he texted her, when are you coming back? Cheng Yiqing, only wanting to rest, replied coldly. Rehearsals ran late, and the production team arranged for me to stay at a nearby hotel. Wenyao Ji, get some rest. Love you. Meanwhile, at Qi Wenyao's house, Cheng Yiqing stomped up the stairs, complaining to the system. Qi Wenyao's not here. Sure he's not here. Why did you pull me back? I still want to go back to my room and play games. Suddenly, Sure E appeared in front of her, calling out, Yiqing. She jumped, startled. Sure E is back. Cheng Yiqing immediately got into character, saying angrily, what are you doing back here? Don't even dream of it. You're not good enough to steal Wenyao. Sure E sneered, I'm not good enough. I'm not as good as you. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, but you chased Qi Wenyao for so long. Did he ever love you? No. Sure, E couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, you're the one who's not good enough. Cheng Yiqing stood expressionless, thinking, according to the script, this is where the fight starts. Next I have to. Suddenly, the system popped up a prompt, push her. But Cheng Yiqing was kind by nature, and the mere thought made her break out in a cold sweat, her hand trembling as she reached out. The system became anxious, the script flashing red on the interface. Sure Yi's line, attacked Cheng Yiqing. Cheng Yiqing's face was full of anger, finally able to breathe, but in an instant she was pushed down the stairs, landing on the first floor, blood beginning to seep from below her waist. She read this part and gritted her teeth. She thought, absolutely not. This is practically murder. I can't do it. As she hesitated, Sure E rushed over, grabbed her shoulder, and sneered now. Who's making you so annoying? I'm nothing, but I'm still better than you. At the same time, the system frantically reminded her, host, this is just a mission. Nothing will happen to Sure E. As soon as the words fell, Sure E slowly released her hand. She suddenly fell backward down the stairs, leaving a stunned Cheng Yiqing behind. Sure Yi's eyes were filled with tears, but also burning with hatred. Cheng Yiqing stood frozen, her mind in chaos. I didn't even touch her. Just then, a loud bang came from outside the door. Cheng Yiqing rushed downstairs in a panic, calling out for Sure E. Seeing Sure E lying motionless on the floor, she nearly collapsed. Was this how the script was supposed to go? Was Sure E the female lead? All right. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed emergency services, then collapsed onto the floor herself, sobbing uncontrollably. Qi Wenyao suddenly appeared, slowly kneeling beside Sure E. Seeing him, a flicker of hope appeared in Sure Yi's eyes. She remembered, right? The script said, Qi Wenyao sees Sure E injured, thinks I did it, then takes Sure E to the hospital and kicks me out. But unlike what Yiqing thought, Qi Wenyao just stared intently at her, saying in an overbearing tone, don't be afraid, I'm here. Hearing this, the system immediately popped up a notification. Host, the script has deviated significantly. Please correct it immediately. Soon, everyone took E to the hospital. The female doctor slowly removed her stethoscope and calmly announced, "The patient is fine, but she needs to rest for a while." After speaking, the doctor left, leaving the room in silence. The rivals exchanged meaningful glances. Meng Jiao angrily questioned Cheng Yiqing. "What did he do wrong? Why were you so cruel?" Just then, the scheming female lead slowly woke up, murmuring Wen Yao, leaving Meng Jiao completely stunned. But the fool, still blinded by love, fussed over E, "You're awake. Say something to me. I'm here. No one can bully you." E put on a pitiful look and started crying loudly, pointing at Yiqing and accusing her. "She pushed me down the stairs." Yiqing was stunned. "What?" She immediately retorted, "I didn't push her. She fell down herself." Meng Jiao didn't believe her at all, angrily pointing at her face and yelling, "Don't say it wasn't you. He is so kind. How could she lie? Would she risk her life to frame you? How could there be someone as bad as you?" Wen Yao couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. He grabbed Meng Jiao's arm and angrily questioned, "Did you see it? I'm warning you. If you dare touch her again, I will not let you off." Cheng Yiqing felt a surge of gratitude. From beginning to end, he hadn't asked what happened, but had unhesitatingly taken her side. Looking at his broad back, she wondered, why does he trust me so much? A blush crept up her cheeks involuntarily, and she cursed inwardly. This damn man, why is he so charming? Wen Yao heard her inner thoughts and chuckled softly. Just then, the system popped up a reminder. Host, please control your emotions. The male lead belongs to the female lead. Don't have too many thoughts about the male lead. Cheng Yiqing immediately retorted, I don't. Wen Yao stepped forward seriously to clear her name, saying to Meng Jiao, there are security cameras in the villa. I will prove Cheng Yiqing's innocence. The surveillance footage was displayed on the large screen, clearly showing the entire process of E falling down the stairs herself. The evidence was crystal clear, but Meng Jiao still couldn't believe it, stammering in denial. No, impossible, E wouldn't do that. Wen Yao crossed his arms and said coldly, E deliberately pushed Cheng Yiqing's shoulder and used the force to throw herself down the stairs, just to frame Cheng Yiqing. Meng Jiao trembled with shock, covering his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. Yiqing glanced at him, unsure how to comfort him. The system suddenly prompted again. Script deviation, please correct immediately. Script deviation, please correct immediately. Script deviation reported. Yiqing angrily cursed. Stop playing dead. Didn't you see how suspicious Meng Jiao was just now? The system innocently asked, what can I do if the second male lead's character collapses? Looking at its innocent expression, she was speechless. Cheng Yiqing tried to calm herself down and suddenly realized something. She glanced at Wen Yao and saw him looking at her with affection. Cheng Yiqing immediately switched into acting mode, running over and hugging him, crying, Wen Yao, everything is clear now, I was really wrong. He didn't reject her, but gently wrapped his arms around her waist to comfort her. He softly comforted her, I never doubted you. Cheng Yiqing was stunned, her eyes widening, thinking, this damn man is still holding me. Is he taking advantage of me? She frowned, about to push him away, but Wen Yao asked unhappily, try to run. Yiqing awkwardly kept her arms around his neck, saying softly, how could I? I wish I could stay in your arms forever, Wen Yao. But inwardly, she was struggling. Ugh, I'm going to throw up. He heard her inner thoughts and smirked, leaning down and whispering in her ear, then kiss me. He pulled her tightly into his arms, not letting her escape, urging and kissing her. While his words sounded forceful, Wen Yao was secretly pleased. This two-faced woman, I don't believe you dare. Cheng Yiqing's heart pounded in her chest, cursing inwardly. This damn man is such a flirt. She pursed her lips, seemingly lost in thought. A moment later, she closed her eyes, gripped his shirt tightly, and gently kissed Wen Yao's lips. His eyes widened in shock. It was the first time in his 20 years that he had been kissed by a girl. He was completely stunned, just staring at her blankly. He regained his composure, pushed Cheng Yiqing away, and without a word, bolted out of the room like a flash of lightning, leaving her stunned. She wondered, wasn't it just a kiss? Was it necessary to react like that? As soon as Wen Yao left the room, he raised his hand and wiped his lips, thinking, this woman, reckless, domineering, and flirtatious, how could I possibly like her? Meanwhile, Cheng Yiqing was casually sitting on the bed scrolling through her phone when she suddenly received a message from Question, I like someone. She instinctively replied, male, or female? Handsome. Pretty. After sending the message, she excitedly thought, wow, what kind of person does my cute little brother like? Even more surprising was that Q, the person she played games with every day, was actually Chi Wen-yao. He continued to message, female, very pretty, but I'm hesitant. She might like me, or she might not. Clueless, Chung Yiqing cheerfully encouraged him. Don't be shy, little brother. If you like her, go after her. Just be proactive, and you'll definitely get together. Seeing her say this, he immediately asked, then how should I pursue her? She enthusiastically suggested, you can go for walks, have dinner, watch movies together. I've never chased anyone before, so I don't really know, but you can find out what she likes. If she likes playing games, that's even better. The next day, Chung Yiqing stretched and went downstairs full of energy. She thought, it's nice to wake up naturally without any work today. But the smile on her face suddenly froze because she saw Chi Wen-yao sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper like a play god. She wondered, why is he still here? Suddenly, he covered his mouth and pretended to cough a few times, cough, cough, then casually suggested, are you free today? I'd like to invite you to a movie. These words stunned Chung Yiqing, and a series of questions popped in her head. What is this? A date? No way. Can I still back out? Not backing out doesn't seem bad either, since I'm beautiful and rich. Then she mocked herself. You idiot. The next day, the room suddenly became quiet. Jianya saw her holding her phone and laughing like a maniac, and asked, Sister Yiqing, you're in a good mood today. Why have you been laughing? Yiqing, who had just returned from her date, blushed furiously and desperately changed the subject. Are you done with your work? Why do you care about these things all day long? At this moment, Meng Jiao appeared at the door with a gloomy face and called out. Seeing him, Chung Yiqing sighed helplessly. He didn't look like he was in a good state. That's right, Meng Jiao only existed for Shi. She recalled the plot of the novel, his career, his person, everything about him revolved around Shi. It was as if the only person in his world was the gentle and kind Shi. But it was essentially just a tool in the hands of the male and female leads, just like Chung Yiqing. Jianya had no feelings for this person at all, and covering her mouth, she was about to say you, but Yiqing interrupted her extremely calmly. Jianya, could you go out for a moment? Only the two of them were left in the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became very oppressive. Meng Jiao finally spoke. I want to ask you something. That video, is it real? Did Shi fall because she wanted to harm you? She gave him a pitiful look. I have my own thoughts and my own world. But Meng Jiao suddenly realized that his understanding of the situation and all of Shi's problems had become completely confused, and his trust had been completely shattered. After a while, she finally spoke. Actually, I scolded Shi first and angered her. She got angry and wanted to push me, but she was too weak and ended up falling herself. Hearing the answer he wanted, the image of the gentle and kind Shi flashed through Meng Jiao's mind, and he immediately flew into a rage, blurting out, you. He was so angry that he gripped Yiqing's arm tightly. So was you who hurt her. She was terrified and quickly pleaded with him. Meng Jiao, please, let's just forget about it. She looked at him pitifully and said, if when Yao gets together with Shi, because of this, it won't do you any good, right? The scene cuts to the hospital, where Shi is recuperating. She was startled when she saw someone approaching. Meng Jiao stood blankly at the door. She called softly, and Shi tried to sit up as if wanting to say something. I'm sorry, But before she could finish, Meng Jiao rushed over and hugged her. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I failed to protect you. Her eyes widened, and she was stunned, but she still hugged him back and whispered, am I that important to you? She thought to herself, regardless of the truth, he will always be the first person to protect me. Meng Jiao gently stroked her beautiful face and said firmly, of course, I promised to marry you since we were young. He slowly added, in my heart, you are more important than anything. This moved Shi to tears of happiness. Just then, the system sounded again. Chi Wen-yao's favorability towards you has dropped from 100 to 90. Chi Wen-yao's favorability towards Shi has dropped to -5. Task progress 19%. Meanwhile, in the small theater, Chi Wen-yao and Chung Yiqing are on their first date, watching a movie. She curiously poked her head out and looked at the empty theater. Did you book the entire cinema? He slowly pulled out a chair, sat down coolly, and said, well, if someone recognizes you, it'll be troublesome. Hearing this, her face flushed. This is the caring yet domineering CEO, isn't it? She thought. An hour later, the movie started. Chung Yiqing, like a lunatic, kept sneaking glances at Qi Wenyao, hardly believing her eyes. This was a serious movie. Was this dog actually going to watch it? Suddenly, he asked with concern, "What do you think?" She nodded frantically and said happily, "It's great." He acted like a typical clueless guy. Qi Wenyao stroked his chin, thinking, of course you watch a movie to watch a movie. What else would you do, eat? Meanwhile, she was internally wailing, when can I go home and play games? At this time, in a luxurious restaurant, the film crew was having dinner together. Igu raised his glass. Suddenly, the director looked at Yiqing and Shi Yi's seats in surprise, wondering which idiot arranged the seating. Don't they know these two have been at odds? He quickly suggested, "Insheng, do you want to switch seats with me?" Insheng shyly refused. "Ah, no need. I'm very comfortable here." Rejected, the director's face darkened slightly as he grabbed the salt shaker and sprinkled it onto his plate. Someone next to him kindly reminded, "Director Chow, you've put too much salt." Yiqing, sitting opposite, also felt awkward. She raised a hand to her forehead and turned her head, thinking, I don't want to drug Shi Yi out of jealousy, then have Meng Jiao go in her room, only to be caught by Qi Wenyao, but I can only do it from this seat. Just as she was feeling depressed, her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had remembered something. She said happily, "System, I forgot to buy sleeping pills. Does that mean I don't have to do the task?" She was secretly rejoicing at escaping her green tea fate, but the system coldly announced, "Host, the sleeping pills are already in your bag." Hearing this, she immediately opened her bag to check, and sure enough, there was a bottle of pink pills inside. Desperately, she said to the system, "There are so many people here, how am I supposed to drug her?" The system calmly replied, "The script requires it." In less than half an hour, the sleeping pills somehow made their way into Shi Yi's water glass. Yiqing sat beside her, biting her fork as if chewing on fate, her eyes wide as she anxiously watched Shi Yi unsuspectingly drink the fateful water in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the drug took effect. Shi Yi swayed like she was seasick, her vision blurred, and she stumbled out like a drunken actress. Once outside, Shi Yi slid down the wall, pulled out her phone, and dialed a number with trembling fingers, looking like a warrior sending out a distress signal before collapsing. It turned out she was calling Qi Wenyao. Her voice was soft and sweet as she coquettishly said, "Wenyao ge, I'm drunk. Can you come pick me up?" Yiqing quietly followed the sound of her voice and cautiously whispered, "Shi Yi." She frowned with worry. If Shi Yi acted so coquettishly, would Qi Wenyao actually come? It seemed impossible, but unexpectedly, Qi Wenyao's voice really did come from the other end of the phone. Chung Yiqing's eyes widened. Shi Yi was also completely surprised that he was coming. Unable to hide her excitement, she held the phone and chirped like a little sparrow in spring, "Wenyao ge, I knew you liked me." Chung Yiqing stood beside her, hearing everything clearly, but she felt neither happy nor sad, not even knowing what she should feel. She just quietly watched Shi Yi's performance. Suddenly, Shi Yi's vision went black. She only had time to say, before fainting on the ground. Yiqing rushed over in a panic and shouted, "Shi Yi." The scene cut to room 1584. Chung Yiqing and Meng Jiao were standing at the door. She handed him the room card and pointed inside. "Shi Yi is in there." After Meng Jiao entered, she propped her chin in her hand and thought, I brought Shi Yi to the room and called Meng Jiao. Shi Yi called Qi Wenyao. Meng Jiao will run into him. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. She turned around to see Qi Wenyao rushing towards them, out of breath. Looking at him rushing for another girl, she thought sadly, so Qi Wenyao still cares about Shi Yi and came looking for her. Is this the female lead's halo? She began to rub her temples, trying to calm herself down. After a few seconds of self-comfort, she took a deep breath and patted her face lightly, as if rebooting her brain, ready to continue battling the chaotic reality. Chung Yiqing quickly switched into acting mode, pointing at the room and saying, "Wenyao ge, you're finally here. Hurry and go inside and see. Shi Yi doesn't have you in her heart at all." Before she could finish, he grabbed her arm. Qi Wenyao leaned closer, sniffed, and angrily asked, "Have you been drinking?" Yiqing retorted discontentedly, "So what if I have?" She worriedly thought, did I just say something I shouldn't have in front of this guy? Last time I was drunk. He coldly flung her hand away and directly answered the question she hadn't voiced. "You did." His words puzzled her. Huh? Did I just say what was on my mind? Qi Wenyao said unhappily, "You said you didn't love me. You said all these years of feelings were fake." These words stunned Chung Yiqing. She immediately put on a pitiful expression and explained, Wenyao ge, this joke isn't funny. How could I not love you? But in her heart, she muttered, will I be struck by lightning for lying? Chung Yiqing even activated her ultimate acting mode, raising a hand to wipe away tears, her voice trembling as she said, you're the person I love most in this world. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even want to live. You know, ever since I can remember, you've been in my world. From then on, my world has only had you. Images of a princess and prince flashed through her mind. Chung Yiqing shamelessly threw herself into his arms and declared, perhaps I was born to live for you. She thought smugly, I'm amazing, a love genius, a future best actress. Qi Wenyao thought speechlessly, how did I ever fall for someone like this? Not wanting to hear any more, he pulled her into his arms. Then he suddenly kissed Chung Yiqing. Her eyes widened in shock. But because the kiss was so passionate, she didn't push him away. The system immediately flashed a red light. Warning, 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 warning. She instantly sobered up. Chung Yiqing coldly pushed him away and hurriedly ran off, not forgetting to say, Wenyao ge, I'll be going now. At this time, the system continuously reminded her, violation detected, issuing warning. Yiqing wiped off the kiss as she ran, thinking Qi Wenyao was the one who initiated it. The system didn't accept her explanation, persistently questioning, host, please answer truthfully. Do you have feelings for Qi Wenyao? Host, don't blame me for not reminding you. There will be dire consequences in the world of a female supporting character's possession novel. Many people whose existence revolves around the main character's relationship will be severely affected. Hearing these words, Chung Yiqing's eyes reddened. The system continued to emphasize, in short, I've said all that needs to be said. Host, I hope you understand. Yiqing remained silent and continued running. What followed was an interesting little skit. Chung Yiqing's love consultation room. Everyone heatedly discussed. The person I like doesn't seem to like me. She's always laughing and talking with other guys. She's obviously a green tea bitch, stringing you along while flirting with others. Brother, listen to me. Get away from her quickly. Be yourself. Another person immediately retorted, no, maybe it's my way of expressing myself. She's just having normal conversations with others. There's nothing ambiguous when I'm around. She's a good person. Insheng angrily tore up a photo, saying, brother, cut your losses. You're being PUA'd. Do you even know what PUA is? Her face paled, and she slammed her hand down on the photo. It's the kind of person who specifically seduces the opposite sex, cheating them out of money and sex. She continued to earnestly persuade him, brother, wake up. Think about how handsome, cool, and outstanding you used to be. Whoever loves her can have her. Stop dating. Come on, let's play games. The young man helplessly propped his chin in his hand and thought, I get it now. Chung Yiqing has no dating experience at all. It's all made up, fooling people with all sorts of nonsense. Early the next morning, Yiqing yawned as she went downstairs, muttering, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Dating isn't as fun as playing games, humph. Suddenly, a voice came from downstairs. Yiqing, you're up. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. She saw a beautiful woman with a fashionable hairstyle sitting next to her. This person was none other than Qi Wenyao's stepmother, Xiao Qiyu. She said gently and caringly, Yiqing is getting more and more beautiful. You and Wenyao grew up together like siblings. As his mother, I'm so happy Wenyao has such a good little sister. Looking at the elegant woman in front of her, she quickly recalled the plot from the novel. After Qi Wenyao's mother passed away, Xiao Qiyu immediately became old Master Qi's wife. She was outwardly very good to Qi Wenyao and even promised Qi Wenyao's grandmother that she would never have children. Chung Yiqing remembered clearly that Yi suspected Xiao Qiyu was involved in her mother's death, but because she lacked evidence, she could only let Xiao Qiyu continue to stay in the Qi family as a stepmother. She never tried to curry favor with her and never gave her a good look. The more she thought, the more panicked she became, muttering under her breath, wait a minute, I know Xiao Qiyu is Yi's supporter, but why is she here now? Didn't the novel say that Qi Wenyao's parents met an idol when they got home, were pushed to the ground, and that's when Yi helped them and they got to know each other? Is the plot fast-forwarding now? She glanced at the two of them, who looked like a real mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and felt even more puzzled. Xiao Qiyu shouldn't know Yi at this point. Just as she was still in a daze, the system coldly reminded her, host, please be sure to handle things according to the script. Yiqing quickly regained her composure, stepped forward, and replied with a bright smile, Annie, I like Wenyao as a boyfriend, not a brother. In her heart, she thought she had to draw a clear line with Qi Wenyao. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Qi Wenyao suddenly appeared. He asked unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Qiu stood up and pointed to Shi Yi, introducing, "This is Shi Yi. I heard you know each other quite well, in fact. She even stayed at your house for a while." He frowned, feeling helpless, then said coldly, "You should know what you did." Shi Yi was startled and her eyes widened. He didn't stop, continuing, I hope you can resolve this yourself." Hearing this, her face fell. She felt so wrong that she started crying. This development also surprised I Ching, who thought, "Oh my god, she's crying. What should I do? I'm screwed now, right, system?" She watched the pitiful Shi Yi sobbing and suddenly had a realization. Didn't the system say that changes in the emotional line wouldn't greatly affect this world? Could it be that things have become like this because I fell in love with Qi Wenyao? Suddenly, Shi Yi stopped. She glared fiercely at I Ching through her fingers, resentfully thinking, "Cheng I Ching, you stole everything. Aren't you very proud?" I Ching also realized that the character had seriously deviated from the setting, and she nervously stepped back. This Shi Yi is clearly not right. Should I say something to salvage the situation? While she was still hesitating, Shi Yi lost control and suddenly lunged at her. Shi Yi, like a madwoman, grabbed her neck, squeezing tighter and tighter, frantically shouting, "Die!" Yusti! I Ching had no time to react, standing there dumbfounded, her head throbbing, eyes squeezed shut, only able to manage a few simple words. "Qi Wenyao shouted in a panic, 'I King.'" Then he rushed over and coldly pushed Shi Yi away. At this time, the system kept reminding her, "Warning, warning. The novel character has a serious misunderstanding. Host, please change the female lead setting." I Ching was saved, gasping for air, her eyes full of tears. Qi Wenyao anxiously caressed her face and asked, "Are you okay?" But she didn't answer because the system's warning was like a needle piercing her ears, and her head hurt unbearably. The mechanical voice repeated over and over, "Red alert. Host, please change the female lead setting. Warning, warning. The novel character has a serious misunderstanding. Host, please change the female lead setting." In this shocking scene, Shi Yi sat in the corner, a sinister smile on her face, no longer her usual gentle self. The scene cuts to the hospital, a place no one wants to be. Cheng Yiqing was still unconscious, lying quietly in the hospital bed. After the examination, the doctor announced, "The patient is physically fine, it's just shock caused by too much stress. She can go home after she wakes up." Xiao Qiu quickly thanked him. "Thank you, doctor." After the doctor left, the two began to question each other. Her mother angrily asked, "How could you hurt Shi Yi's feelings? What are you doing? Do you have any conscience?" The noise outside suddenly woke Cheng Yiqing. She slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and found herself in the hospital. Outside, Xiao Qiu angrily grabbed Qi Wenyao's arm and scolded, "What kind of love potion did Cheng Yiqing give you that made you lose even your basic human decency?" He listened impatiently and retorted, "Decency." He coldly shook off her hand and countered, "Did you have any decency when you drove my mother to death?" She was choked. Qi Wenyao sneered, pressing his hand to his once-injured chest, his tone contemptuous. "What, feeling guilty? You two were already together before my mother died. You can fool others, but you can't fool me." Cheng Yiqing sat quietly on the bed, watching them. She remembered that the novel only mentioned Qi Wenyao's bad relationship with his father and stepmother, and that he was later moved by Shi Yi and called Xiao Qiu mom for the first time, after which the family lived happily ever after. Thinking of this, her face darkened. As a bystander, she hadn't felt much, but now it seemed that such deep hatred wasn't something that could be easily let go. Looking at the man in front of her who was enduring such great pain, she sighed. Qi Wenyao must be hurting a lot. She didn't know how much time had passed, but it finally became quiet outside. He pushed the door open, saw her sitting on the bed, and asked, "You heard everything?" She nodded slightly. Qi Wenyao fell silent, sitting on the edge of the bed, fists clenched. He turned to her, his voice low and melancholic. "Do you also think I should let go of the past and reconcile with them?" His back looked particularly lonely. He slowly continued, "Even my grandmother, who has always protected me, advised me to let go of the past and try to accept Xiao Qiu, saying she's not a bad person." His emotions suddenly intensified, his voice trembling. "Can I let go? Should I let go?" Cheng Yiqing looked at him sympathetically. She didn't say anything, just reached out and hugged him from behind, resting her head on his back. "It's your choice," she comforted. "No one can interfere." Her sudden action made his eyes widen in surprise. The atmosphere turned slightly romantic, but Chung Yiqing was completely sincere. She whispered, "Whatever you choose, I will support you." Later, Chung Yiqing went to the set. Jianya was applying her makeup. "Sister Yiqing," she said worriedly, "with your current physical condition, you could definitely ask Director Wong for leave. Why are you still here?" Hearing this, Yiqing lifted her head, a bright smile appearing on her beautiful face. "This is a competition," she replied cheerfully. "I can't let my teammates down. Responsibility and honor are more important than this small injury." Suddenly, Jianya froze, as if remembering something. "Oh, right, Sister Yiqing," she said hurriedly. "Have you heard about Shi?" Yiqing rubbed her shoulder and tilted her head. "What about her?" "Hyandefronith. Shi hit her own mother, and she hit her really hard, without mercy. The strangest thing is she disappeared the next day." Hearing this, Chung Yiqing's eyes widened in shock. "System," she cried. "Isn't Shi the kindest saint in this book? How could this happen? Don't play dead." But no matter how much she shouted, she was met with silence. "System," she tried again, "open the novel. I'm hugging Qi Wenyao, but she's disappeared." The image of her hugging Qi Wenyao that day flashed through her mind. In this moment, Chung Yiqing felt incredibly sad. If the system was gone, did she even need to live in this world anymore? Shi Yi's persona had crumbled. Where is she now? Jianya walked beside her, whispering, "The magazine cover has been assigned to Wanji. They said the magazine is very satisfied. The theme is Angel and Devil, and another female star will be shooting with you." Hearing this, Chung Yiqing turned her head curiously. Is it the fashion magazine Meng Jiao was holding? While she was still in a daze, someone called out from afar, "Yiqing is over here." Standing before her were Shi and Meng Jiao. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Shi extended her hand, feigning enthusiasm. "Long time no see." Chung Yiqing tightened her grip, responding coldly, "Indeed, long time no see." Shi continued, "It's my honor to collaborate with superstar Chung Yiqing." Seeing this, Gugu awkwardly pulled EXIN aside. "I'll take EXIN to get her makeup done first." Shi watched them leave, a cunning look on her face. Suddenly, Meng Jiao called out, "Shi." He put his hand on her shoulder. "Hurry and change your clothes. Leave the rest to me." Elsewhere, Ji Yuji, slightly worried, leaned in and whispered to Chung Yiqing, "Will you choose Shi or Mr. Meng?" Yiqing replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. If the contract is signed, it stays." A moment later, Ji Yuji saw Yiqing's outfit and her eyes widened in astonishment, speechless. The black dress was as tattered as a fishing net, with nothing redeeming about it. The shoes underneath were also terrible. Ji Yuji cried out in horror, "Oh my god, what is this?" She shouted angrily, "This is deliberate." But Yiqing remained calm, saying cheerfully, "It's okay. Since we're here, let's shoot." Gugu couldn't swallow this. She grabbed Yiqing's hand and pulled her away. "Yiqing, we can't let others bully us. Come on, we're not shooting." Yiqing called out, "Gugu." She gripped Gugu's arm tightly and slowly explained, "Listen to me." Finally, during the shoot, the director shouted happily, "All right, that's it." Shi was dressed in an angel costume, her face transparent and holy, holding a long chain that bound the devil below. Chung Yiqing knelt on the cold ground. Although her outfit was inferior, no one could match her expression and demeanor. The director walked over fawningly. "Shi, do you think this is okay?" Shi seized the opportunity. "Director, I see a strand of hair has fallen out. We need to fix it and shoot again." To please the investor, Meng Jiao, he readily agreed. "Okay." Chung Yiqing secretly guessed her intentions, silently watching the farce unfold. Shi feigned kindness, turning to look at her. "Yiqing, kneeling must be tiring. I'm so sorry to make you kneel again, but you really don't need to worry too much about your outfit." Chung Yiqing was momentarily stunned by her hypocritical attitude. She stood up, rubbed her arms, and retorted bluntly, "Photography is about expressiveness, not the extravagance of the clothes." Inwardly, she kept thinking, why did something feel off? Wasn't the female lead supposed to be gentle and delicate? After the shoot, even though Chung Yiqing was alone, Jianya and Ji Yuji still took good care of her. Shi stood in the distance, filled with jealousy, glaring fiercely at Yiqing. She made a mental note of this grudge. Chung Yiqing was nothing more than an insignificant stumbling block. At this moment, Shi was surrounded by a group of people, seemingly about to reach the peak of glory, her face full of pride. Now on set, Chung Iching, dressed in stunning ancient costume, was improving her acting day by day. Every step she took was graceful and elegant. After filming this scene, the costume crew surrounded her, showering her with praise. Iching is absolutely stunning. This scene had already been shot a dozen times, and this take was excellent, definitely usable. She frowned, sighing wearily. Phew. Everyone was praying the director would approve the take, but the director nitpicked the angle was a bit off just now. Let's take a break and do another one. Chung Iching didn't argue, simply replying, okay. She finished an entire glass of water in one gulp, her expression haggard. Jianya looked at her worriedly, thinking, Iching-jia really wants to do well in this scene, doesn't she? Actually, there was nothing wrong with the camera angle just now. Is the director deliberately making things difficult for her? After filming ended, everyone finally prepared to go home. Suddenly, she saw a luxurious black car by the roadside and recognized it immediately, thinking with a smile, that's Qi Wenyao's car. Her cheeks flushed, and she excitedly said to her assistant, Jianya, you go first. Have Uncle Wang take you back. After saying this, she followed Qi Wenyao into a high-end restaurant, her eyes wide, looking around. It's just a meal. Does it need to be this extravagant? He reached out to hold her hand, and Chung Iching's eyes widened like headlights. She blurted out, Wenyao Ji, isn't this a bit too much? He simply grabbed her wrist and pulled her along. He walked ahead, replying coldly, no. His sudden action left her speechless. The table was filled with 3 different preparations of shrimp, along with elegant, romantic red wine. There were also roses and flickering candles. Looking at all of this, she was so nervous she started sweating, quickly picking up a napkin to wipe her face, trying to compose herself. Chung Iching snuck a glance at Qi Wenyao. He looked serious at this moment, especially handsome. She thought to herself, so romantic, this dog of a man isn't going to confess, is he? She drooled as she ate, thinking, how should I subtly reject him later? I have to be tactful and maintain my image. He seemed to have heard her inner thoughts. His expression suddenly changed, and he called out, Iching. Startled, her mind went blank. She immediately picked up the wine glass in front of her and offered it to him. Wenyao Ji, I'll toast you. She thought, after this drink, we'll be good buddies. Qi Wenyao's face darkened. He placed his wine glass heavily on the table, making a crisp sound, clearly displeased. He coldly reminded her, didn't you say you were hungry? Try the dishes here. This restaurant is famous. At the table to their left was a couple, sweetly nestled together. Very loving. He looked back at his own table and speechlessly found her digging into her food, completely immersed in the meal. Over there, they held hands, refusing to let go. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Both of them sat up straight, as if they were in class. Finally, the dinner ended, and Qi Wenyao drove her home. Chung Iching breathed a sigh of relief in the car. Phew, that scared me. Thankfully, nothing happened. Her expression became somewhat melancholic as she thought. If he had confessed, how should I have answered? She was drowsy. Qi Wenyao, back in the car, was also speechless, just looking at her tenderly. Chung Iching slept soundly, like a little angel. He thought to himself, it's okay if you don't agree now. I'll wait until you do. Soon, they arrived back at the villa. Qi Wenyao carefully carried her back to her room and gently placed her on the bed. After he left, her eyes suddenly opened, her pupils dilated, as if she had suddenly understood something. The image of Qi Wenyao carrying her replayed in her mind, keeping her awake. The bedroom door was tightly closed. Suddenly, Qi Wenyao's phone buzzed with a new message. He picked up his phone, frowning, thinking the woman must be asleep. But it was a message from Chung Iching. Busy. Want to chat. Still pretending to be her gaming friend Q. He replied, what's up? Almost instantly, he received a reply. She confided, I think I like someone I shouldn't. I know there's no future, and I know I shouldn't fall for him, but you know that person is like glowing. Curious, he typed back, why no future? She seemed troubled. We'll never meet anyway, so let me just vent. I'm like the second female lead in a novel, in love with the male lead. His destiny is to love the female lead. Fate has already decided. We're not even the same kind of people. Liking him will only complicate things. I've been trying to suppress my feelings. The world is so big. There are so many handsome guys. Why do I have to pine after this one? Qi Wenyao's face darkened as he read her words, his fingers trembling slightly, gripping his phone tightly. Meanwhile, Cheng Yiqing curled up sadly in bed, thinking, even though I say that if someone actually told me not to be cowardly, to chase after what I want, would I? Suddenly, he sharply replied, what chase after what you want? Reality isn't so black and white. Second female lead. Male lead, you read too many novels. Fate has decided. Did anyone ask him what he thinks? Did he agree? If not, what right do their parents have to decide his life? Seeing these words, her eyes widened slightly, a little dazed. She thought, this little brother is overreacting. Little brother, I was just giving an example. Why are you taking it so seriously? Qi Wenyao took a deep breath, calming himself, and replied, no, I just hate it when others control my life. She felt a sense of camaraderie, replying, I understand you, little brother. You're having a tough time too. Keep going. If you need to rebel, rebel. Don't let others dictate your life. You must take control of your own destiny. Suddenly, he sent a message. I will take control of my life. What about you? Cheng Yiqing's eyes widened. She stared blankly for a few seconds, finally making up her mind and replying, of course I will too. Early the next morning, Yiqing's phone rang. She answered groggily, hello. Grandma Chi's anxious voice came from the other end. Yiqing, that woman said you were coming over, but it's almost noon. Why aren't you here yet? Yiqing mumbled sleepily. What did that woman say again? Then, as if struck by lightning, she suddenly yelled, Grandma Chi will be right there. She stared blankly at her phone, complaining, the system's gone. I completely forgot about the mission. She remembered this part in the original story. After we got home, the two elders pressured Qi Wenyao and me to get engaged. Qi Wenyao refused, and it caused a huge fight at the Chung family home, and Grandma Qi ended up in the hospital. Now, the whole family was gathered together, the atmosphere particularly lively, and only Cheng Yiqing was restless. During dinner, she observed everyone while optimistically thinking, maybe the plot has already been derailed. The system is gone too. Maybe I can still do some off-script tasks. Grandma Qi clasped her hands together, her face full of joy, and announced, I've called everyone here today because there's something important to discuss. Wenyao, Yiqing, you two have been childhood sweethearts with a deep bond. It's time to talk about marriage. Xiao Qiyu's face suddenly changed, and she blurted out, Mom, isn't this inappropriate? I heard Wenyao already has a girlfriend, and it's not Yiqing. Hearing this, Yiqing's chopsticks clattered onto the table, her eyes wide with shock. Her grandfather slammed his hand on the table and stood up, demanding, you have a girlfriend. Xiao Qiyu wouldn't let it go, continuing to add fuel to the fire. Yes, her name is Shi. I've met her. She's a very nice person, an artist at Wenyao's company. She wondered why she couldn't control her mouth. Hearing this, Grandpa Cheng's blood pressure spiked, and he roared again, speak. Everyone nervously called him Cheng Jijia, his voice so loud that even the cats and dogs in the house scattered in fear. The atmosphere suddenly turned deathly silent. Cheng Yiqing glanced at Qi Wenyao, thinking, the plot is indeed continuing. He frowned and moved closer to her, but Cheng Yiqing had already lowered her head sadly, not speaking. Suddenly, he said to everyone, yes, I have a girlfriend. As he spoke, he put his arm around Yiqing's shoulder, but it's not Shi, it's Yiqing. Yiqing's eyes widened in shock. The Chung family was stunned by his words. Grandma Qi was also speechless for a moment. Cheng Yiqing's ears were ringing, and she kept asking herself, what did he just say? This is so sudden. Qi Wenyao actually knelt down, opening a small box, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. He asked earnestly, will you be my girlfriend? Yiqing covered her mouth, moved to tears, her eyes wide. She thought, this is a diamond ring. She remembered the exorbitant price of this ring. Wasn't this the diamond ring that the mysterious businessman bought for 163 million? Cheng Yiqing had always loved sparkly things. What girl could refuse such an extravagant diamond ring? Qi Wenyao, overhearing her inner thoughts, frowned, speechless. Was his charm really less than a diamond ring? She hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand. Silently, slowly, Qi Wenyao slid the ring on her finger, but it wouldn't go all the way. Qi Wenyao broke out in a sweat, wondering why it was so difficult to put on. After a while, perhaps moved by his sincerity, the resistance suddenly gave way, and he finally managed to place the ring on Yiqing's finger. Tears shimmered in her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. It's so heavy. I love this sweet sense of responsibility. While Chung Yiqing was still admiring the ring, Qi Wenyao had already turned around, his face full of anticipation. Grandma, let's leave the engagement party arrangements to everyone else. If you're tired, please let me know. She felt a little uneasy. Was it just her, or was it much brighter outside than before? After a brief period of inactivity, the system finally came back online, more powerful than ever. It announced coldly, "System upgrade complete," detecting host's emotional state. Significant fluctuations detected. It reminded her sternly, "Remember your mission." A photo of her sitting at her computer popped up, followed by a picture of her younger sister. "Host, do you intend to abandon your sister in the novel world?" Chung Yiqing finally snapped back to reality. She had been in the novel world for so long that she had almost forgotten her original goal. Hadn't her reluctance to carry out the mission stemmed from her desire to return to reality? The system continued to console her. "Host, as long as you focus on completing the mission and stop fantasizing about things that don't belong to you, being with a good boy is the best choice." Hearing this, her face darkened. Grandma Qi, noticing this, hurried over. "Yiqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She frowned, unsure what to say. Before she could finish, she collapsed to the floor, her face pale. Everyone cried out, "Yiqing." After examining her, the doctor removed his stethoscope and addressed the family calmly. "Currently, Miss Chung is not in any serious danger." He added, "She likely fainted due to overexertion and emotional distress. If you're still concerned, you can take her to the hospital for a further checkup." Qi Wenyao reassured the two elders, "Grandma, Grandpa Chung, please go and rest. I'll take care of Yiqing." He turned to the doctor with a puzzled look. "Dr. Zhao, weren't you supposed to be checking on my grandmother today? Why are you suddenly here?" The doctor quickly explained, I must have gotten the dates mixed up." Dr. Zhu was also confused, thinking, "I could have sworn someone in the Qi family was supposed to have a heart attack today." Suddenly, Qi Wenyao noticed a book on the table. Curious, he asked, "What's this?" "It looks like the original script for the female supporting character." Qi Wenyao immediately flipped through it. It contained strange lines. Ji Yuji is a thoroughly bad woman. Sure Yi, the businesswoman, is fawning over Qi Wenyao. Meng Jiao is a simp. She has a younger brother who talks back to his teacher after being scolded for skipping school, and now the school wants to expel him. He frowned, puzzled. Why would she write these things? She's always talking about novels, male leads, female supporting characters. Hesitantly, he picked up his phone and scrolled through their old chat logs. He began to realize that the examples she'd given weren't just random comments. It dawned on Qi Wenyao that this world was actually a novel. He trembled involuntarily, finding it unbelievable. He rubbed his temples and called his assistant with his other hand. "Assistant Liu, look into Sure Yi's brother's situation at school." The assistant quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Qi." After making the necessary arrangements, he looked at Chung Yiqing with concern. She was still unconscious, her face pale, making his heart ache. Meanwhile, Yiqing seemed to have entered another world. Looking around, she asked, "Where is this?" She saw a faint light in the distance. "There's a light over there." She walked towards it and asked, "Who's there?" In the dim light, her sister's figure appeared once more. She cried out happily, "Sister," and reached out her hand. Chung Yiqing's eyes widened in delight. "Sister, am I going back to reality?" She, too, reached out, her movements hazy. Just as she was about to touch her sister, a voice called out from behind her, "Yiqing." She turned to see Grandpa Chung and Qi Wenyao standing there. Qi Wenyao also extended his hand, his voice sincere. "Yiqing, come here." Her steps faltered, and she looked back. She even excitedly called out, "Brother Wenyao." Some people are born hopeless romantics. Nothing had been decided yet. Suddenly, a phone rang, startling her awake. Chung Yiqing sat up abruptly, gasping for air, disoriented. She breathed heavily as Qi Wenyao continued his phone call beside her. "All right, I understand." His expression was serious. "Keep a close eye on things. Report anything immediately." He quickly hung up the phone and hurried over to her. "Yiqing, you're awake. How are you feeling?" She forced a smile. "Wenyao, I'm fine." Suddenly, she saw her book and anxiously tried to speak, but Qi Wenyao remained calm, comforting her. "Just rest. Why are you still thinking about those silly novels?" "Something about an original female supporting character. I saw you were writing it quite seriously." He turned to leave. "I'll go tell Grandpa and Grandma that you're awake. They've been so worried about you." But his mind was still in turmoil. Sure Yi's brother didn't skip class, and he didn't hit the teacher. Iching, what on earth are you writing? A short scene played in his mind. Chung Iching, dressed beautifully, waved goodbye. Wenyao, I'm off to the set. The next day, she appeared again, full of energy. Wenyao, I'm going to the set. Today's schedule is a bit tight. Another day passed, and early in the morning, after putting on her makeup, she announced, Wenyao, I have a business event today. I need to go out. His face darkened. Why are you so busy? Suddenly, Ruwen and Wenfan called, but he was too annoyed to even answer. He was even picky about watching advertisements. This endorsement is too cheap. Pass. He was in a bad mood, simply because he was being ignored by a girl. He casually crossed out all the major collaborations. This cover design is too messy. Pass. This production team won't do. Pass. His assistant, standing beside him, felt helpless for him and couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Chi, this is a major production project. He frowned and said firmly, it's too far away. No. The assistant was speechless. That's a reason. Suddenly, he handed her a stack of documents, his tone gentle. These are major production projects and top-tier resources. See if any are suitable for her. The assistant, upon hearing this, was impressed. So this is what it looks like when a rich person uses money to promote a female star. She sat in the corner reading a novel, thinking to herself, does becoming the real Chung Iching really have any meaning? Jianya sat beside her, scrolling through her phone, and said excitedly, Sister Iching, you're trending again. She looked up and asked, oh, what are people saying? This time, Jianya happily handed her the phone. The last episode aired, and everyone online is praising you. Every comment was extremely positive. Chung Iching, fairy-like visuals. Chung Iching, god-level acting. Jianya excitedly added, all the major music apps and websites are clipping your scenes. Oh my god, I've witnessed a fairy descending to earth. Iching descending is too difficult, too beautiful. Some comments were even wild confessions. Love, love, love. Who would have thought that the fairy before their eyes was originally a middle-aged woman in her 40s relying on face swap technology? From now on, if anyone dares to say Iching's acting is bad, just shove the comparison pictures of her roles before and after in their faces. Jianya was extremely excited, holding her hand and praising her. Sister Iching, you're finally famous. Just as they were celebrating, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was Grandma Chi calling. As soon as she answered, an anxious voice came from the other end. Iching, I watched your show. That work is too dangerous. She quickly explained, Grandma Chi, it's not dangerous at all. There are a lot of safety measures. Grandpa Chung also chimed in from the side. Who's that director? How dare he boss our Iching around? She was speechless. Grandpa, Director Wong just wants me to act well. She spent half the day explaining to the two elders, and she was exhausted. Chung Iching's face darkened. Unable to say a word, she could only sigh. The love of elders is truly heavy. However, she suddenly became very determined. I must work hard. She carefully read the script. Miao Jing, a classic play from 20 years ago. Back then, the character was a beautiful young girl with teary eyes. Now, it would be considered a high-class green tea. Seeing this, she was happy. So many people already like me. Adding director Wong's character into this classic work is truly dedicated. The more Chung Iching thought about it, the tighter she clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with determination. But I'm a professional actress. How can I be stopped by a green tea character? All difficulties are paper tigers in the face of absolute acting skills. At this moment, everything on set was ready. Chung Iching changed into her costume and walked out happily. Everyone greeted her enthusiastically. Iching, give me your autograph later. She happily agreed. Okay. Someone else ran over and said, just an autograph isn't enough. I want a photo too. Suddenly, Shi walked down the stairs in a Chong Sam, softly calling out, Iching. Chung Iching was startled. Why is she here? Shi walked over innocently, with a smile, congratulating her. Congratulations, sister. But Chung Iching responded coldly. Confused, she called out to the system in her mind. System, what's going on? The system replied lazily, querying, please wait. The original work only briefly touched on this part. I don't remember Shi ever coming here. Shi turned around with a smile and added, Iching, I'm your supporting character in this scene. We have quite a few scenes together. The system immediately reported, Shi is an autonomous supporting character. Shi continued to feign kindness, suggesting, Iching, we're about to start filming. Do you want to go over the lines first? But Chung Iching walked away coldly, refusing directly. No. The system anxiously notified her. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected on Shi. Host, please investigate the cause. Upon hearing this, Chung Yiqing cursed angrily in her mind. How am I supposed to investigate? Crack open her head. At this moment, she was extremely worried. Shiyi's personality had changed. She was no longer the gentle and kind heroine, but had become extremely aggressive and oppressive towards her. At this time, Director Wong walked over and asked, waving his hand, Yiqing, I'm ready here. Do you have any thoughts on the filming? She was taken aback and quickly responded, Director Wong. The two quickly discussed the script. I think this character died in the original work. Changing it too much will make it nondescript. It's better to follow the original work, but we can highlight the character's traits and surpass the original actor's performance. Director Wong stood beside her, nodding seriously in agreement. She added, there's a slapping scene here. I don't think it's necessary to actually slap. It might affect the subsequent filming. Director Wong listened and agreed without objection, firmly saying, yes, Yiqing, I believe in your ability. Suddenly, Shi stepped forward and sneered. You used to do it for real. Why do you want to slack off when it comes to Director Wong? Slapping scenes must be real. That's the only way to get into character, isn't it? She then turned to flatter the director. Director Wong, I've never done fake slaps before. We're short on time. Real slaps are actually more efficient. Chung Yiqing immediately understood her intentions and frowned impatiently, looking for trouble again. Useless Director Wong. Before she could finish her thought, Director Wong replied, in that case, let's do it for real. Her eyes widened. He also advised, Yiqing, actors can't complain when encountering such things. They have to learn to adapt. At this moment, Shi was extremely smug. Chung Yiqing was so angry that she couldn't speak and could only think irritably. Is this a little Easter egg of the heroine's halo? At this time, a young actor brought an idol to her side. Sister Yiqing, thank you for your help. I know you like Shu Kuan, so I brought him here especially. Shu Kuan was handsome and dazzling. Indeed, the male god she had been longing for. He took off his glasses and politely said, hello, Sister Yiqing. Her heart raced, her eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Hello, hello. Her mind was screaming, ah, Shu Kuan is so handsome. Everyone went to eat together. She saw Qi Wenyao following them and wondered, as if she had seen a play god, why is Qi Wenyao here too? He thought smugly, Chung Yiqing likes this kind of person. Shallow woman. She muttered discontentedly. What kind of arrangement is this? I'm not even worthy of sitting next to Shu Kuan. Can I even look at him? She put down her chopsticks sullenly. Qi Wenyao asked, seeing this, are you full? She replied coldly, yes. After hearing her reply, he excitedly ordered, then let's go home. The two male gods watched their backs as they left, gossiping in low voices to each other. Is this the kind of relationship CEO Shi of Xingyu has with Sister Yiqing? The other person's mouth formed an O shape, thinking, am I eating Big Melon right now? Finally, the director shouted, cut. This scene is done. Yiqing's face was swollen. She sadly held an ice pack to her face and thought, I tried to dodge, but still couldn't avoid it. Thankfully, she didn't deliberately do it a second time. Suddenly, the system warned, alert, script intruder detected. Host, please be prepared. She asked in confusion, huh, what script? Before she could react, she heard a loud roar from outside. Where's Shi? Jishang barged in like a bulldozer, yelling, you damn girl, come out here. Someone stopped her. Excuse me, ma'am. The set is off limits. She roared directly. Who dares to stop me? I'm Yi's mother. In Xin stood to the side, scratching her head. What's going on? Jishang is here to ask Shi for money. This should be happening a week later at the company. This plot is fast-forwarding ridiculously. Seeing the tense atmosphere, a kind actor came over and asked, Shi, is that your mother? Yiqing looked sideways, having heard that Shi was often beaten by Jishang in the past. Now it seemed she was no longer afraid. Shi's face was full of embarrassment, her brows furrowed, and she looked very worried. Then she walked forward and called out Mom. Jishang immediately flew into a rage, pointing at her and scolding, you still have the nerve to call me Mom. How many times have I told you? Do you want to kill me and your brother? Shi put on an innocent look and explained, Mom, I didn't. I've been busy with work and haven't looked at my phone. Jishang was furious and raised her hand to hit her. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Shi immediately covered her head and pleaded, Mom, don't hit me. Just like that, she instantly gained everyone's sympathy. Everyone started speaking up for her. Annie, we're still working. Please leave. Jishang was still fuming and shouted, let go of me. Don't threaten me. Sure, if you don't give me 2 million today, and if your brother gets expelled, just you wait. Suddenly, Sure retorted, enough. The tense atmosphere instantly quieted down. Sure began her performance, her face full of grievance. Ever since I was little, my brother got all the good food and toys. I was always hungry, and I even got beaten for being slow with the housework. Ji-shang was stunned and retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you insist on doing the housework yourself? My son can't be expelled. 2 million is easy for you to earn, right? Help your brother. Hurry up and help him." A strong hand suddenly stopped her raised hand. It was Director Wong, who finally appeared. He impatiently ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Watching a show. Get her out of here." Then he turned to the others and said, "Can someone help her upstairs to rest for a while?" Everyone sympathized with her and rushed forward to help, of course. Only I Ching stood by watching the commotion, but she felt something was wrong. Wait, she watched the woman being dragged away, thinking to herself, "Sure, I came here as an extra, not just to slap me, but also for Ji-shang." She glanced again at Sure who was heading upstairs, and thought, Ji-shang is stupid and aggressive. If Sure wanted to hide, she wouldn't be able to find her. I Ching's face suddenly turned pale. She realized that Sure Yi's character was best at playing the victim. In the original story, the suffering she endured was always told through the mouths of others. As she ran upstairs, she thought, she knows everyone is watching, yet she still pretends to be so wrong. This is clearly intentional. I Ching finally caught up and quickly said, "I'll take care of her. You all go back to work." The others looked over, a little puzzled, but still didn't forget to ask Sure Yi's opinion. She smiled sweetly. "It's okay. I Ching and I have known each other for a long time." After the two entered the room and closed the door, Sure said gratefully, "I Ching, thank you for taking care of me." I Ching couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, "Sure, your acting is too fake." She ruthlessly exposed her. "You deliberately brought Ji-shang here to cause trouble and make the set chaotic. Once the news gets out, you can completely get rid of Ji-shang." Hearing this, Sure realized her plan was about to be exposed and gripped the bedsheet tightly. I Ching continued, "Unfortunately, you don't understand Director Wong. He's very serious and values privacy. He'll never let today's events leak out." Sure was stunned. Sure enough, outside, Director Wong was cleaning up the mess, instructing everyone, no one is allowed to spread what happened today. Seeing this, Sure stopped pretending. She slowly stood up and said coldly, "I Ching, you know what? I hate you. No, I should say I despise you." She let out a cold laugh. Hearing this, I Ching's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand how the gentle female lead could become so twisted. Sure shouted angrily, "I hate you for stealing everything from me. I hate the way you act so high and mighty. I hate you for humiliating me." Completely blackened, her scheming nature fully revealed, she continued, "But it doesn't matter. I'll take back everything that belongs to me. When that day comes, I'll make you kneel before me like a dog, gasping for air. When that day comes, don't cry and beg me." Hearing these words, I Ching was speechless. Cut. That's a wrap. Everyone worked hard. The director shouted. The scene cut to the next day. Her assistant said, "I Ching, you're the female lead. Sure, is just a guest role. Why did Director Wong add more scenes for her? Don't you think it's a bit strange?" I Ching smiled and patted her arm. "Don't overthink it." The assistant exclaimed, "Oh." The assistant was completely bewildered. I Ching thought to herself, it must be the protagonist's halo. Everyone is attracted to my irresistible charm. Sure, approached Director Wong. "Director Wong, you've been so good to me these past few days. I'd like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude." He happily agreed. Sure. Seeing I Ching nearby, Sure added, "I Ching, you should come too." I Ching's face showed refusal. "I won't go." The system suddenly interjected, "Host, accept the invitation." I Ching was stunned. The system mechanically reminded her, plot energy fluctuations detected around the female lead. I Ching rolled her eyes. "You can even track the plot. How impressive." The scene changed to the Lihua Hotel. Director Wong and I Ching were eating in a private room when he suddenly called out, "I Ching," startling her. "Huh," he stammered. "When my movie starts filming, I want you to play the female lead." He was interrupted mid-sentence by a voice. Director Wong said, "I Ching, I hope you like the dishes we ordered." Sure glanced at them. "I hope it suits your taste." I Ching nudged Director Wong worriedly. Director Wong just mumbled, "It's fine." Director Wong thought to himself, "Why can't I just say it? I really want Iching to be the female lead." Iching glanced at them, thinking, with sure E here, Director Wong won't even talk to me. How am I supposed to advance my plot? The system reminded her that in Sure Yi's script, Sure Yi respects and trusts Director Wong, and during this meal, she would confide in him about her tragic past. Iching scoffed, "A script that has nothing to do with me counts. You need a serious upgrade." Suddenly, Iching received a message from Chi Wen-yao, her gaming partner. "Question, sis, how are things going with the girl you like?" He replied, "I guess we're officially together." Iching thought, "I guess so." She glanced at the ring on her finger and suddenly realized, could this be a coincidence? Iching happily announced, "Little bro, listen up, your big sis is also taken." He replied, "Oh, congrats." Suddenly, Chi Wen-yao received a call from Assistant Liu. He listened intently. Liu said, "Mr. Chi, Sure Yi's younger brother caused trouble at school and might be expelled." Chi Wen-yao quickly checked the news, thinking, she really did anticipate something happening today. "I thought we had nothing more to hide from each other." 3 hours later, Sure Yi, Iching, and Director Wong were standing in the restaurant lobby. Iching shielded her face with her hand, trying to avoid the reporters outside. Director Wong suddenly stopped. Iching quickly nudged his shoulder. Sure Yi stood in front of them and said to Iching, "Sorry, I forgot something. Director Wong is drunk. Can you help him?" Iching was confused, completely unaware of what was happening, and didn't even have time to refuse. Sure Yi hurried away, saying, "Please, Ji, I'll be right back." The slightly drunk Director Wong turned to Iching and slurred, "Iching, I really want you to be the female lead in my new movie." Then he started rambling, "Sure, when I first met her, I also thought she was my female lead, but she's not as pretty as you, and her acting isn't as good." Listening to his drunken words, Iching thought, how did he get this drunk? Iching supported him, feeling exhausted. She called out, "Why isn't Shuri back yet? Something's not right." She called out again, "Jianya, come here, Director Wong is drunk, help me get him back." Iching was worried. What if someone photographed her getting into a car with Director Wong? A reporter in the distance said to his companion, "Iching is cautious. She didn't get in the car with Director Wong." The other reporter sneered, "It doesn't matter. We can make it sound even worse. She's finished." Soon, Iching received news that reporters were spreading rumors about her ambiguous relationship with Director Wong. Chung Iching and Wang Jie's relationship exposed. According to BB Entertainment News, Chung Iching and Wang Jie's relationship has been exposed. Intimate photos of Chung Iching and Wang Jie were recently taken by the media. The two entered a restaurant together, and after the meal, Chung Iching personally helped the intoxicated Wang Jie into a car. According to insiders from I Am an Actor, Wang Jie highly values Chung Iching. The comment section was a mess. "I think Wang Jie's child is about the same age as Chung Iching. How could she do this?" Others said, "I've always suspected something was going on between Chung Iching and Wang Jie, and I was right." Some angrily defended her. "The entertainment industry is just this messy." Someone added, "Isn't it normal to have dinner together after a performance?" Others said, "I believe Chung Iching." Scrolling through countless comments, Iching fumed. This is a trap set by Sure Yi and the system. She gritted her teeth. The system really does have its own consciousness. She yelled, "System, come out." The system replied, "Host, what are your commands?" Iching questioned, "Whose system are you anyway? You knew Sure Yi was plotting against me, and you still made me go to dinner with Director Wong. That 40-something-year-old artist, he has to suffer this indignity with me." The system replied, "Host, please calm down. He is just an insignificant supporting character." Iching angrily interrupted, "He's a supporting character in your eyes, but in my eyes, he's a living person, someone who values his reputation more than anything." The system trembled as it replied, "Host, I'm sorry. All plot lines serve the female lead." Iching said weakly, "I don't want to hear that. I'm asking you, can you recognize your place?" She thought, "If not, then get out of my head. I don't need a system that only holds me back." Chi Wen-yao looked at the calendar and messaged his little drama queen, "Iching, what do you like? Your birthday is coming up soon. I want to pick out a gift for you." Iching was overjoyed to receive the message and immediately asked the system, "System, can I tell him the truth?" The system replied, "No." She replied to Chi Wen-yao, "Really? Gee, Jackson just released a limited edition new bag. It's impossible to get in China. Can you get it for me?" Wen-yao had just finished speaking but thought to himself, what's the use of a bag? I actually want a red switch mechanical keyboard more. He replied, okay, I understand. On her birthday, there was indeed a keyboard inside the gift box. She hugged the gift happily and exclaimed in surprise, ah, I love it. I really love it. He immediately hugged her and asked, are you happy? I Ching thought awkwardly. This Mr. Gao really knows how to please people. She said in confusion, but I don't think I've ever told anyone I like this. I Ching pointed angrily and shouted, System, don't you dare play deaf and dumb. I'm telling you, there won't be a next time. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xiao Yinyao called and asked with concern, are you all right? I Ching replied coldly, I'm fine. He then asked, do you know what happened? I Ching frowned and recounted the events of that day. Sure, he was the host and only invited Director Wong and me. Later, she said she had something to do and left first. I didn't take the car with Director Wong. Jiangya took him home. Xiao Yinyao was stunned, not knowing what to say. She concluded coldly, I'll handle it myself. He couldn't help but feel a little hurt, thinking, why doesn't she complain or come to me for help? Ing Xin was asking Jiangya, haven't you been able to contact Director Wong? Jiangya nodded sadly, clasping her hands together. I Ching covered her mouth in frustration, thinking, there's no other evidence now. A rash clarification will only increase the attention, and Director Wong can't be reached either. She was suddenly startled by an excited yell. Sister I Ching, CEO Chi announced that he's with you. When Yao posted on his personal page, introducing, this is my girlfriend, Chung I Ching. As for certain baseless rumors, I will investigate them thoroughly. Netizens went into a frenzy again, commenting, am I blind? Others exclaimed, who is Chi Wen Yao? The man countless female artists, socialites, and young women dream of. Does Chung I Ching deserve him? Some advised him, boss, have you thought this through? Director Wong also issued a clarification. Someone used despicable means for personal gain. This is just a photo of me and my family greeting me at the door of my house. An insider posted a set of photos with the caption, the feud between Shi Yi and Chung I Ching. Today's biggest gossip. Chung I Ching has been with the big boss for a long time. Could there be other inside stories? Based on the staff's descriptions of the actors that day, besides Director Wong and Chung I Ching leaving, there was another person, Shi Yi and Chung I Ching had previously collaborated on If We Fall in Love. A string of hashtags like hashtag Chung I Ching announcement hashtag Chung I Ching exposed hashtag plan resentment hashtag Director Wong angry announcement hashtag accusations were also trending. Yi sat in a corner, intently watching the netizens' comments and attacks. A veteran artist was forced into this situation where no one could tell the truth from the lies. Someone chimed in, there's new gossip next door saying that Yi deliberately harmed Chung I Ching and Director Wong. Others directly at her. Yi, are you that person? Someone dug up, am I the only one who remembers that Yi and Meng Jiao from the fashion magazine have a special relationship? There were also comments. According to inside sources, Yi has been shelved by Shin Entertainment. A comment with 6 million likes asked, do you have a grudge against Chung I Ching? Or couldn't you stand Director Wong being too strict? Another with over 7,000 likes directly cursed. This vicious woman resorts to these tactics because she can't get love. Keyboard warriors scolded, vicious, let me see what kind of trash she is. Over 4,000 likes. And, you get out of the entertainment industry. The onslaught of angry and attacking comments left Yi slumped on the floor, hugging her knees and crying. Why did it become like this? Her eyes were filled with tears and worry. At this moment, a loud voice called out, Yi. The door creaked open, and a few rays of light shone into the dim room. Meng Jiao rushed in from somewhere, looking worriedly at Yi huddled in the corner, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. Yi looked up at him, her eyes full of sadness, and softly asked, brother, am I really as bad as they say? Do you believe me? To Yi's surprise, Meng Jiao hugged her tightly, constantly comforting her loudly. I believe you. I believe you. They're all blind. They can't see your goodness. She asked tearfully, will you always stand by my side? Yi's hand trembled as she reached out to him, seemingly touched, slowly accepting this second male lead. She looked at Meng Jiao with bright eyes and couldn't help but think, I have to do this. He held her tightly, repeatedly saying firmly, even if the whole world betrays you, I will always stand by your side and fight the world with you. Yi's eyes glistened with tears, deeply moved. Lost in thought, she gently pushed Meng Jiao away. Unexpectedly, Shi took the initiative to kiss him. She thought to herself, there's no future with Qi Wenyao, so I'll follow him. I Ching, who was reading the script, Jiangya suddenly froze, the water glass on the table falling to the floor. She held her head in one hand and said wearily, I'm sorry, I Ching, I'm not feeling well. I Ching supported her, constantly comforting her. It's okay. Do you want to go upstairs and rest? But in her heart, she hesitated, feeling that something was wrong. Beep, beep, beep. The system sent several alerts in succession. System restarting, please wait. System checking, please wait. Host checked, female lead Shi has made a serious mistake. Her behavior deviates from the initial female lead image. Trending topics on the forum. Hashtag Advanced Chronicle Unannounced. Hashtag Advanced Chronicle on Childhood Sweethearts. Netizens flocked in once again. The comment section filled with envy and jealousy. Does anyone know about X Corporation? Chung Yiqing is a shareholder with assets exceeding 10 billion, a rough calculation. Someone exclaimed, I believe in the childhood sweetheart CP. Another comment added, who said Chung Yiqing isn't worthy of Qi Wenyao. They've known each other since childhood. How could their family background be different? Another person chimed in. Chung Yiqing is currently with Star Entertainment, which is the company that Elder Chung founded so that his granddaughter could have a good time in the entertainment industry. Yiqing sat there, eavesdropping on the netizens' gossip, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This cunning man, he really knows how to handle things. Someone suddenly snatched her phone away, making Yiqing's eyes widen. Qi Wenyao looked at her, his tone full of displeasure. Don't you have anything to say? Yiqing was slightly taken aback and softly called out, Brother Wenyao. Yiqing stammered, I have something to do today. I might be back a little late. He sullenly pressed, and she replied blankly, you don't have to wait for me for dinner. Qi Wenyao's tone was slightly displeased. That's all. Yiqing rested her chin on her hand, her mind full of question marks, but still replied, thank you for clarifying for me. Qi Wenyao continued to press. Yiqing smiled, but felt a little irritated in her heart. What exactly does this cunning man want to say? Can't he be more direct? Qi Wenyao was truly rendered speechless by her. He suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, catching her off guard, and she cursed inwardly, this silly woman. Held in Qi Wenyao's embrace, Yiqing acted coyly and shyly. Brother Wenyao, Sheng, dressed in an evening gown, smiled radiantly under the brilliant stage lights, holding a bouquet of bright red roses in her hand, a slender, beautiful hand reaching out towards her. Shi froze. The outstretched hand crushed the roses in her hand. Yiqing, with a triumphant look, snatched the bouquet, seizing all the spotlight, pushing Shi into the shadows. Shi abruptly woke up from the nightmare, gasping in terror. Meng Jiao rushed to her side, embracing her with concern. What's wrong, baby? Did you have a nightmare? She Meng Jiao. She recounted her nightmare in a panic. I dreamed that the whole world revolved around me, but then everything changed. Shi hugged Meng Jiao tightly, crying uncontrollably. Everyone left me. Yiqing stole all my love. Meng Jiao held her in his arms, whispering comfort. It was just a dream, baby. Dreams are the opposite of reality. I will never leave you. Never. Shi's eyes were filled with worry, but she thought to herself, but ever since I've been with you, I've been having the same dream every day. The more she thought about it, the more disturbed she felt. Like a premonition, the female lead psychology experienced a severe backlash. She was trying to reject the image the author had set for her, even subconsciously giving up the female lead's position. Yet she was completely unaware of this world. Yiqing sat on the bed, hugging a teddy bear, staring at her phone and sighing. So the chaos in the novel world is because Shi's subconscious has already abandoned her identity as the female lead. Yiqing frowned, but that doesn't make sense. When Qi Wenyao got together with me, the supporting female lead, nothing happened to the world. The system cleared its throat because Shi's mind and body are resisting the pure 1v1 setting. Qi Wenyao hasn't yet. A message popped up on the screen. Latest 20XXX urban romance entertainment genre, starring Qi Wenyao and Shi, non-pure 1v1, light-hearted style, female lead perspective. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her agent. Yiqing, pack your things and get ready to join the production. Yiqing asked blankly, what production? She reached for her cute water bottle as she listened attentively. The agent announced, it's a movie, a serious drama. Director Wong's project that he's been preparing for 3 years. The Killer. and you're the female lead. Hearing the title, Iching couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the killer. Isn't that the classic that won Sure-E the Best Actress award in the original story? Meanwhile, Sure-E rested her chin on her hand and couldn't help but sigh. When I was little, I really liked the boy next door. I even cried and said I wanted to marry him when he left. Sure-E glanced at Meng Jiao, who was busy in the kitchen, and thought to herself, but after he came back, I felt like I shouldn't love him anymore. Meng Jiao happily brought a plate of braised pork to the table and gently called out, "All right, E, dinner's ready." Looking at the dishes on the table, Sure-E couldn't help but sigh. Her habits had changed a lot over the years, but he still understood her so well. Chung Yiqing's understanding of Sure-E was as if he had accompanied her for many years. Sure-E felt gloomy, not even noticing Meng Jiao picking up the remote and telling her he'd found a movie she was sure to like. At that moment, Sure-E's heart stirred slightly. He really knew what I liked to eat, do, and watch. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, realizing something was wrong. She turned around in a panic and asked how do you know what I like? Meng Jiao simply replied casually, "Didn't you tell me yourself?" Sure-E's eyes widened, thinking in surprise, "I never said anything." She glanced at Meng Jiao secretly and saw him happily picking up food with his chopsticks. Sure-E had him put his rice bowl in front of her, but her mind was in turmoil. And that power that made her unable to refuse the other day, what was going on? Meng Jiao said gently, "If you're feeling unwell anywhere, you must tell me." He added cheerfully, "Public relations is taking care of everything. In a few days, when things calm down, your magazine and Chung Yiqing's magazine will be released together. Everything will be all right." Sure-E just clenched her hands tightly without speaking. She suddenly said, "The draft I asked you to prepare, is it done?" Meng Jiao stopped eating and replied, "It's done. Are you sure you want to publish it?" She answered without hesitation, "Yes." Suddenly, the internet exploded with trending hashtags like hashtag Sure-E exploited by mother for years hashtag and hashtag Sure-E to sever ties with mother hashtag. There was also a photo of her mother throwing a tantrum while staff members held her back. Netizens' comments were in an uproar. "Oh my God, is this even human?" Someone sighed, "My heart aches after reading this." Others said, "See how everyone avoids her. She must have been exploited by her mother for so long." Some questioned, "Poor people always have reasons to be hateful. Don't forget how pretentious Sure-E used to be." Someone else couldn't stand it and retorted, "Are you even human? Sure-E has suffered enough. Do you have to keep picking on her?" Chung Yiqing scrolled through the comments while walking, sighing, "Sure-E has really changed. She used to keep all her suffering bottled up inside." Jianya was still waving behind her. Jianya said to her, "Sister Yiqing, today's schedule is shooting the Disso perfume commercial. The main contract actor is the second female lead who plays the murderer." Chung Yiqing nodded in confirmation. "Oh, I know, it's Kwang Wanru. The one who was initially close friends with Sure-E and later tried to steal Chiu Yunyao's love interest, the villainous supporting female character." Chung Yiqing muttered to herself. Jianya asked worriedly, "Kwang Wanru, I haven't heard of her. Is she your friend?" "CC Tang." Chung Yiqing suddenly thought of something and froze, her eyes filled with worry. She quickly took out her phone and typed Kwang Wanru in the search bar. Chung Yiqing's face suddenly darkened as she realized Kwang Wanru had disappeared. Chung Yiqing bit her lip, her brow furrowed. Could it be because Sure-E wasn't by Chang Jiao's side that the vicious second female lead, Kwang Wanru, appeared and disappeared like this, without even a chance to show her face, just poof gone? Suddenly, someone greeted her, "Hello," startling her. She quickly turned around. The girl in front of her was elegantly dressed, with striking red hair. She smiled and said, "You're Chung Yiqing, right?" The girl waved and introduced herself. "I'm Don Shihua." Chung Yiqing thought to herself, "So this is the one who replaced Kwang Wanru." Oh no! During the shoot, the photographer enthusiastically guided the actors. The photographer reminded Chung Yiqing, "It's not this feeling. You need to show a youthful spirit, do you understand? Don't be so stiff." Chung Yiqing stammered in agreement. "Ah, okay," inwardly lamenting. "This is my first time shooting this kind of commercial. The advertising company's requirements are too high." Just then, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Tong Sihua suddenly leaned closer, helping her adjust her posture, and whispered like this. The photographer watched Chung Yiqing pose in front of the camera and nodded repeatedly in praise. Yes, that's the feeling. Her flower-arranging movements became more and more skillful, and her melancholic eyes perfectly conveyed the character's emotions. Finally, the photographer announced with satisfaction, "Okay, that's a wrap." Chung Yiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Chung Yiqing walked towards Tong Sihua and said sincerely, "Thank you." Sihua waved her hand. "It's nothing, just a small favor. No need to thank me." Chung Yiqing replied happily, "Of course I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the shooting wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Just then, a gentle voice called her, "Yiqing." Qi Wenyao appeared elegantly before her. Chung Yiqing responded with a smile. "Brother Wenyao." Tong Sihua watched the two of them display their affection like a third wheel. Qi Wenyao asked with concern, "Did the commercial shoot go well today?" Chung Yiqing said coquettishly, "Very smoothly." Chung Yiqing introduced them to each other. "Brother Wenyao, this is my new friend Tong Sihua, whom I just met today." Sihua quickly responded, "Mr. Qi." She greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see. You're getting more handsome." Wenyao shook Tong Sihua's hand, replying coldly, "Hello." Sihua felt a pang of jealousy but tried to hide it, maintaining a smile as she excused herself. "So, Qi, you must be busy. I'll be going then." "Yiqing, let's hang out sometime." Yiqing waved back amicably, "Okay." Wenyao embraced her from behind, whispering, "Do you like her that much?" Yiqing turned to look at him, puzzled. Don't you think she speaks with such poise? I really like girls with that kind of aura." Wenyao replied with a smile, "Oh, I didn't notice." Yiqing thought to herself, "My survival instincts are all over my face," but outwardly she smiled and said, "Well, your eyes are only for me." Wenyao gently kissed Yiqing's lips, nodding in agreement. "All right, only you." He made her blush like a ripe apple. Inwardly, she cursed, "AAA grade flirt. This damn man is getting better at this." 3 days later, the host cheerfully announced, "Welcome everyone to the I Am an Actor award ceremony." The stage was magnificently decorated, lights glittering. Yiqing, dressed in a sparkling pink gown, was having her outfit adjusted by the stylist when a backstage staff member hurried in. "Yiqing Ji, are you ready?" She quickly replied, "Almost." He leaned in and whispered in her ear, "I see CEO Sure in the audience." This made Yiqing smile even brighter. Wen Yao sat in the audience, listening intently as the host said, "Yiqing's performance, I don't need to say much. Everyone has seen it clearly." Images of Yiqing's beautiful scenes appeared on the big screen as the male host praised. "She possesses all the qualities of a good actress. A few months ago, I was the most hated supporting actress in the entertainment industry." Yiqing gracefully walked towards the still-gushing host, who invited Chung Yiqing, the champion of I Am an Actor, onto the stage. Yiqing held her head high, chest out, feeling a surge of pride. "Now my life is full of glory." She confidently accepted the trophy from the organizers. "I have fans who truly love me. I have directors who value me highly." Yiqing raised the trophy in satisfaction, thinking perhaps some destinies seem predetermined, but they can be changed. Wen Yao watched her tenderly from below, applauding continuously. System prompt: "Host, this is not your life." Someone sat wrapped in a blanket, watching the awards ceremony on TV. Yiqing's face beamed with a bright smile as she held the trophy high. Sure, Yi huddled, staring at the screen with fury. This was supposed to be hers. This is a stolen life. Yiqing. Wen Yao knocked on the door while holding a glass of milk. He froze at the doorway, the milk suspended in midair. Wen Yao gently placed the milk on the table, watching Yiqing sleep soundly, hugging a teddy bear. So she fell asleep. Yiqing slept peacefully, drooling slightly. Wen Yao affectionately rubbed her forehead, chuckling, "Silly girl, you're cute like this too." Unconsciously, she suddenly grabbed his hand, startling Wen Yao. She held his hand tightly, murmuring, "Don't let you go." Wen Yao flicked Yiqing's forehead, watching her mumble in her sleep, and said indulgently, "Are you sure you don't want me to go?" He answered himself, "If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes." After a while, Yiqing woke up groggily, stretching. "I was so tired last night." Yiqing suddenly glanced to her side and saw the handsome Wen Yao sleeping peacefully in her bed. She was startled, her mind racing with questions. "What's going on?" Wen Yao suddenly opened his eyes, one hand resting on his forehead, his shirt rumpled and casually worn. He said, "Good morning." Yiqing jumped up, stammering to cover her embarrassment. "Why are you here?" Wen Yao rested his chin on his hand and calmly explained, "Last night, you were holding on to me, not letting me go." Yiqing rolled her eyes, pouting. "What?" She shyly pulled the blanket over herself, then suspiciously glared at him, asking again, "Really?" "It was me." He nodded affirmatively. Yiqing shook her head and exclaimed, "I don't believe it. I don't admit it. You're lying." Iching gradually calmed down, looking herself over. Although my pajamas are a bit messy, it's not a big deal. This scumbag is really a dog, sleeping next to me all night and didn't do anything bad. Wen Yao smirked himself. You wish I did something bad, don't you? Thinking this, he slowly sat up, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his toned six-pack abs, an incredibly tempting sight that would make any girl's heart race. He suddenly flipped over, pinning Iching beneath him, making her blush and her heart pound. This playboy Wen Yao is sweet-talking our innocent Iching. Shouldn't we do something? Iching, flustered and blushing, stammered, Wen Yao, what do you want to do? Wen Yao frowned, seriously asking back, what do you think? He suddenly stopped, as if realizing something. Iching giggled coquettishly and said, I'm a little hungry, you must be too, right? Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Just then, the butler politely called out, Miss Iching, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Iching's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly replied, I'm up, I'll be right there. She turned to Wen Yao, who was still lounging in bed, and said, Wen Yao, let's go eat together. After saying that, she hurried away, leaving Wen Yao sitting on the bed, stunned. Sister and Gu Yin will be here, soon to pick me up for training at the studio. Wen Yao's face was full of reluctance as he gritted his teeth and muttered, coward. 3 days later, outside the training base, Wen Yao hugged Iching tightly and gently patted her hair. 2 weeks of closed training. That means I won't see you for 2 weeks. Iching wrapped her arms around his waist and said sweetly, it's Director Wong's new drama. I'm playing the female lead, a police officer. I need to prepare the knowledge and basic physical skills beforehand. Iching looked at him tenderly. This drama is really good. I really want to do it. Wen Yao smiled gently, his eyes full of indulgence. As long as you like it. Director Wong posted on his personal page, adding a hashtag, officially announcing the cast. The Killer's last few years officially launched, starring Hui Yike as the male lead and Shi Yi as the female lead. Short scene time. Iching sat curled up on the sofa, holding the script in front of her face, but she didn't read a single word. Her eyes secretly glanced at Wen Yao, who was focused on his work. The more Iching looked, the more dazzling and handsome he appeared. Her eyes sparkled, instantly switching to fangirl mode. How can he be so handsome? I wonder who's lucky enough to have such a handsome younger brother. She cupped her cheeks and smiled smugly. Oh, it's me. It was as if Wen Yao heard her thoughts. He suddenly laughed. Iching looked at him with concern. Wen Yao, what are you laughing at? But she couldn't help but think. He wouldn't have noticed I'd been peeking at him, would he? Wen Yao casually replied, nothing. She froze, constantly reminding herself, read the script, read the script. Wen Yao thought to himself, On his laptop screen was a beautiful picture of Iching. Wen Yao smiled radiantly, thinking to himself, focus on work. Inside a white sedan, everyone was scrolling through the news. Netizens were in an uproar again. How could anyone be worthy of even a shred of our Iching? Someone tagged a fashion magazine, demanding an explanation. Hey, fashion magazine, explain this report. Others jumped in to argue. 5FX is so beautiful. 5FX my foot. Those fans in the front row are still defending her. How about explaining Iching threatening Shi Yi to switch roles? Slap. The script slammed heavily onto the table. Gu Yin held her head and complained. When we negotiated the contract, it was clearly stated that Iching and Shi Yi would receive the same treatment. This is an insult to Yin Sheng. This list even changed Director Wong's name, with screenshots saying she stole Shi Yi's role. Iching listened silently to Gu Yan's speculation. Someone must be behind this. Iching softly comforted her. Gu Yan, Director Wong isn't the type to engage in random hype. Gu Yan stared at her phone. I don't know what's going on with Director Wong either. There's been no news. Just focus on your training here. Iching frowned with worry. No news at all. Could something have happened? Suddenly, the phone rang. On the other end of the line, Director Wong coughed a few times. Iching, have you checked Weibo? Hearing his voice, her heart tightened. Director Wong's voice doesn't sound right. He carefully explained, Iching, this is my responsibility. I'm old and easily confused. From the beginning, the female lead I had in mind was you. Hearing this, Iching immediately comforted him gently. You're blaming yourself too much. It's just a small mistake, it's okay. Once this is resolved, I'll still participate in the training as usual. Director Wong agreed with satisfaction. All right, I'll wait for you to join the production. Director Wong's assistant held a water glass as he watched him, offering comfort. I told you Iching is a good girl. She wouldn't mind such a small matter. The assistant, concerned about his health, kept reminding him, how are you feeling now? Ever since that Weibo incident, you've been having chest discomfort, and the medicine isn't helping. Director Wong took the water glass and said, I'm fine. The assistant advised him, Netizens just want to stir up trouble. Don't take it to heart. Director Wong responded with a hum and instructed, is the clarification statement ready? Check it carefully and release it as soon as possible. The assistant respectfully replied, yes, sir. Director Wong sipped his water, pondering, is it my imagination, or does my chest feel much better after talking to I Ching? Back with I Ching. Guyen seemed to have lifted half a burden off her shoulders. Thank goodness Director Wong is all right. She earnestly took responsibility. I Ching, I was negligent this time. But what about the magazine cover? I Ching happily showed her manager the photo on her phone, saying with satisfaction, don't worry about it, Guyen. I didn't lose out this time. Hashtags and trending topics began to flood the internet. Hashtag I Ching sick beauty cover hashtag. Hashtag Sure magazine cover so beautiful hashtag. Featuring a picture of I Ching in a black dress with devil wings, exquisite makeup, and blood at the corner of her mouth. Incredibly alluring. Netizens were in a frenzy again, speculating about the identity of the person in the devil costume. I Ching is truly a wealthy benefactor. Some even went so far as to compare her to Sure E. Although Sure E is beautiful, it doesn't change the fact that I Ching's photo is incredibly captivating. A male voice cautiously reported, within just one day, the online sentiment has shifted. Meng Jiao stared out the window, listening intently. Mr. Meng, Sure Yi's contract is very popular right now. Are you sure you want to use our resources to promote someone from another company? He listened and coldly replied, increase the promotion. If you don't want to do it, you can leave. Meng Jiao turned off his phone and walked into the room, placing his hand on Sure Yi's shoulder as she was applying makeup. He softly asked, what's wrong? She replied with a serious expression, I keep feeling like I've missed something important. Hearing this, Meng Jiao immediately became nervous, grabbing his phone back and whispering, let me check your schedule, babe. Meng Jiao carefully scrolled through his phone. A barrage of information popped up on the screen. Sure E, who was putting on her earrings, noticed Meng Jiao's strange expression and asked, what did you see? Tell me. He quickly hid his phone behind his back. Nothing, babe, really nothing. Sure E frowned impatiently and ordered, give me the phone. She stood up abruptly, anxiously scrolling through the phone, checking the news. Meng Jiao tried to stop her, you don't. But she had already blurted out her thoughts. I want to act in this crime drama, even if it's just a small role. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Even a supporting role would be fine. Meng Jiao smiled gently and agreed without hesitation. Okay, no problem. Meng Jiao hugged Sure E tightly, worriedly thinking, is he under too much pressure? Has something happened recently? In Meng Jiao's embrace, Sure E silently thought, Chung and I shouldn't have any interaction because of our different statuses, but fate always intertwines us. Director Wong unintentionally posted something on Weibo this time, and I keep feeling like this role originally belonged to me. She kept thinking, this world is really strange sometimes, isn't it? The next morning, at Meng Family Entertainment, a beautiful secretary pushed the door open and announced, Mr. Meng, Qi Zhong will personally discuss Sure Yi's contract with you. He's already waiting for you. Meng Jiao followed the secretary, feeling a little uneasy. What's wrong with Yi lately? Her emotions are always fluctuating. She keeps having nightmares, and every time she sees a variety show or endorsement, she seems distracted, as if she thinks it should have been hers. Meng Jiao frowned in thought, the image of the innocent and naive Sure E from the past suddenly surfacing in his mind, making him think, this isn't the E I know. The secretary reminded him again, Mr. Qi Zhong has arrived. Meng Jiao was still lost in his memories. She was truly captivating back then. Meng Jiao snapped back to reality, noticing he had already arrived. I Ching, and Wen Yao had been waiting for him for a long time. I Ching flashed a brilliant smile and greeted him first. Mr. Meng, long time no see. It made Meng Jiao momentarily feel like he was Chung I Ching. This thought startled him. What am I even thinking? I Ching sat beside Qi Wenyao, a stack of documents in front of her. She obediently listened to him and Meng Jiao discuss business. The opposite side said, Sure E violated company regulations, receiving private notifications. Due to her actions causing losses to the company and prematurely breaching the contract, the total penalty is 60 million. Mr. Meng, please take a look. I Ching's eyes widened, her jaw dropping as she watched Wen Yao as if he were robbing a bank, inwardly cursing. That much money, might as well just rob a bank. Wen Yao glanced at her impassively, thinking, Sure, Yi treated her so badly before, yet she doesn't hold a grudge at all. Meng Jiao finished reading the contract and replied, I'll have someone deliver the penalty payment. Yiqing was once again shocked. Her jaw could fit a whole duck egg. 60 million in penalties, and Meng Jiao didn't even haggle. She looked at Meng Jiao with concern. By the way, Mr. Meng, why haven't I seen Shuri today? How is she doing lately? Meng Jiao calmly flipped through the contract and replied, She's at home, doing well. He slowly stood up to leave. I have something else to attend to. I'll take my leave. Meng Jiao left with the contract, his tall figure appearing slightly desolate, making Yiqing feel uneasy. She couldn't help but call out, Mr. Meng. She was constantly worried. Something seemed off about him. Wen Yao suddenly took her hand and asked, Where are you going? He looked at her, his eyes full of reluctance and grievance. You'll be at the training base, and we won't see each other for 2 weeks, you know. His words made Yiqing laugh, a hint of joy in her eyes. Oh, she said. She tugged on his tie, smiling as she asked, Will you miss me? Wen Yao gently replied, yes. Before he could finish speaking, Yiqing had already leaned in for a kiss, the two embracing and kissing deeply. The scene shifted to the training base. Yiqing, fully dressed, walked towards 2 people who were chatting, politely calling out Sister Tong Tong. Xihua stood next to a young woman, responding with a bright smile. Yiqing, you're here. Yiving introduced herself amiably. Hello, Cheng Yiving. The young woman happily extended her hand in return. Hello. Hearing the name Wen Xiang, Yiqing froze for a moment, thinking, in the original story, Wen Xiang was invested in by Feng Zai, which angered director Wang quite a bit. In the end, she only appeared in the film for a few minutes. Was it because she didn't have a romantic storyline with Shi Yi or Wen Yao that her scenes were cut? Wen Xiang's hand was still extended, her brow slightly furrowed as she repeatedly said, Hello, hello. Yiqing realized she had spaced out and hadn't responded, feeling a little embarrassed. She quickly said, sorry. She shook Wen Xiang's hand and said hello. Wen Xiang snorted, turned away, and muttered under her breath, so disrespectful. Yiqing awkwardly touched her face. Suddenly, a shout rang out, attention. The 3 girls immediately stood at attention. Only Wen Xiang grumbled inwardly, that scared me. The instructor glared at them and said in a booming voice, from today onwards, I am your instructor. I know you're all big stars out there, but on my turf, you'll listen to me. Under the scorching sun, the instructor barked, prepare for a 100-meter sprint. After the training, the exhausted Yiqing collapsed in the rest area provided by the film crew. The 3 girls shared a room with 3 beds. Wen Xiang had her back to them, writing something. Yiqing lay flat, finally relaxing, her eyes secretly reddening. I'm so tired. I can finally sleep. Wen Xiang answered her phone in a saccharine voice. Darling. She spoke loudly as if no one else was there, waking Yiqing from her drowsiness. Darling, I'm so tired. My knees and hands are scraped. It hurts so much, boo-hoo. Yiqing closed her eyes, extremely irritated. Wen Xiang continued to complain to her boyfriend. What are you doing? Baby, I'm so miserable. You're not even comforting me. Do you not love me anymore? Is there another woman? You must come see me tomorrow. Yiqing couldn't help but turn over. Wen Xiang continued to whine. I don't care. You have to come see me. I'm angry. I don't care what you say. I'm just angry. I need you to hug and kiss me to feel better. No matter what the other person said, Wen Xiang stubbornly yelled, not sleeping, not sleeping, not sleeping. I want to talk to you. I'm not sleepy. I don't care. Boo-hoo. Yiqing abruptly sat up and frowned. Can you go outside to make your phone call? Wen Xiang replied, huh. Tong Xiuhua walked in and heard Wen Xiang's commotion. She dares to be so loud in front of me. Xiuhua gently took Wen Xiang's arm and softly called, Wen Xiang. Wen Xiang retorted, so what if you're older than me? Xiuhua patted Wen Xiang's shoulder and persuaded, it's so late. Yiqing is tired too. Don't argue with her. Go outside to make your call. Wen Xiang said discontentedly, what's with her attitude? Xiuhua continued to persuade. All right, don't you need to make a call? Don't delay it. Xiuhua gently closed the door, and Wen Xiang's tearful voice could be heard from outside. There's a lunatic in here. Exhausted from the day, Yiqing finally fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware that her phone had been ringing. Xiuhua stood silently, looking at the caller ID, a hint of jealousy rising in her heart. At that moment, Wen Yao kept calling, but no one answered. He anxiously thought, why isn't she answering the phone? Wen Yao dialed Yiqing's number, as usual. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, but it wasn't the voice he was familiar with. A woman introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Chi, this is Tang Xiuhua. A stranger answered his wife's phone, and the name wasn't on the bride's guest list. He was filled with doubts, repeatedly checking the number and contact name on the screen, afraid he had made a mistake. The voice on the other end continued. I Ching and I are both participating in closed training. He then vaguely guessed who had answered the phone. Hello, may I ask if I Ching is still training? It's so late. The other party quickly replied. The training was a bit intense today. She's already asleep, and her phone is on silent. I just tucked her in and saw your call, so I answered in case you were worried. He responded politely. Thank you. Taking the opportunity to make a request like a good husband, I can't be with her these next few days. I hope you can help me take care of her. I'll come pick you both up after the training is over. I'll thank you in person then. She readily agreed, of course. I Ching is my friend. How could I refuse Mr. Chi's invitation? The short phone call quickly ended. Afterwards, she looked meaningfully at the name Chi Wen Yao on the screen and smiled faintly. Early the next morning, they got up and went on a short hike through the mountains. The setting sun cast its glow on the hillside. They were about to complete the day's task when the team leader urged, hurry up, keep up. The sun is about to set. Suddenly, I Ching slipped and fell, a look of obvious fear on her face. Then she fell backward, right as when Xiang was walking past her. She frowned, thinking, it hurts so much, I'm done for, I might not be able to get up. Everyone else had already walked quite a distance. If I'm left behind here, who knows when they'll find me? Suddenly, someone called her from behind. Xiuhua was the first to notice something was wrong with I Ching. She turned around and asked what's wrong. I Ching replied, I sprained my ankle. I can't stand up. Xiuhua left a quick, wait here, I'll be right back, then continued on with the group. I Ching sat alone by a rock, feeling frustrated, thinking, I really missed that jerk. Meanwhile, the pain in her sprained ankle throbbed, tormenting her. Just then, someone called her name again. I Ching's eyes widened. It was Hua Yiku, the actor. He must have run all the way, arriving in front of her breathless. She was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Hua Yiku. He anxiously crouched down to examine her leg. You sprained your ankle. Is it serious? Let me see. She instinctively tried to pull away. It's nothing, but he firmly grasped her ankle. After kneading it for a while, he concluded, the joint is fine, it should just be a soft tissue injury. Then he knelt down and pointed to his back. I'll carry you to the infirmary. It might be a bit far, bear with me, hop on. She climbed onto his back and asked, thank you. Did Xiuhua ask you to come? As he carried her, he replied, yeah, she asked me to come find you first. She said she was too tired to walk. This puzzled her. Sure, he could have helped her to the infirmary. So why Hua Yiku? Meanwhile, not far away in the bushes, Xiuhua was hiding, secretly plotting to break up the newlywed couple, Wen Yao and I Ching. Her phone screen displayed her chat history with Wen Yao. She used providing updates on I Ching as an excuse to start conversations. This is I Ching's lunch. Wen Yao always politely replied, thank you for taking care of I Ching. Day after day, she used Sure E to get closer to him. When I Ching was praised by the instructor, she's a great shot, Wen Yao remained courteous. Yes, she's very capable. But for some reason, she ignored his politeness and acted like an old friend, advising him, I Ching rarely reaches out to you. You're the man. You should be more proactive. He coldly replied, I know. The conversation fell silent until today, when she made her final move, pretending to inform him. Wen Yao, I Ching sprained her ankle. In reality, I Ching had already been taken to the infirmary. Hua Yiku had arranged everything perfectly, even thoughtfully reminding her, I Ching, you might need to rest for a few days. Rest up, I'll go get you some food. Watching his actions, even the most oblivious person would have sensed something was amiss. She thought to herself, is Hua Yiku being too nice to me? But the pain overshadowed all other thoughts. She just wanted to go home. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, startling her. Are they back already? It turned out to be Wen Yao. He walked in and softly called, I Ching. She asked in surprise, Wen Yao, why are you here? Xiuhua explained from the side, I Ching, Wen Yao is here to pick you up. I've already asked for leave for you. She responded dully, oh, thank you for the trouble. After the training is over, Wen Yao, and I will treat you to dinner, okay? She casually agreed, then brought the conversation back to the original point, even holding up 2 fingers playfully. You and Wen Yao owe me 2 meals. I'm keeping track. This made her even more confused. 2 meals. Xiuhua seized the opportunity to feign ignorance, turning to ask Wen Yao, didn't Wen Yao tell you? He checked his phone. Hold on. She replied with a displeased expression, no. Inwardly, she fumed. Humph, having dinner with my friend alone and not telling me. I'll tear you apart today if you don't explain yourself. Meanwhile, she continued to wave dramatically, making her seem even more suspicious. Iching, don't overthink it. When Yao treated me to dinner just to thank me for taking care of you. Is that so? Chung Iching asked in a flat tone, appearing relaxed on the surface. In reality, turmoil brewed within her. Piece by piece, it all came together. They had been in contact privately. She was the outsider. At this moment, when Yao took out his phone, opened the chat log, and showed it to her. See for yourself. She silently read through it, realizing she was being unreasonable, but her mood still soured. Although it did concern her, she still felt uncomfortable. Just then, a mechanical notification sounded, startling her, and all her worries instantly vanished. Script fluctuation detected. Please check immediately, host. She asked dejectedly, what script is there now? The system didn't respond, only issuing its usual notification. What EQ fluctuation detected? Energy fluctuation detected within the host. At the same time, what EQ returned with the food. I'm back. She was still chatting with the system, not resolving the issue, but choosing to sweep it under the rug. Doesn't what EQ have a crush on the female lead, sure E, in the novel? Why me? The system replied, because of that murderous female lead. That short sentence rendered her speechless. He likes the female lead. Iching pondered Hua Yike's feelings. Hua Yike's fondness for sure E began when they filmed that suspense crime movie. Sure, E was his leading lady. From a moment Hua Yike fell for sure E, he knew this feeling was impossible, so he never confessed, always silently standing in the shadows, only appearing as a friend to help her when she needed it. Iching mused, does this child, Hua Yike, actually like sure E, or does he like the character she played in the movie? She began to compare, weighing her options in her heart. One Yao, defying the script, brought the dishes to the table. Looking at him, she thought, knowing he might lose his leading man role, yet still persisting in liking me, he's truly dazzling. As Iching watched him attentively care for her, she secretly sighed. This useless man is so good to me. I'm touched. He saw through her thoughts and muttered with a hint of grievance. If you're touched, then stop calling me a useless man. Okay. He approached Iching and started a probe. Do you want me to carry you to the bath tonight? A bath. She panicked, flustered, thinking, oh no, this useless man has impure thoughts. He clearly wants to take advantage of me. Flustered by his question, Iching stammered, well, I can do it myself. When Yao pressed, really? She replied, really? Iching momentarily lost control, a thought flashing through her mind. I also want the useless man's body. Should I just go with the flow? She quickly stopped her transgressive thoughts. No, I can't do this. When Yao responded somewhat dejectedly, understood, I'll go make you some soup. When Yao pondered, she clearly enjoys being close to me. Why does she always avoid it? What is she worried about? System. Iching looked at the message on her phone, watching him leave, feeling a little sad. Sure, he lost her female lead halo. What would happen if when Yao couldn't hold on either? Iching worried, then consoled herself. I can't ruin the useless man's leading man status because of my own selfish desires. She posted an update, hoping to attract some interaction. Someone made me bone soup. In the comments, someone said, oh my god, this woman is showing off her love. Another commented, even dogs are dying from the sweetness. Someone else said, I didn't think anyone actually made soup anymore. And another praised, what kind of fairy boyfriend is this? I am crying. Tang Xiahua stood and Wei's door, quickly scrolling through the comments on Iching's post, muttering jealously, why can she meet a man who loves her like Wen Yao, while She hesitated, then knocked on the door. Countless thoughts flashed through Tang Xiaohua's mind, causing a pang of sadness in her heart. As soon as she touched the door, his subordinate opened it. The subordinate, wearing sunglasses, said with a hostile expression, the boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Tang Xiahua quickly forced a smile and walked in, calling out. He sat inside, turning his head at the sound. Wei greeted her with a sinister smile, saying, you're here. A while later, her back was covered in red and purple marks, her clothes disheveled. He frowned and shouted Ali. Ali appeared immediately, awaiting his instructions. Wei sat naked in his chair, slowly smoking a cigarette. He said to her, I have a project in B City starting next month. I've already spoken to the director. You'll go directly into the group as the female lead. He added, also, I've secured an award for you in Taiwan. It will be announced at the end of the year. Prepare yourself. Tang Xiahua trembled, sitting numbly as she listened to Wei finish. He said coldly, you can go. As she left, just reaching the door, two women followed Ali into the room. The girl in the black dress glanced at Tang Xiuhua, startled. Why does this person look so familiar? Seeing that she had been recognized, Tang Xiuhua quickly covered her face with her bag. I've been seen. And Wei, with his arms around the two women who had just entered, answered the girl in the black dress's question. That's Tang Xiuhua, quite famous in the industry. She asked, why did she leave? Why not stay and keep Wei company? She hurried away, the sound of sneers coming from the room behind her. And Wei said, she's not as interesting as you two. Keeping her around would be a nuisance. Everyone in the room laughed together. Tang Xiuhua sat in her car and cried. Suddenly her phone buzzed. She received a message. Tomorrow night at 7. Outing Club. Tang Xiuhua gripped her phone, looking at the message, a worried expression on her face. She hesitated, then smiled coldly. Then she replied to Wen Yao, okay. The scene cuts to the gathering the next evening at 7. The waiter said, Miss Tang, please follow me. Okay. The waiter walking behind her, smelling her perfume, remarked, Miss Tang's perfume is the same as Miss Cheng's. Tang Xiuhua entered the banquet hall, recognizing several people in the crowd. At the same time, someone announced loudly, let's all thank Mr. Chi for hosting this banquet. She thought impatiently. They even invited the screenwriting team. Tang Xiuhua approached them with a smile and said, Mr. Chi is truly generous. I Ching replied, we've been troubling everyone lately, so I wanted to treat everyone to a meal as a thank you. Hearing I Ching say this, she felt a little uncomfortable, thinking, why would she say that? It's like I did something wrong. What drama queen. Xiang enthusiastically took Tang Xiuhua's hand and greeted her. Sister Tang, you're here. I Ching observed her actions, thinking, she's actively approaching Shi Wenyao, and even used the same perfume, deliberately letting Shi Wenyao notice. Hua Yiku was playing quick fun entertainment. So scheming. She sat down at the table, thinking irritably, does she really want to replace quick fun entertainment's role? Shi Wenyao sat beside her, thinking, quick fun entertainment, the female supporting role, the plot is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. I Ching said, Mr. Chi, I'd like to toast you. Everyone responded cheerfully, cheers. After a while, I Ching got drunk, and he supported her. She said, I'm fine, I can still drink. Chi Wenyao said to everyone, excuse me, I Ching is drunk. I'll take her home. Tonight's on me. Tang Xiuhua, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Mr. Chi, I'm not feeling well either. Could you take me home? She looked anxious. He picked up I Ching and turned towards the door, saying, I'm sorry, it's not convenient. He brought her home and put her on the bed. She weakly opened her eyes and said, you jerk, what are you doing here? Chi Wenyao ignored I Ching's words and gently covered her with a blanket. Such a warm guy. I Ching sat up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, do you want my beauty? Chi Wenyao replied, I don't. He froze when she actively cupped his face in her hands. I Ching said sadly, you don't want it. She added, then you'll be punished. With that, she kissed Chi Wenyao. His eyes were filled with passion as he accepted her kiss. Chi Wenyao pressed her onto the bed and said forcefully, you're mine. His hand started to touch her waist, his playful hand reaching inside I Ching's clothes. At this moment, I Ching's eyes widened, and she said worriedly, no, then you can't be the male lead. He let go of her and asked in confusion, male lead. She quickly said, no, I can't let you lose your male lead halo. Shi Wenyao gradually understood what she meant and said, I'm the male lead. You're the female supporting role. If we do this, my male lead status will be gone, right? She nodded in agreement. I Ching explained the situation to him, saying that sure, Yi lost her female lead halo because she had a relationship with the second male lead, Meng Jiao. The male and female leads can't mess around. From that moment on, she thought, so I can't covet your body. Rules are rules. As soon as she finished speaking, the system issued a red alert. Warning, host, please be rational. Do not reveal the script. The host must not reveal any plot to the male lead. Oh no, she broke the fourth wall. Chung I Ching pushed him away and said, so I can't covet your body. She yelled, shut up. The system responded, you're chattering in my head all day long. Why can't I talk? Are you threatening me? She was arguing with her own system. He asked in confusion, is it the system? I Ching made a shushing gesture and said, we can't let the system hear. Chi Wenyao suddenly realized, novel, system, male lead, this is a novel world. Then what's the real world like? And where does I Ching come from? He gradually understood. I Ching called him, You jerk. He was startled and turned to look at her. She said tearfully, I like you. Oh. He looked at her with loving and worried eyes. Sure, Wen-Yao replied, I like you too. Then he hugged her tightly and gave her a passionate kiss. Just like that, hazy images surfaced and what was bound to happen happened. The next day, I-Ching woke up with aches all over her body, slowly opening her eyes and letting out a soft moan. It hurts. She suddenly turned her head and saw Qi Yao staring at her, completely naked. She cried out in panic, Qi Yao. He calmly asked, You're awake. She quickly recalled last night's passion. It seemed they had crossed the line. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide, thinking, did I really sleep with this guy last night? The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became, her heart racing. I-Ching looked out the window in confusion and found that all the turbidity of this world had disappeared. She anxiously asked the system what happened last night. Is Qi Yao's male lead halo still there? Even the slightest haze in front of me has disappeared. What's going on? System. The system slowly replied, new content detected. The system has automatically shut down for self-inspection and update. Please wait. Seeing her spacing out for so long, Qi Yao asked worriedly, I-Ching, are you all right? He thought, is she angry? She shyly pulled the blanket over herself and replied briefly, I'm fine. She peeked at him, thinking, is this guy's male lead halo still there? Did I hurt him? He heard her inner voice and was deeply moved. It turned out she was worried about me. Qi Yao placed his hand on her shoulder and said sincerely, listen to me from beginning to end. All I've wanted is you. He continued, as long as you're mine, nothing else matters. She was so touched she couldn't speak. Qi Yao. A few days later, their relationship seemed even stronger. Qi Yao even drove her to work, thoughtfully saying, I'll pick you up after work. She waved goodbye happily. Okay, bye, Qi Yao. After entering, Jianya saw her and teased, I-Ching, you become even more beautiful. Hearing this, she froze for a moment. Huh? She hurried inside, muttering, don't joke around. It's my first day back at the company, and I have a lot to do. Jianya stood behind her, her eyes full of admiration. Your skin is so smooth and radiant. What magical skincare product did you use, or did you get cosmetic work done? It's only been a few days, and you've recovered so quickly. Cheng frowned, worry evident on her face. Everyone looked at her, making her freeze. She was sweating internally. Everyone is looking at me. This is so strange. Has the world changed? The makeup artist walked over and praised, I-Ching, you're a completely different person from the last time I saw you. She handed her a mirror. I-Ching asked, still confused, have I really changed? Where? The makeup artist excitedly explained, I-Ching, I finally understand what the beauty that could topple an empire means. This phrase was made to describe someone like you. Hearing this, I-Ching's eyes widened and a memory flashed in her mind. Why does this sound so familiar? A memory flashed through her mind. I remember now, in the novel, the makeup artist used this phrase to describe Shi. She was still dazedly getting her hair done when a knock came from the door. Huayaik, dressed in a white shirt and carrying a lunchbox, walked in handsomely and said, I-Ching, this is the bone broth I specially stewed for you. She anxiously thought, I've taken a female lead's position, not just because Shi lost her status and was punished, losing her opportunities, but also because the words said to Shi, the resistance of the supporting female characters, the admiration of the supporting male character, are all now directed at me. Seeing she didn't react, he waved and called out, why are you so listless today? Are you feeling unwell? I-Ching muttered unhappily. Huayaik's role is to be Shi's spare tire, her most steadfast supporter from beginning to end. She turned around and coldly replied, I'm fine. But her mind was in turmoil. Is Huayaik really content being a puppy? She said directly, Huayaik, I don't like you. We can't even be friends. She drew a clear line, thinking, I don't need a puppy. He asked sadly, I-Ching, do you hate me that much? She firmly replied, I don't hate you. On the contrary, I think you're a good person. She continued to explain, precisely because of this, I don't want to give you any false hope. Let me go, and let yourself go, okay? Hearing this, he was stunned. She looked at him firmly, a thought surfacing in her mind. Sure, he could break free from the shackles of the female, lead to love Meng Jiao. Why can't Huayaik pursue his own new happiness? He pondered, let myself go. Seeing his attitude soften slightly, she secretly rejoiced. It's working. In this tense atmosphere, the system suddenly announced, the supporting female character system has been upgraded to the female lead system. A deviation in the supporting male character's perspective from the novel's plot has been detected. Please check in immediately to reverse the situation. Hearing this, she angrily shouted at it. Now I have to follow the female lead's plot. Did I agree to take on this task? The system coldly reminded, resistance from the female lead detected. Initiating level 1 punishment. Her jaw dropped. What? As soon as she finished speaking, I Ching's vision blurred, and her eyes widened in surprise. Seeing her unusual expression, Huiyike asked worriedly, I Ching, what's wrong? Darling. She quickly waved her hand and explained, nothing, really nothing. He sighed and then said, then I'll go now. She simply replied coldly, Watching him leave, her emotions ignited like a firefly, and she cursed under her breath. What the hell are you doing? The system feigned innocence. Host, I'm sorry. This is my built-in responsibility, and it's just a minor flesh wound. There's no danger to your life. She said sullenly, we've known each other for so long, and this is how you treat me. Suddenly, the words on the screen blurred, startling her. System, are you malfunctioning? The system quickly explained, Host, there are technical glitches during the first upgrade of the female lead core system. As long as the host doesn't have a firm intention when saying no, the system won't detect the host deviating from the plot. Hearing this, her mood worsened, so the code error was also intentional. Just to tell me about the loophole. The system immediately urged, please cooperate with the arrangements. She had no choice but to comply fine. I Ching looked at the script and questioned, System, are you helping me? The director's voice rang out on set. Cut. It's been all morning, and we haven't even finished one scene. You're holding up the entire crew. The director loudly reminded her, you just discovered your parents were murdered. You should be desperate, broken, terrified, full of hatred for the murderer. When Shuang stood there, looking sad, listening to his scolding in a daze. What had you been doing just now? She'd reacted like she'd lost 100 yuan. Let's go to the police, she'd said. Scolded so harshly, she started crying from the injustice of it. The director wouldn't let up, yelling, crying. Will crying solve anything? I'll give you another half hour to sort out your emotions. I want to see results. When Shuang just stood there, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the ground, sobbing, but no one around her paid any attention. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out to Wen Shuang, asking, are you okay? I Ching called out gently, get up, let me help you understand this scene. If you act like this, it will definitely be better. She began to demonstrate, her brow furrowed, her expression extremely professional. Both Tang Jinxian and Wen Shuang pulled themselves together, wiped their eyes, and softly replied, Then, recalling I Ching's performance, Wen Shuang began to imitate her. Tang Jinxian finally heard the director yell, cut. The stern director commented, much better. If you could focus more on acting instead of playing with your phone all day, I wouldn't be so angry today. Wen Shuang listened, looking dejected, not daring to say anything. The director turned to everyone and said, that's it for today. Wen Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, she happily bought bags of treats for the crew. Everyone worked hard today. I've ordered a big meal for everyone as an apology. She walked up to I Ching and said sincerely, I Ching, thank you. I Ching smiled and replied, you're welcome. Wen Shuang wanted to say something more, but the words died on her lips. I Ching, seeing her hesitation, asked, is there anything else? Wen Shuang looked around and said frankly, I Ching, actually you're not that annoying. I Ching looked a little wronged and explained, you're always against me, so how is it my fault? Haven't you always been the one to start things? She rubbed her face awkwardly and said, back then, I had just met you and didn't understand you. Sister Tong often said that your family background was powerful, your business was big, and offending you would be disastrous. But I got it all wrong. I always thought you were the kind of person who bullied others with your power. After hearing this, I Ching understood a little and thought angrily to herself. So Tang Xiuhua's been stirring things up behind the scenes. No wonder the conflict between Wen Shuang and me has been so deep. I didn't expect that she even paved the way for Wen Shuang. Suddenly, Wen Shuang's phone rang. It was her beloved darling calling. She said happily, I Ching, I'm going to take this call. Wen Shuang walked away and answered the phone softly, her voice coquettish. Darling, Do you not love me anymore? Why haven't you come to see me? Are you busy again? Even if work is busy, can it be more important than me? Unexpectedly, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Who is this? When Shuang's eyes widened in shock, she asked the other person in confusion, who are you? Why are you using my boyfriend's phone? The other person said coldly, your boyfriend. He's my husband. These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Wen Shuang speechless. Jianya rushed in, panicked, yelling, I Ching, something terrible has happened. At this moment, Wen Shuang, who had just been slapped, collapsed on the ground, completely stunned. Someone nearby cursed, you shameless mistress. A woman wearing sunglasses cursed at her. You have the guts to seduce my husband, and now you're speechless. When Shuang tried to explain, I didn't. Before she could finish, slap a stack of photos was thrown in her face. The woman sneered, still playing innocent. When Shuang grabbed the photos and flipped through them frantically, her face full of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. She stammered this is my boyfriend. He's my boyfriend. She trembled all over and quickly took out her phone to dial. I'll call him right now. Darling, there's a woman here at the set calling me a mistress. Who is she? You have to explain this to me. I'm not the other woman. The woman in sunglasses just crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. A cold voice came from the phone. Don't contact me again. My wife doesn't like it. Hearing these words, Wen Shuang's heart turned to ashes. The woman, acting unreasonably, rushed forward and grabbed Wen Shuang's hair. Just then, I Ching arrived in time, slapped the woman's hand away, and shouted angrily, let her go. She pulled Wen Shuang into her arms, firmly protecting her. Whether Wen Shuang was a mistress or had been deceived was still unclear. I Ching angrily scolded the woman. Your husband is the one cheating. Go yell at that scumbag. Don't take it out on someone else. If you keep doing this, he'll definitely continue to cheat. These words enraged the woman even more, and she raised her hand to hit I Ching. You dare talk back to me. But before she could do anything, the director yelled, what are you doing? He stood in front of I Ching, his tone threatening. If you cause any more trouble, I'll call the police. The woman turned slightly to her companion and said, did you get all of that? Her companion immediately replied, yes, it's all recorded. Satisfied with the answer, she strutted away triumphantly. Meanwhile, Wen Shuang fainted on the spot, shocked by the sudden attack. The internet quickly exploded with photos of Wen Shuang being hit, with headlines like Homewrecker, Wen Shuang beaten on set. The comments below were vicious. This mistress deserves to die. Isn't this intentional assault? Keep pretending to be pitiful. Who knows how many other shady things she's done. A few people defended her. Wen Shuang looks like she has no idea what's going on. But some haters questioned, why would I Ching get involved? Does she sympathize with Wen Shuang? Jianya patiently scrolled through the comments, growing angrier with each one. Finally, she said impatiently, Sister I Ching, our PR team has been trying to suppress the trending topic, but we can't. The other side is throwing a lot of money at it, and now they want to drag you down too. Jianya said worriedly, Wen Shuang is in the hospital now, and filming has stopped. Sister I Ching, you've been getting too close to Wen Shuang. It's not good for you. I Ching calmly replied, it's already happened. There's no point in blocking the news now. The most important thing is to find out who Wen Shuang's scumbag boyfriend is and get evidence that she was framed. Just then, a white car sped up and screeched to a halt in front of them. Reporters were already waiting at the door, cameras raised and poised. I Ching looked out the window and said in shock, the reporters have even followed me to the hotel. Where else can I go? Suddenly, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Qi Wenyao. She quickly answered, and an anxious voice came from the other end. I Ching, I'm right behind you. She turned around in surprise and then went home with him. On the way, he called Assistant Liu. Assistant Liu quickly reported, Mr. Qi, I have the results on the person you asked me to investigate. Should I email them to you now? Qi Wenyao gently instructed, no, send them directly to Ruhan and Wenfang. I Ching asked curiously, whose information are you sending to Ruhan and Wenfang? Assistant Liu explained, Miss I Ching, it's about Gu Baiqin, Wen Shuang's scumbag ex-boyfriend. Her eyes lit up. Send me a copy too. Assistant Liu immediately agreed. Okay, Miss I Ching. I Ching happily pointed at Qi Wenyao. Just then, a bold thought popped in her head. If the driver weren't in the car, I would give him a passionate French kiss right now. Qi Wenyao seemed to sense her thoughts and asked, what's wrong? She was startled. Huh. The car suddenly stopped, and Iching asked in surprise, "Wenyao, why did we stop?" He turned to look at her and said, "I'm very touched." She looked confused. Touched by what? He tilted his head curiously and asked, and then she blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. Finally, she gathered her courage, reached out, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Iching leaned in and gave him the passionate French kiss she had been longing for. Chung Iching curiously opened the information assistant Liu had sent. It was full of photos of Gu Baichin with various women. This scumbag Gu Baichin, who knows how many innocent girls he's tricked. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. His sympathy overflows to such an extent, I almost want to kill this scumbag. His wife is always going around beating up mistresses. It's like she's cleaning up his messes. So, was Wen Shuang really a mistress? Was what she said in the video true? The more she looked, the angrier she became. How could such a scumbag still exist? Fortunately, the clarification came quickly, and Wen Shuang was okay. This part wasn't in the original novel. As she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. On the other end, Wen Shuang said tearfully, "Sister Iching, I've decided to quit the entertainment industry." She was stunned. She quickly persuaded why. "Gu Baichin is a scumbag. You were tricked by him. Why are you doing this?" Wen Shuang's tone was firm. "Sister Iching, I've already applied to schools abroad. I won't be back for a few years. My current position in the industry is all thanks to his help, and I don't want anything from him anymore." Hearing this, she was speechless. She could only bring up the system interface and quickly check the novel's plot. How did things turn out like this? Wasn't Wen Shuang supposed to successfully finish filming the role of the murderer in the novel? She sighed sadly and asked, "Have you really thought this through?" Wen Shuang smiled faintly. "Yes, I have." Iching didn't try to persuade her any further, only agreeing, "Okay." After hanging up, Chung Iching sighed, thinking to herself, but the movie is only half finished. Now, this has happened. The system gently explained, "Host, you changed the plot, so the fates of the characters will also change." Iching frowned sadly. "You mean this is all my fault?" Just then, a voice called out from outside. "Iching." She was startled and looked up, her face full of impatience. It was Yao Qiue. She walked in with a smile and affectionately took Iching's hand. "Iching, you came back and didn't even tell me." She asked with concern, "Look at you, you've lost weight. Did Wen Yao not take good care of you?" Iching was stunned by her sudden enthusiasm. She withdrew her hand coldly and asked with a puzzled expression, "Is there something you need from me?" Her eyes widened. She asked the system, "Is Yao Qiue acting like this because of the female lead halo?" The system quickly replied, "Correct." Yao Qiue generously took out a box containing a luxurious jade bracelet. She happily offered it to Iching. "Iching, I saw this jade bracelet the other day and thought it was quite nice and it would suit you very well. So I bought it for you. Put on and let me see." Chung Iching stared blankly at the jade bracelet in her hand. She recalled that in the novel, Yao Qiue had also given a jade bracelet to Shi. A thrill of excitement ran through her. "I'm getting along better and better with Qiue," she thought happily. Suddenly, a displeased voice broke the atmosphere. Iching has been very tired recently. Both women were startled and turned to see Qi Wenyao. He said coldly, "She needs to rest." Yao Qiue didn't dare linger, slowly advising, "Get some good rest." He saw her out without hesitation, slamming the door shut behind her. Inside the room, his gaze fell on the jade bracelet Chung Iching had just put on. She understood his unspoken worries and took the initiative to speak. "Wenyao Ji, I won't persuade you to reconcile with your aunt, nor will I change my opinion of her because of these things, much less force any kind of relationship between you two." Hearing this, he looked a little embarrassed. Qi Wenyao looked at her, pain in his eyes. "I shouldn't impose my resentment on Iching," he thought. She reached out, about to say something, Wenyao Ji, but was interrupted by the system prompt. "Host, please fulfill your female lead task. You should persuade the male lead to resolve his inner conflict. Yao Qiue is related to the death of Qi Wenyao's mother." She retorted helplessly, "You want me to persuade him, but I don't even know the specific circumstances of his mother's death. You have to give me some hints." The system replied mechanically, "Host, what the original novel doesn't mention, the system also doesn't know." She stood there frowning, lost in thought, and continued to analyze. "We only know that Yao Qiue was involved with Qi-san when Qi Wenyao's mother was still seriously ill in the hospital. After his mother passed away, Yao Qiue officially entered the family and became the CEO's wife." He listened and could only sigh sadly. Even she doesn't know, she thought. She reflected, it's amazing that he's been able to move on with such deep resentment. Suddenly, she put her hand on his shoulder again and called out, Wenyaoji. Surprise filled his face. She looked at him earnestly and said, "You just need to follow your own heart. No one can force you to do anything. No matter what you decide, I will support you." As soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. She hugged him back and took the opportunity to suggest, "Wenyaoji, let's get engaged." Finally, this day had arrived. Tang Xiaohua was shocked and couldn't help but speculate when she heard the news of Yiqing's sudden engagement. She stood beside Huiyaik and nudged him. "By not inviting our crew, they definitely don't want to disrupt our filming schedule." He crossed his arms and replied coldly, "It's nothing, as long as she's happy." At this moment, someone called him, "Mr. Hua, please come over here and take a look." He quickly agreed, "Okay," and left, leaving Tang Xiaohua standing there, staring at her phone screen with regret. Her fingers trembled slightly as she thought resentfully, why does Cheng Yiqing get to have all of this? Meanwhile, at the engagement party, the venue was filled with guests. Meng Jiao and Shi Yi had also arrived. He turned to her and asked Yi, "What are we doing here?" She responded indifferently, as if controlled by some mysterious force. "I don't know." A flicker of loneliness crossed her eyes. She had just heard about Cheng Yiqing's engagement and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She had even specifically asked her aunt for an invitation. Meng Jiao asked, his face filled with anger and jealousy, "Do you still love Qi Wenyao?" She hurriedly replied it. "I don't love him." Hearing this, he grabbed her arm and led her away. "You don't love him. Shouldn't you live for yourself? Why do you have to watch them be together?" She said miserably, "Don't force me." Meng Jiao froze, repeating, "You think I'm forcing you?" Shi Yi realized she had misspoken and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I'm not in a good mood." He took Shi Yi's hand and suggested, "Then come with me." She agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll go with you." Before she could finish, the lively chatter behind them interrupted them. Cheng Yiqing, dressed in a gorgeous wedding gown, walked out, even more radiant and captivating, becoming the center of attention. Everyone exclaimed, "Yiqing is here. She's so beautiful. So happy. Yiqing is truly beautiful." A happy smile spread across her face. Shi Yi stared blankly and said to Meng Jiao, Can I stay here for half an hour? Just half an hour." He readily agreed, "Okay." Suddenly, a young man in the crowd spoke, young Master Qi. After going around in circles, you still ended up with the Cheng family's daughter. His tone was mocking, but Qi Wenyao's expression remained calm as he prepared to retort. At this moment, Cheng Yiqing scanned everyone present, fuming inwardly. "Bastard, you're here too, and so is the next step going to be ruining my engagement party, just like in the story?" While she was still worrying, someone called out, "Yiqing, Yiqing." Yao Qiyue's friend spoke with a hint of reproach. "This girl, the toasting hasn't even started yet, and you're already spacing out. What's wrong? Are you so happy you can't tell which way is up?" Cheng Yiqing smiled and raised her glass. "Sorry, I just saw someone I know." Inwardly, she thought, why do those words sound so jarring? The other person wouldn't let it go, continuing, "Yiqing, you've liked Wenyao for so many years. You've finally gotten your wish." They didn't notice Qi Wenyao staring at them. Qi Wenyao didn't say a word, but directly put his arm around Yiqing's waist and announced to everyone. Everyone seems to have misunderstood. He raised his glass to smooth things over for her. Yiqing stopped liking me the way she did as a child when she grew up. I had to put in quite a bit of effort to win her over. He warned everyone, "Be careful what you say. If you make Yiqing angry and she refuses to marry me, you'll have to take responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, the guest was speechless, their face pale, unable to utter a word. The surrounding people began to whisper, "Really?" He emphasized again seriously, "Of course." Yiqing glanced at him secretly, thinking to herself, this dog of a man is so strange. The MC's voice rang out, "Please take your seats. The engagement ceremony is about to begin." He reached out to take Yiqing's hand, but she coldly shook him off. He asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Only then did she take his hand, muttering sullenly, "They were all joking, saying that I was the one who chased you." She pouted, a little unhappy. "If it weren't for you, would I be teased like this?" Qi Wenyao insisted, "No, I was the one who pursued you." She was unconvinced and wanted to retort, "That's not true. I chased you." At this moment, she suddenly trembled, subconsciously covering her mouth. Cheng Yiqing had always been chasing Qi Wenyao. Finally, after all this time, the two stood hand in hand on the stage. Qi Wenyao looked at her affectionately and asked, "Do you know, She was surprised and curious to hear what he had to say. He smiled gently. I like the you now. Truly, I was the one who actively pursued you. Chung Yiqing's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. What on earth does this doggo man mean? He likes the me now. Is it because the current me is different from the previous Chung Yiqing? Their fingers quickly intertwined. He leaned close to her forehead and softly promised, even if we were to start over countless times, I would only be captivated by the you now.